Chapter 247. Bad things turn out to be good. In Chi condensation refining. In condensation formed power. What is happening? I don't know. However, that guy is obviously a human being. How can he have the ability like the one of sound beast to gather een for cultivation? Furthermore, his een gathering speed is even several times faster than sound beasts. Humankind cannot have these powers. Even demonic sound clan cannot aggregate een power that fast. Our bodies cannot suffer that much een power. After all, who is that guy? The three leaders of demonic sound clan all got frightened with their astounded eyes wide open. They confusingly discussed together. At the place where sound beasts were gathering, a middle-aged man of Black Wings clan with black wings and a peculiar outward appearance was standing shoulder to shoulder with a beautiful elderly lady of White Wings clan who had snow-white wings. From a distance, they were looking at Shi Yin, whose body was immersing in burning fire. A een whirl emerged on top of his head. Dishan, the thing emitted from that guy's body, is truly the heaven flame? The beautiful elderly lady with snow-white wings had a soft, melodious voice. It is the heaven flame. Dishan, the patriarch of Black Wings clan, replied. A strange light lit up in his peculiar eyes. First, the control style has weakened. Now there appears a guy who possesses heaven flame. Perhaps we can get out of this place this time. Uro, we have to prevent that combative duo Long. I have recognized this human lad has heaven flame. According to Duo Long, he should be the one who has killed Han Long. Yeah, we have to deter him. We cannot let anything happen with this little rascal. Uro, the matriarch of White Wings clan, slightly nodded her head. Dishan, the patriarch of the Black Wings clan, and Uro, the matriarch of the White Wings clan, discussed with each other before quickly leaving. Many high-level warriors of Black Wings clan and White Wings clan were currently dealing with Sound Beast siege at the same place where Dishan and Uro had just left. However, it was not too difficult for them to defeat those beasts. The number of high-level warriors of Black Wings clan and White Wings clan was much more than that of Grey Wings clan. They were all outstanding, experienced warriors, bravely coming here from behind the Sound Beast Mountain. Their capability in fighting with Sound Beast was extremely tremendous. Even though they encountered the attack of Sound Beasts, as well as had no support from Uro and Dishan, they were still very composed. Kaba of Demonic Sound Clan, with a contemplating face, seemed to consider very carefully before saying, "We need to go over there to see. This little rascal is very special. Maybe he is the key for us to get out of this damn place. That's right, this guy cannot be dead. If he dies, perhaps we will never be able to get out." After Shi Yin had released Heaven Flame and implemented the black formula to gather heaven and earth scene, Yimeng's attitude changed dramatically. He started to defend Shi Yan's life. "You aren't afraid of the danger of Heaven Flame to our whole tribe now, are you?" Etian Mo secretly smiled. "This guy's cultivation is only in the earth realm. We can still control him. Wait until we get out of this *TTY place. We will handle him," Kaba coldly said. "Isn't it so?" Etian Mo smiled. "I know. Everyone is curious about the way he gathers een. Anyway, we Demonic Sound Clan have a big connection with een. If we can have his method of een condensation, it is indeed an outstanding improvement for our tribe." This is an important thing of our tribe," Kaba said with a low tone. "So, what are we waiting for? We should go now. If Do Long kills him, we will have nothing." Yimeng excitingly shouted and quickly flew out. He was not even scared of Demon Child's threat. "Ifeng, see you bye. You two stay here. Absolutely don't leave the ancient city at any cost." Itan Mo bowed his head, reminded them, then followed others. Burning fire hovered around Shi Yan's body. Heaven and earth een revolved above his head. The een whirl was dozens of times bigger than before, just in a short time. At this moment, that whirl turned out to be an ordinary one. The een compacted in the air like a giant gray dragon, twisting while quickly absorbing heaven and earth's een nearby. More and more heaven and earth's een came and condensed. Heaven flame on Shi Yan's body was also affected by the een power. The burning fire inside his body gradually disappeared. While the Yin power had fully covered the place, Shurian's body was still surrounded by a twirling, dense gray Yin layer. It seemed that sound beasts intended to storm towards him as his body had been heavier and motionless. Shurian's body quietly hovered in the air. While his body was rapidly pulled up along with the whirl on top of his head, it suddenly ceased 100 meters above the ground. He could not control the Yin whirl which had just formed. At the moment, Duo Long, the patriarch of the Grey Wings clan, was still chasing him. Sure, Yin wanted to get out of his current state, but he realized the abnormal change of the Yin swirls inside his body had been no longer under his control. Damn the Three Gods sect. Sure, Yin could not help but curse. The Black Formula and the Star Martial Spirit of the Three Gods sect both had attributes which were not controlled by him. At this critical point of time, the anomaly of the Black Formula and the Star Martial Spirit of the Three Gods sect could put him in an everlasting perdition. Like this time. At this critical time, when Duo Long was chasing behind, he was still motionless because of the anomaly of the Black Formula. His body was locked tightly in the air. In a short moment when Duo Long arrived, he could easily kill him. The anomaly of Black Formula would strike him dead. Being still in the air, he helplessly tried to stop the Yin swirls. Regardless of life or death, heaven and earth's Yin on top of his head was still rolling in. Each sensible flow of the Yin power gathered in the center of the Yin swirls first before slowly pouring into meridians. The three small Yin pearls inside the Yin swirls quickly formed. As soon as the three Yin pearls formed, they rapidly fell into meridians. The icy Yin power started to stir in meridians rapidly, which made the speed of the Yin swirl circulation and the whirl on top of his head even faster. Shurian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Heaven and Earth's Yin in this place was much denser than that in the Yin exhaustion land. In such a short time, the three Yin pearls had been formed inside of his meridians. If Duo Long was not chasing him behind, he would have felt that the current change was really good. It was so fortunate to make the Black Formula absorb Yin from everywhere. However, Duo Long's pursuit made him impossibly excited. Regardless of how much Yin he gathered this time, once Duo Long arrived, the only option left for him was to die. According to ECU Bai, Duo Long was at the peak of the Sky Realm. It was totally true to say that one of his legs had stepped to the profound God Realm with black profound magical power. Those with that level could have easily killed him. When facing the one with several levels higher than him, gathering more or less Yin was not really of much use at this point in time. As he quietly sensed heaven and earth's Yin gathering, Sure Yin could not do anything but wait for Duo Long's arrival. Boom! As soon as Duo Long jumped to a gray cloud layer of Yin, he was struck out by two black-white wavy circles. Duo Long's body shook constantly. Being attacked by the two waving circles, he kept being pushed backward. He was set back 100 meters before standing steadily on the ground. Dishan, Yuro. Duo Long was livid with rage, shouted toward the direction. Why did you stop me? No one also knew that Kaba, Yimeng, Etionimo had also quietly appeared there, hundreds of meters behind Duo Long. All of them frowned, looking towards Duo Long. And you too. Recognizing the intention of those three people, Duo Long turned his around, looking at them, and coldly said, You want to stop me as well? If you want to kill that little rascal, 3 of us will unite to stop you. Yimeng nodded his head, replying, You dare to confront me? Duo Long raised his head up to the sky, laughing frigidly. He fiercely said, Mess with Grey Wings clan. Did you consider the consequences yet? Enough, Duo Long. Dishan's voice suddenly rose up together with a black lightning. Dishan flapped his wings and appeared in front of Duo Long in a blink of an eye. Yuro gently flew there like a feather, appearing behind Dishan. She unhappily looked at Duo Long and said, Duo Long, calm down, let's talk. 3 of them have good intentions. They are here also because of our 2 tribes. Don't misunderstand them. Dishan and Yuro, one on the left, one on the right, blocked Duo Long's way. Duo Long's expression changed nonstop. When facing the three people of Ka Ba's group, he could howl or shout to intimidate them. But facing Dishan and Uro, he did not have any of the same determination. The strength of Black Wings clan and White Wings clan were both stronger than that of Grey Wings clan. The personal capability of Dishan and Uro were also one level higher than his. Dishan was wicked, Uro was insidious. Duo Long understood well their advantages. Him alone, being against any one of them, was not a smart move. Not to mention these two people were already on the same side. Ka Ba, Yimeng, Etion Mo would obviously stick together. With their unity, he could not be careless. Why do you protect that little rascal? Duo Long clenched his teeth and asked while gradually getting calmer. He can bring us out of here. Heaven Flame in his body could completely burn out the control style of the Sound Beast Mountain. As you have known, inside the Sound Beast Mountain, there should be a way for us to get out of this place. Dishan smiled and spoke to Duo Long. That little rascal will die, but not now. Wait until we find out a way to get out of here. Then you can freely handle that little rascal. But before that, you are not allowed to harm him. You all have the same thoughts. Duo Long looked around. Uro, Ka Ba, Yimeng, Etion Mo all nodded. Everyone accepted what Dishan had just said. Okay, I won't touch him. Temporarily. Hope your judgment is correct. Duo Long said with a wistful face after contemplating for a while. Under the pressure of those 5 people, he could do nothing but agree with them. He nodded and said, I leave you this place. I will come back to Grey Wings clan. If there is any change, let me know. One more thing, you have to give me that little rascal later. I want him alive. I could do it, Dishan calmly said. Duo Long said no more, and left with an annoying face, disappearing out of sight in no time. I think we can now go see that little rascal. He is a lovely human being. He brings us a bright light of hope to be out of this place. Uro smiled mesmerizingly. I know the danger of Heaven Flame to your demonic Sound clan, but I hope you would accept the situation and should not do anything wrong. Otherwise, don't blame me for having no mercy. The face of Ka Ba, Yimeng, Etion Mo changed. Under Uro's glare, they all nodded, showing their obedience. If we all have agreed with it, let's go over there. After finishing the sentence, Dishan immediately rushed to Shi Yan's location that was entirely covered by Yin. The others closely followed him with full of curiosity about what Shi Yan had done to that area and how it had turned out. Patriarch, male leader of a clan/tribe. Matriarch, female leader of a clan/tribe. 000. Hello, my dear audience. I am back to provide you with more chapters of this interesting novel. I've received many comments on previous chapters about the translation's quality. I was actually very happy with those constructive comments because it means you are still interested in this novel. I have learned and drawn a lot of experiences from your advice and suggestions. I hope you will find more qualified translated chapters from now on, and I always welcome your comments in order to improve better. By the way, my team is working hard to provide you with more choices on your bookshelf. We have added some new novels which, I am sure, will not disappoint you at all. One of them is Ghost, Catch the Ghost, of which I am also in charge. This novel is a totally different style. If you're a fan of mystery, horror, as well as humor, you definitely cannot miss this one. You can find all in one if you follow throughout the story. I am also waiting for your support and comments on this thrilling novel. Love you all. Have a great day. Chapter 248, Casually Response. Masses of black clouds hovered around without dispersing. These clouds were formed by the nearby Sound Beasts Een. Sound Beasts running out from Sound Beast Mountain brought heavy Een along with them. Sound Beast bodies also contained Een. Indeed, Een was the power resource of Sound Beasts, which was the most basic source allowing them to survive. The whirl which originated from Shi Yan had powerful gravitation. The whirl's horrendous existence made Een on those Sound Beast bodies fly out, then merge back to the center of the whirl, turning to Een power, slowly absorbing into his body, and finally becoming Een pearls on his chest. The black formula was awesome. It unexpectedly had a terrifying power to take in the Een from the surrounding sound beasts. In the middle of the black cloud layer, the big whirl circulated on top of Shuriyan's head was getting bigger and bigger. The gravitation also increased violently. A lot of Een gathering here rolled into the whirl, turned into pure Een power pouring into the center of the Een swirl. More than 1,000 sound beasts nearby were showing their fear and insecurities. Even sound beasts at the 6th level could not control Een outside of their bodies, and helplessly watched Een crazily fly towards Shuriyan. Thus, those sound beasts started to be frightened. A few of high-level sound beasts wanted to jump into Shuriyan, who was collecting Een, and quickly kill him. However, as soon as the high-level sound beasts came closer to Shuriyan, they realized that there was powerful heaven flame inside of his body. Heaven flame was the nemesis of all sound beasts. Although they were in a long distance away far from him, they could sense the scorching heaven flame on Shuriyan's body, which was enough to incinerate them. Being terrified by the heaven flame, sound beasts, which had previously wanted to jump into Shuriyan to kill him, instantly moved backward without any hesitation. Not long after that, another flock of sound beasts even sped up, storming towards into Shuriyan. They eventually drew back, chaotically. In the air, sound beasts growled and howled like devils. They were getting aroused by something. They ignored the wings race's pagans and did not dare to come any closer to Shuriyan. They all quickly flew back towards Sound Beast Mountain. Sound beasts, which were just coming close to Shuriyan, immediately realized that Een inside of their bodies did not want to be under control. Instead, it spread out violently, rapidly, and quietly gathered toward the whirl on top of Shuriyan's head. Those sound beasts had an insecure feeling. They knew that if they stayed here, their Een would be constantly drained. Therefore, nearly 1,000 of sound beasts had already run away. Just right after sound beasts had fled, heaven and earth's Een coming from those sound beasts segregated less and less, until it stopped. The big whirl hovering above Shuriyan's head started slowing down. While there was less and less Een pouring in, it gradually disappeared afterward. The thick black clouds slowly faded and gradually vanished. Shuriyan's body also started to fall down slowly. Without black clouds, without having reached the natural sky realm, he could not maintain the arrogant standing pose in the air and finally fell down into the thick forest. Thud! His body fell down, and the whirl above his head disappeared without leaving a trace. The Een power hidden inside Een pearls was horrendous, which made his entire body feel very fresh and comfortable. The Een swirl on his chest seemed to be affected by those Een pearls and increased its efficiency. The refining speed was also enhanced. Finally, after the Een swirl had refined all of the Een energies, it slowly stopped. Shuriyan opened his eyes and could not help but scream, then said with a low tone, "What do you want?" Besides him, the eyes of 3 men, Kaba, Yameng, and Etionimo, flashed up a strange light with full of suspicion. Dishan of Black Wings clan and Uro of White Wings clan looked at him interestingly, nodded their heads after seeing him awake. "Little rascal, your body has heaven flame? Do you know how to use heaven flame?" Uro, the matriarch of White Wings clan, looked very beautiful with her smile. Her moderate and melodious voice could make others feel pleasant. Dishan squinted slightly. His squinted eyes seemed to see right through Shuriyan. When Dishan's eyes moved, he felt uncomfortable. There seemed a strange energy that inaudibly went into his body, observing everything inside of him. Shuriyan felt frozen inside. He did not know the other's intentions. He could not help but look towards Etionimo. During the short moment, he and Etionimo exchanged some information. Even his soul was somehow controlled by Etionimo previously. ECU had already informed him of Duo Long's arrival, which should be Etionimo's idea. Later, he got to know that Etionimo actually did not want him to die just yet. Therefore, he wanted to find out some useful information from Etionimo's expression. "You'd be better answering honestly. This is regarding you, whether to be alive or dead." Etionimo secretly nodded his head and calmly said, This is Uro, the matriarch of White Wings clan. This is Deshawn of Black Wings clan. The strength of these two clans is much more comparable to the one of Grey Wings clan. Thanks to their help, you were able to get away from Duo Long this time. Shi Yin was frightened and silently stood up, clasped his hands towards Deshawn and Uro, and respectfully said, "Thank you. No need to be grateful. Little rascal, you have not answered my question." Beautiful Uro slightly smiled. Shi Yin calmly glared at her. Fear appeared on his face. This Uro lady had a very beautiful look, snow-white skin, and appealing build. In addition, she had remarkably snow-white wings. That amazing look could have strongly mesmerized other people. When she revealed her charming smile, her body radiated modesty which no men could resist. Shi Yin was not an exception. He kept staring at Uro. His eyes changed from lucid to passionate. He gradually felt close to Uro. He felt that she was very trustworthy. She was worthy enough for him to share all of his secrets inside of him. She would definitely not harm him. The Sea of Consciousness woke up surging. 5 dwarves in the Sea of Consciousness seemed to move quietly, poured 5 miraculous emotions into his Sea of Consciousness, and slowly recovered his consciousness. His eyes returned to be lucid. Shi Yin startled out of the enchantment of Uro, sweating all over his body as if he just went through an earth-shaking battle. Really strong. Shi Yin was frightened and really panicked. He did not dare to look at Uro any longer and submissively bowed his head. Her smile could make others unconscious. Even Shi Yin, who considered himself to have a strong consciousness, almost disclosed everything. That enchantment was extremely terrifying. Without the 5 dwarves' movements in the Sea of Consciousness, and having been gently interrogated by Uro, perhaps he would have had divulged all of his secrets, including the mystery martial spirit. Dejia, you should not use this ploy. I cannot stand it. Shi Yin bowed his head, miserably smiling. I have cultivated a specific martial technique. If you keep on doing it several times more, I am afraid I will not be able to stand it any longer. I will be frightened to death. By that time, despite whatever you want to know from me, I will have no more energy to disclose anything of use to you. Uro's beautiful eyes rolled a few circles, then slightly laughed, slowly nodded her head, and said, "Interesting guy. You still could wake up. Your consciousness is very strong. It was beyond my expectations. Your conquering Heaven Flame is understandable. Heaven Flame and I are friends. Friendship is not a conquest like you said. After all, what do you want from me? Could you please elaborate?" With the glares of 5 top-class warriors, Shi Yin knew it was useless to fight back, so he extremely cooperated with them. Very simple. Go and observe Sound Beast Mountain. Use Heaven Flame inside of your body to remove the shelter in Sound Beast Mountain. Deshawn of Black Wings clan clearly said, "I will do what you've said, but once I remove the shelter of Sound Beast Mountain, is it the death sentence for me? I know Duo Long will definitely not forgive me, and neither will you." Shi Yin fearlessly pointed out towards Yimeng and Ka. "We have to make this clear. By that time, will you kill me?" "Little rascal, you worry too much." Yimeng harumphed coldly. "If you do not cooperate now, I can kill you right now." "Okay, could you start now?" Shi Yin smiled, shrugged, and said, "If I have to die sooner or later, why would I need to help you?" You can kill me now. That'd be better for me." You know how to negotiate. You are smart." Uro sickly laughed. He thought for a minute before speaking to Deshawn. "If this little rascal can remove the shelter, let's spare his life. It is worth it. Our 2 tribes have tried so much to get out of here. We have already sacrificed a lot. He is our only chance. If he can really help us fulfill our wish, I personally desire to spare his life. How about you?" Deshawn squinted, slowly nodded his head after considering. "Okay." Clap, clap, clap. Uro clapped her hands while glancing at Shi Yin. She burst into laughter and said, "Little rascal, you don't need to worry anymore. If you can really remove the shelter, Deshawn and I will spare your life." "How about them?" Shi Yin looked towards Yimeng and Ka. "We said we would spare your life. You will not die." Deshawn coldly shouted, looking at Yimeng and Kaba, and said, "Is it so?" Yimeng and Kaba, the two leaders of demonic Sound Clan, under the pressure from Dishan and Uro, reluctantly nodded without saying a word, although they were very angry. "Now go. I will bring you to Sound Beast Mountain." Uro of White Wings clan did not say anything further, stretched her hand grabbing Shuriyan's shoulder, flapped her wings, and flew away. They had already flown a few thousand meters in just a blink toward Sound Beast Mountain. Dishan closed his eyes gradually. His figure slowly disappeared. "What should we do?" After Dishan and Uro had left, Kaba's face became gloomy. He looked towards Yimeng, then Etion Mo. "That little rascal has heaven flame. Once he grows up, he will obviously be a dangerous threat for our demonic Sound Clan. Dishan and Uro are on the same side now, but three of us can also unite with Duo Long. Wait until the shelter is destroyed, together with Duo Long. Killing that little rascal will not be difficult." Yimeng cruelly said. Kaba was astonished for a while, then said with a grin, "That's right. Together with Duo Long, we will not be afraid of Uro and Dishan. Let's go see if that little rascal can really destroy the shelter or not." Etion Mo said nothing with an indifferent face. He seemed to have another plan. Jia, Chinese way to call an elder sister. 000. Hey guys, follow us for more chapters and novels. We're more than happy if our audience is pleased. Let's vote for us. Chapter 249, Transformation of the Sea of Consciousness. Sound Beast Mountain. In the Sound Beast Heaven, scorching flames gathered and created many heated fireballs that were violently flowing into a big mountain cave. At the cave entrance, it was full of peculiar cold energies which were constantly condensing and refining. Once heaven flame poured in, these peculiar energies would be incinerated. From that burning, the sound boom boom, as well as the fainted aura, came up together. Near Sound Beast Mountain, thunder and lightning were striking fiercely and violently. Lightning, like spiritual snakes, plunged down from the sky, hitting the mountain. Sure, Yin stood not far from the cave entrance. He was using Heaven Flame's power to destroy the shelter inside of the cave. Sound beasts, which were flying out, promptly flew back into Sound Beast Mountain as soon as they saw Yin. No beasts dared venture out afterward. Yin had not only the power to absorb their but also the power to use Heaven Flame to burn them, which absolutely scared them out of their wit. Even high-level sound beasts also recognized the energy of their nemesis, Yin. They did not dare to get closer to him and were afraid of being burnt to death. Yin's special gravitation technique could destroy all the that they had arduously refined. Yin's existence was not only the nemesis of demonic Sound Clan, but also of sound beasts. Many flows of heaven flames advanced outwards into the cave. Yin could realize that the shelter at the cave entrance was like billions of durable filaments that twisted tightly together, though it was partly destroyed by the projected heaven flame in such a short time. However, before the shelter was completely broken apart, there was a lot of power surging into the cave to regenerate itself. The damaged areas would be regenerated before the shelter could totally be destroyed. He also tried the other cave openings, but the results were all the same. Caves in Sound Beast Mountain were like beehives. They seemed to have a special connection. Once the shelter of one cave was intruded, the power of the other caves would swarm quickly, uniting to defend the attack. Heaven Flame could burn everything, including different kinds of shelters and restriction spell. Theoretically, Heaven Flame could have imploded the shelters, opening up the entrance to the caves. However, even though he had already tried many different alternatives, Yin realized that the shelter solidity was totally beyond his imagination. Once he used Heaven Flame's all-out power, thunder and lightning would strike down from the sky. Therefore, he reluctantly had to spare some of his energies to shield himself from it. As the result, he could not concentrate all of his powers to destroy the shelter. After breathing lightly, gradually retrieving the emitted burning fire, and fondling the blood vein ring, Yin sent out his sense to the 10,000-year earth flame. Power. Can I not thrust out more burning firepower? Possible, but you may not be able to withstand it. One more thing. I am at the point of critical transformation. It is not a suitable time to project the power constantly. Maybe with a little more time, it will be possible. Wait until I can really refine more essential forces. Maybe then will I be able to help you more. The information coming from Earth Flame was a little chaotic and interrupted. It was telling Yin its current disposition. Boom! A lightning violently struck down. Yin moved in a blink, immediately stopped connecting with Earth Flame. He hesitated for a while before trying to use black formula again. Swirls at the 3 meridians on his chest were being affected by pearls, and they started to slowly revolve. Numerous caves nearby dispersed out plenty of flows from inside of it, which rapidly gathered into the whirlwind on top of Yin's head. It then turned to power in his body. They were then completely refined by 3 swirls. Meanwhile, the power of the shelter in this cave weakened a little after he had used black formula. Swirls revolved. Yin's sea of consciousness rose up in strong waves. The 5 devils in the sea of consciousness were also underway. 5 flows of emotions gradually changed his feelings, pulling along negative energies from meridians throughout his whole body. Yin entered the first stage breakthrough of rampage in the blink of an eye. Negative energies in his whole body hovered undispersed. The gravitation of the whirlwind on top of his head created by black formula suddenly increased tremendously when Yin entered the rampage status. From numerous caves of Sound Beast Mountain, sound beasts constantly send out frightening howls and growls. They seemed to sense that something was horribly wrong. After shelters started to be insecure, sound beasts' ears splittingly shrieked. Wah wah, creak creak, howl howl. Waves of sounds like a monstrous tide abruptly resounded from a group of the mountain caves. Those waves of sound became chaotic noises, causing the anomaly of Sound Beast Mountain. Suddenly, lightning hovering above Sound Beast Mountain like a gigantic dragon struck down from the sky. At the same time, a few special howls of Sound Beast created a terrifying soul attack, an invisible impulsive eye of the soul, when it assured Yan's sea of consciousness instantaneously. The 5 devils in the sea of consciousness became abnormally hasty. Being attacked by the souls, the 5 devils gathered all negative energies inside of Yin to form its counterattack. Boom! A big long lightning abruptly struck down behind Yin. Lightning energy like a filament, a part of which invaded his sea of consciousness. The pain crawled throughout his whole body in an instant. A while later, after the pain had spread out, swirls also stopped moving. The whirl on top of his head then vanished. The sea of consciousness was really painful. The 5 devils flew around, showing their fangs and claws, and dispersed all kinds of negative feelings. It seemed to obliterate Yin's consciousness, making him go insane. Yin clenched his teeth, quickly ceased in moving the rampage. Seeing the lightning strike down from the sky, he had to rapidly retreat, running down, crossing Sound Beast Mountain in one breath. The sea of consciousness rose up in big waves. The 5 devils inside were the leaders. Being invaded by lightning and struck by the soul attack of sound beasts, the 5 devils highly became uncontrollable. Yin's spiritual consciousness gradually lost the control over the 5 devils, nearly falling inwards into permanent insanity. When having cultivated this devil spell, Yin had known that he always had to take control over the 5 devils. If not, once the 5 devils got out from under the control of his soul, he would become a crazy, murderous devil. It was very hard to awake from it. If it happened, the 5 devils in the sea of consciousness would replace his soul. His consciousness would disappear little by little. They and the star martial soul together absorbed a lot of negative energies, emitted plenty of negative powers which made him insane. Actually, his consciousness in being attacked by the negative energies would be able to recover gradually after his meridians could refine those energies. Once the 5 devils controlled his spirit and replaced his soul, he would possibly end up in everlasting perdition. He would never ever awake again. Repressing the sea of consciousness's anomalous condition, Shi Yin ran down in a single breath to the foot of Sound Beast Mountain. He then saw that Ba, Dishan, and Yu Ro were already there. Only a little bit more. I can feel that if you use a bit more powerful energy and more of the refined heaven flame, you will be able to break through that shelter. Dishan closed his eye, then suddenly opened them. Only a little more. Why did you retreat? I was counterattacked. If I had not withdrawn, I would not have ever had a chance to attack the shelter again. Shi Yin slightly clenched his teeth, breathing heavily. His eyes lit up a fierce light. He seemed not to be scared of the pressure from the 5 top-class warriors, and said in a low tone, "You should have a solution. If not, once I'm struck dead by the counterattack, I cannot help you whatsoever at all. I can assure that if you give me a little more time, I can definitely break that shelter." Etian Mo's face slightly changed and said, "His soul is strange. The frequency of its vibration is extremely furious. Inside his sea of consciousness, it seems as if it is going to explode soon." The sea of consciousness. Dishan and Yu Ro could not help but scream, looking at Etian Mo astonishingly. Wings Race's knowledge and sense of soul were of far less than of demonic sound clans. Dishan and Yu Ro had not known that Shi Yin already had the sea of consciousness. Therefore, after hearing what Etian Mo had just said, they were immediately frightened. "Ah, little rascal, we did not know you have the sea of consciousness." Ba and Yimeng had not carefully observed Shi Yan's brain area. Now, with Etian Mo's reminder, the both of them released their soul power to explore, promptly realizing that Shi Yan's sea of consciousness was at the Nirvana realm. This little rascal, is he only at the Earth realm? Yu Ro rubbed her forehead, bewilderedly saying, "That's right. I also don't know how he could have possessed the sea of consciousness, but it is really the sea of consciousness. Currently, inside of it, there are 5 kinds of strange souls with different attributes. Moreover, they're conflicting with one another. It is starting to affect his sea of consciousness. It can even implode his sea of consciousness." Etian Mo said with a low tone, "He cannot die." Dishan's face changed and coldly said, "Little rascal, what should we do to help you and not to be counterattacked?" "Females." Shi Yan's eyes gradually turned red, breathing hard, said, "I need females to cooperate as soon as possible. Give me the 3 human females that Yimeng had captured and confined. These 3 ladies can help me avoid the counterattack. Once I recover, I can definitely break the shelters in a few days." "Only females?" Dishan bewildered. "That's simple." Shi Yin nodded his head. Yu Ro's face turned red with watery eyes, slightly smiled, and said, "I don't know what kind of wicked technique this little rascal has cultivated." "Hee, you're also a lustful little guy." If it is about females, then it's easy." "Yimeng, let's go to your place. Ask your son Yaji to bring him 3 human females. Do you have any problem with that?" "No, not at all." Yimeng bewildered, glancing at Shi Yin wickedly. "Take him." Dishan nodded with Yu Ro and flapped his black wings. His figure gradually disappeared. "Little rascal, if you can break that shelter, don't even mention of 3 human girls, even girls of demonic sound clan or Wings race. If you desire them, I can give them all to you, and you can do whatever as you wish." Yu Ro smiled slightly. "We do not lack beautiful, extraordinary girls, amorous girls of demonic sound clan. You can enjoy them to the fullest extent that you are capable of." Bringing Shi Yin, Yu Ro teleported on and off in the sky and came close to the giant stone ancient city. Shi Yan's eyes had turned totally red. His breath was getting heavier. He could smell the orchid fragrance from Yu Ro's small hand grabbing him. He could not help but imagine wickedly. In the middle of the air, Shi Yin raised up his head, looking at the beautiful lady with snow-white skin, nobly charming. His eyes gradually became enchanted. Hello guys, hope you all enjoy this chapter. Do you think 6 leaders of these 2 tribes will sacrifice anything to help Yin to break the shelter? Is it that important to them? Please stay with us to find out more together. A good day, you all. Chapter 250. What is there to be scared of? In the thick forest, Uro, with her soft and flexible body like the lightning in the air, gently flapped her snow-white wings, flashed up, then vanished. Little rascal. As Uro bowed her head to glance at Yin, with a strange look, she shook her head reluctantly and accelerated. While being dragged along by Uro, Yin's breath was heavy. His pupils were bloodshot with full of blood veins like a bloodthirsty beast with a murderous look, which could scare others out of their wit. Uro was the matriarch of White Wings clan. Although her soul cultivation could not be considered high and profound, her knowledge of special forces was much more profound compared to that of the demonic Sound Clan's leaders. She quietly released a stream of profound qi to explore the nerves and vessels inside of Yin's body. Her pupils suddenly trembled, her eyes lit up a splendid light. Impossible! Uro was really frightened, mumbling something. She again released many streams of profound qi, gathered all of her spirits together to understand the strange condition of Yin's body. Each stream of profound qi went searching, which was as if thin filaments moved in and out of Yin's veins. They carefully explored his nerves, veins, bones, and intricate systems inside of Yin's body. Then, they responded in detail to Uro. As the result, she could somehow see through everything in Yin's body. Not long after that, the eyes of the matriarch of the White Wings clan flashed on and off again. She looked at Yin in a daze. Little rascal, are you really a human warrior? Uro suddenly asked with a serious face after contemplating for a while. Her voice was like the lightning which penetrated Yin's head violently and made his ambiguous consciousness become lucid. In his sea of consciousness, the 5 devils were still stirring up. As plenty of negative emotions spread out from the inside of the 5 devils' bodies and rolled into the sea of consciousness, Yin's sea of consciousness transformed silently and affected his mind slowly. When his mind became a bit more lucid, Yin raised his head, looking at the heart-touching, beautiful lady of the White Wings clan. Because of the mesmerizing fragrance from her body, he could not help but react. His breathing became heavier. Why do you ask me about this? Yin constantly inhaled many times to control his feelings, frowned, and asked in a low tone. Humankind's body cannot be that sturdy. Your nerves and veins are firm and large. It seems that you have cultivated for a very long time. There are no impurities inside of your body. Each cell within your body is very lively, contains a terrifying implosion. You do not even need to use any profound qi. The power from your body is not that less of a normal disaster realm warrior. Are you really a human being? Uro's face was really strange. She paused for a while and then continued. As far as I know, to my knowledge, even the mighty bodies of demon tribes warriors at the same level could not compare with yours. At the same Earth realm level, the bodies of the Wings race's outstanding warriors are still not as good as yours. What did you do to attain it, after all? With your sturdy body, the Earth realm, together with the sea of consciousness, this soul accomplishment is indeed extraordinary. How did you? Uro was terrified. While exploring Yin's body, she found out his special soul and his mysterious sturdy body accidentally. Once this peculiarly talented man grew up, it was impossible to imagine the possible levels that he would be able to reach. She started to feel regretful in promising to spare his life after this newfound knowledge. Suffering such tough cultivations and weaving in and out through life and death can make you become like this. Yin repressed messing feelings in his sea of consciousness, slightly clenched his teeth, breathed heavily, and urged, "Do not waste more of the other's time. Quickly bring me to the giant stone ancient city over there. I am afraid that I cannot withstand it any longer." "Damn you, little rascal, what a low-class guy." Uro burst out laughing, shaking her head, and reluctantly said, "Forget it. Wait until we solve the counterattack problem. Then I will interrogate you." Upon her words, Yuro promptly urged the power from her body, bringing Yin to the giant ancient stone city of the demonic Sound Clan. However, at this time, a strong flow of soul vibrations dispelled out from Yin's body. This flow was extremely fierce. It spread out all over his body in a blink and attacked Yuro unexpectedly. The 5 emotions of despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment turned into a flow of vibrating souls, covering the matriarch of the White Wings clan in a very short time. The 5 devils in the Sea of Mind was a strange martial technique from the Blood Vein Ring. It was created by the combination of the negative emotions that dispersed outward from Yan's meridians and his spiritual seal in the Sea of Consciousness. It had not only a part of his consciousness, but also the tremendous soul power. While Yan was talking to Yuro, a crazy idea of killing Yuro sprang to his mind uncontrollably. This idea came up in the Sea of Consciousness that led to the action of the 5 devils in the Sea of Mind. The 5 devils in the Sea of Consciousness had already been restless. They now suddenly became disordered, considered Yuro as a target, and attacked Yuro. Soul attack. Yuro calmly smiled and slightly shook her head. To our wings race, the soul attack is the stupidest move that one could make. The 5 emotions of despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment turned into a subtle beam of souls twisting towards Yuro quickly, wanted to affect Yuro's mind, and put her under the control of these emotions to become a puppet of the 5 devils. Still very bad. Yuro stood motionless while the 5 kinds of emotions went into her head. She whistled slightly all and sudden. Melodious whistle hovered around the forest. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the soul filaments, wiped out the souls which were emitted by the 5 devils completely. Quickly, the soul attack that was projected by the 5 devils was thoroughly obliterated by the whistle without leaving any traces. As soon as Yan's eyes was a little more lucid, he shouted, "Let go of me." "What?" Ryu sickly smiled. "Now, aren't you in a hurry to find girls anymore? Let me go. Let me stabilize first. Because you've already cut those souls, I could escape from the soul counterattack of the Sea of Consciousness successfully. Give me a little more time. I can recover soon." "As you wish." Yuro slightly smiled, then let go of him. Yan's body rolled in the air. His face changed tragically. He urged his profound chi quickly. His eyes scanned around looking for any branches that he could land on. The matriarch of the White Wings clan was hundreds of meters above in the sky. She let go of Yin as he wished, without worrying whether if he would die from his fall or not. "You dared to implement the soul attack upon me. You are brave." Yuro hovered in the air, flapping her snow-white wings. A cold light flashed on and off from her eyes. Crackle, crackle. Rustle, rustle. After constantly breaking more than 10 branches which were as big as a muscular man's arm, Yan's painful body stabilized little by little. In the midst of the ancient tree's leaves, he raised his head, looking at the mesmerizingly beautiful lady in the sky, shouted with anger, "Did you really want me to fall down to my death?" "No." Her snow-white wings swayed. Her mesmerizing straight legs shot a few kicks before descending slowly. She laughed and said, "Aren't you all right?" A strange, hard-to-see light projected from her flapping wings. Crackle, crackle. The branch on which Yin was lying down broke again. He continued to fall down after struggling to stabilize himself from the first fall. His entire body was shaken in extreme pain. "Oh, why did you fall again?" Yuro gently landed with an encouraging smile. "It's not bad. You fell down from up high above and did not die. Little rascal, your body is really sturdy." "Not bad, not bad. I like men with vigorous bodies." "So, do you want to give it a try? I'm good at everything. I can guarantee that you will be satisfied at the ultimate." "Sure," Yin said as he gnashed his teeth and gums. Yuro's watery eyes flashed up a cold light. She said calmly, "I myself want to see as well. If you could do so, do you dare to come closer?" As being the matriarch of the White Wings clan, her strength and rigidity would not be dominated by her beauty. Until now, there was no one who dared to tease and play with her like this. She became angry. but a strange feeling of excitement also appeared at the same time. "What's not to dare?" Yin asked with a cold face. He stood up, rubbed his ass, warmed up a little bit, then approached straight to Yuro. Yuro's snow-white wings on her back retracted quietly. At this moment, the matriarch of the White Wings clan was a little nervous. Her eyes lit up a strange light, calmly stared at Yin, who was coming step by step. Her body projected solemnity and power, which could have been only found from the top-class warriors. Her body had tremendous power, which was enough to backlash and kill Yin. The power slowly dispersed and covered her whole body. Before, when she exposed her solemnity and impetuosity, male warriors had to be well-behaved and felt ashamed in front of her. They did not even dare to look at her, let alone express their lust to her. Even lustful Duo Long had to be well-behaved. He never dared to expose his lust to her directly. She also assumed that Yin was not an exception. When he was approaching step by step, Yin's face was innocent, as if he did not know what was about to happen. He kept walking underneath her violent waves of power without any hesitation. While Yuro still remained leisurely, anxiety lit up in her eyes suddenly. She coldly looked at the big, strong man coming towards her and felt startled weirdly. But at this moment, a satiric smile appeared at the corners of Yin's mouth. He stopped 10 meters away from Yuro, looked at her attentively, and said, "Are you scared?" "Am I scared?" Yuro felt disgraced, coldly laughed, puffed out her big breasts, and said, "I am standing here. If you really dare, come and touch me." A big flow of vibrating power like a whirlwind emerged behind her. The violent and brutal power kept emitting terrifying energy. This was what she was scared of, Yin. "I don't even know what I should be scared of." Yin burst into maniacal laughter and urged the electric shift to advance towards the matriarch of the White Wings clan in just a blink. His big hands stretched out and placed themselves on those big firm breasts of hers without any fear of death. After groping and rubbing her breast strongly for a good while, he shouted before really enjoying this wonderful feeling, "If you kill me, your tribe will never be able to leave this place. Only I can help you and your tribe get out of here." He clearly knew that the Wings race and the demonic Sound clan wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. They would not regret anything to leave this place. Therefore, regardless of how angry the matriarch of the White Wings clan really was, he believed once he mentioned about this, she would be always vigilant. While his hands pressed and massaged her breast deliberately, he shouted all in sudden without daring to enjoy more of the feelings that were aroused from fondling her big, voluptuous breasts. Hello guys, from now on, we will post one chapter every day. Leave me your comments and suggestions. You can also tell me if there is any novel which you would love to be translated. We will check and see if your desire can be satisfied. Have a great day and enjoy this wonderful novel. Chapter 251, Arrogant Bluster. Deep in a forest. Yin's big hand laid on the stunningly round and firm breasts of the matriarch of the White Wings clan. After the terrible, hair-raising scream, he waited for the rage of the hurricane and thunderstorm to come. Unexpectedly, the brutal attack of Yuro did not rise up yet. Yin not only implemented the petrification process, but also used the Dark Shield. At the same time, he quietly circulated profound qi, accumulated all the forces into his body to prevent himself from a murderous strike, which could kill him dreadfully. However, after 10 seconds of anxiously waiting for the violent repercussion attack that was supposed to happen after he had fondled her white, silky breasts, it, finally, did not come as expected. Yin got bewildered, looked at the matriarch of the White Wings clan. He realized with a surprise that her skin had turned red, her eyes were dreamily infatuated, her breath was rushed. She stood still weirdly. Even her retracted snow-white wings trembled slightly before stretching out again. He felt a warm and elastic feeling where his hand was placing. On top of the beautiful bosom perked a grape-sized bead. It was gradually getting bigger. Oh, boom! Tremendous lust was like a volcano exploded. The calmness in Shi Yan's eyes, which had been just recovered, became a burning flame all in sudden. The lusty flame in his body rose up nonstop. In just a moment, Shi Yan lost his mind again. He was totally dominated by lust. His other hand also stretched out and placed upon the round bottom of the noble lady, and rubbed it unceremoniously for a cool while. Suddenly, Shi Yan embraced her tighter and bit her pink-red lips. Fragrance struck to his nose. A mesmerizing feeling shook him, as if there was an electronic current running inside of him. It was extremely pleasurable. Shi Yan was nibbling on the beautiful cherry blossom lips of the White Wing clan's matriarch. His two hands were not free. Instead, they constantly caressed her body, freely disgracing this habitated lady satisfactorily. Yu gasped, hardly breathed when being compelled to kiss Shi Yan. She could not stand but moan. The matriarch of the White Wings clan had never been violated by any man before. After letting out a moan, her mind that was immersing in a deep valley recovered rapidly. Her beautiful, dreamy eyes flashed up a cold, threatening light. Right after that, a tremendous flow of power from her delicate body exploded gushingly out. Boom! It was as if Shi Yan was being compacted by a mountain. His body was like a kite, with its broken string blew far away by the wind. He spat out a mouthful of blood while his body was still in the air. The dark shield in his body was broken. His skin and flesh were torn. After falling down, his whole body's energy was agitated and extremely messy. You dare! You dare! The face of the White Wings clan's matriarch was cold and grim. The murderous look in her eyes was like a real sharp sword shooting outwards. Shi Yan's entire body did not have any energy anymore. All kinds of forces were stirring up and about. He wanted to move, but he could not use even a single beam of power. He could only stare at the dazzling sunbeam advancing without being able to do anything. His body got seriously injured just in a blink. The five devils in the sea of consciousness, on the contrary, were more restful. They no longer dared to revolt at this particularly critical moment. I can help the Wings race get out of here, Shi Yan said through his clenched teeth. If I am dead, you will have to stay here forever. The beautiful eyes of the White Wings clan's matriarch flared up a strange white light. Her gruff feeling started to cool down little by little. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. White lights which were advancing toward Shi Yan abruptly diverted. They zoomed over the two sides of Shi Yan's ears and intensively shot into the ground. Shi Yan let out a sigh silently, wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth. He said without fear, "You are so mesmerizing. Don't blame me. Any man in front of you will not be able to control himself. It is unbelievable that you have never been experienced in any relations between a man and a woman. Actually, I have earned a good bargain." In this situation, Shi Yan did not even try to be pitiable. Instead, he also dared to say perverse words. Such a formidable lust indeed. Sharp backfire from Yu struck out Shi Yan in a blink of an eye. Strange lights from her eyes shot out uncontrollably. If it wasn't for Shi Yan's timely scream, even if he could avoid it for one time, he would not be able to avoid it for the second time. Although his body was intensively firm, he would not have been able to bear it. You deserve to die. Yu breathed hastily. Her eyes sparked a cold light. Her body was full of sharp, murderous look. She gritted her teeth fiercely while glaring at Shi Yan. She was so angry that her delicate body shivered slightly. Shi Yan slowly sat up. His skin and flesh were torn up. Fresh blood ran freely all over his body. However, confronting Yu's furious glare, he bloomed a bright smile. Death is worth it. You are too mesmerizing. Even if I have to die to kiss you, I would still be happy to do it. Yu's snow-white wings slightly wavered. Her graceful body moved forward to Shi Yan. A white sword which was condensed and refined by profound qi emerged on her palm. She put it to Shi Yan's throat, looking at him with cold and dreary eyes. She said with an icy voice, "You are really not scared of being dead?" "Yes," Yin burst into laughing and calmly nodded. Of course, I'm scared of being dead, but I know you will not kill me. Haha, I'm the first man who ever kissed you, aren't I? You still dare to say? Uro was suddenly convulsive. She was so agitated that she burst into laughter. You really think I won't dare to kill you? Even if I didn't kill you now, wait and see after you break the shelter. Because of what you have done today, I will not only kill you, but also make you die miserably. By that time, you will know that falling into my hands will be worse than duolongs. I believe it. Yin nodded his head and said deliberately, I know that your cultivation stage is higher than duolongs. If you really want to kill me, I absolutely cannot die easily. Uro's beautiful eyes were dazed in a short time. The more she looked at the boastful guy in front of her, the angrier she got. The little detestable rascal was really lusty and did not care about life or death while disgracing her. He freely did disgraceful things to her flawless, virgin body. She regretted not being able to cut Yin into thousands of pieces, but she knew this was not the time to kill him. For the wings race to get the hell out of this damn place, she definitely had to be patient. You are really mesmerizing, Yin softly mumbled. He slowly moved his neck out of the attacking area of the dazzling light sword in Uro's hand while observing carefully her expression. After being safe from that dangerous sword, he stood up quickly. Uro's arm, with the sword on her hand, stretched straight out while looking at him with a frigid smile. She withdrew the sword slowly after a little bit hesitation. After releasing a sigh of relief in silence, Yan's eyes flared up. He suddenly moved one step forward, held the white, jade-like hand of this charming, noble lady determinately, and said, As things have already happened, will you then be my girl? You, the matriarch of White Wings clan, suddenly waved her arms strongly and glared at him furiously. You crazy little rascal. You wanted to be your girl. I have never met any insanely dreamy man like you. What do you have? What can you give me? Based on what reasons do you dream to have me? Only because that you've kissed me? Uro sickly smiled. Her eyes were very cold. She constantly calmed herself down and pulled herself together because she could not kill him now. Your cultivation should be at the first sky of the spirit realm. Yin smiled leisurely and said, This is really a terrifying realm. I only have the earth realm cultivation. The gap between you and me is the nirvana realm and sky realm. It should take hundreds of years for an ordinary man to go through these two realms. Most people cannot reach these two levels in their entire life. Uro got dazed, looked at Yin astonishingly, then said, You are not stupid. You clearly know the difference between us two, yet still dare to say rubbish. Based on what? I can surely reach the spirit realm in 50 years maximum. Yin shouted, I will surpass you in 60 years at most. Ha ha. Uro burst into laughter till she cried after hearing what he'd said. She pointed to Yin with a mocking face. 50 years to reach the spirit realm. 60 years to surpass me. Ha, that is so funny. I have never seen any dreamy, arrogant man like you. Nowadays, are all the guys in the outside world short-sighted like you? No, that's not it. Yin shook his head. Ordinary men in front of you do not even dare to come close to you, not to mention daring to disgrace you regardless of being alive or dead. Uro's mocking face loosened. Very good. You are more daring than the others indeed. But this doesn't mean anything. I think an ordinary Earth Realm warrior would totally explode to dead with one of your uncontrollable backfires. It is actually also hard for a Nirvana Realm warrior to still be alive. However, look, I am still standing in front of you. Uro's beautiful eyes brightened. As she got stunned by Yin's weird behavior, she had not noticed this. When Yin reminded her of this fact, she realized the fact that Yin was still alive was a miraculous magic itself. She trusted her strength completely. She knew how tremendous the power of her ruthless strike was. Exactly as what Yin had said, not to mention an Earth Realm warrior. Even a Nirvana Realm warrior would be certainly dead under her strike. But Yin was still standing in front of her and boasting. You really are competent, Uro had to admit. But your crazy aspirations do not match with your current capabilities. If you had the spirit realm now, I would have considered your proposal. Sure, Yin had a little headache. He knew that in this place, neither the demonic Sound Clan nor the Wings race had any good intentions for him. He did not believe in the previous promises that Dishan and Uro had made. He knew that after he had broken the shelters, death surely awaited him. He had dared to disgrace and disturb Uro was because he hoped this would remain as a special feeling in Uro's heart. If Uro had a little crush on him, his chances of survival would be a bit better. After having realized this experience with the beautiful lady who had never tasted such sexual affections, he was more confident in carrying on his plan. However, when having started his plan for real, he had realized that it was much too difficult. Regardless of how much he tried to convince her, she was still unchanged. How difficult it is, body, Uro suddenly covered her mouth, shouted in surprise. Her beautiful eyes lit up a strange light, as if she was witnessing a magical thing. As Yin bowed his head down to see, he realized the immortal martial spirit was starting its efficiency. The wound's healing speed was fantastically remarkable. Immortal God King, you are the descendant of the 3 God Kingses from the ancient time. The matriarch of White Wings clan was stunned for a while before screaming astonishingly. Her eyes flickered, her beautiful face was totally frightened, and her graceful body slightly trembled. Chapter 252, God's Will. Yin stood still in front of her. Even though he was motionless, the wounds on his body were healing with a remarkable speed. After a moment, all the open wounds closed completely. There were only a few blood scars on his chest, and they were also gradually fading. After the immortal martial spirit had entered the 3rd phase, the recovering speed of Yan's body was much faster than before. While fighting with other people, his wounds could heal immediately, which could keep him immortal. The matriarch of White Wings clan was astonished, looked at him in a daze. She mumbled, "Immortal God King, is it really the will of God?" Yin squinted. A big question mark appeared in his mind. He did not know why the matriarch of White Wings clan had such a drastic reaction. Did the god's blood of the 3 God Kings in the ancient time possibly have anything related to the Wings race? With that thought, he hesitated for a while before saying, "I have the immortal martial spirit. The god's blood running inside of my body is indeed similar to the god's blood of the 3 God Kings. Is this somehow also related to you?" Uro's eyes regained calmness. She nodded after a little hesitation. Demonic Sound Clan and Wings race had great gratitude for the 3 God Kings in the ancient time. Without their help, our 2 races would not have been deported here, but exterminated instead. Yin was agitated. Uro raised her head up, looked at him with a strange face. She thought for a while, and said with some confusion, "These occurrences had been mentioned in an ancient book which belonged to our ancestors. That year, the 2 races were deported to this place and could not get out of here until this very moment. The ancestors of the 2 races used to swear that if the 3 God Kings or their descendants could help the 2 races get out of here, the 2 races would crown him and obey him forever." "What?" Yan's eyes brightened instantly. He said with a smile, "As you said, if I can help your 2 races get out of this damn place, according to your ancestors' guidance, you will have to serve me like a master? Am I misunderstanding it?" Uro miserably smiled and nodded her head. "According to ancestors' guidance, if you can really accomplish this feat, we will serve you as if you were our master indeed. Just that it has been such a very long time, many things have changed. Our ancestors have been long gone. Because that time was much too long ago. I'm not sure if everyone still follows the ancestors' guidance." Yin was surprised, thought for a while. He then looked at Uro with blazing eyes and asked, "First, disregard the other people. How about you? Will you follow the ancestors' guidance?" I don't know." The matriarch of White Wings clan slightly shook her head, murmuring to herself, "Is it really the will of gods? Is it because the ancestors had broken their oath for the first time that the crossing to the 3 God King realm is happening now? If not, Why does that little rascal have heaven flame, and how come he has the blood of the descendants of the god kings in ancient time? Is it destiny? Some things have been soon defined. The matriarch of White Wings clan mumbled with a panicked face. She felt as if she was deeply immersed in a huge maze, struggling inside of her own mind. The three god kings in the ancient time, besides the immortal god king, who were the other two? Shurian suddenly asked. Before, although the ice-cold flame had mentioned about the god's blood, it still had been very ambiguous. Anyway, it was a very long time ago. It was not easy to find a person who had information about the ancient times. He did not want to let this chance slip by easily. Besides the immortal god king, the other gods were the true dragon god king and the heaven poison god king. They had the true dragon god constitution and the heaven poison god constitution. The true dragon god king could take the form of the god dragon and possess the strength of the god dragon, who was extremely mighty. The blood of the heaven poison god king could poison any living creatures. A drop of his god's blood could poison the entire sea, eroding all creatures inside of it. When a matriarch of White Wings clan talked about the three god kings' hidden information, she looked very serious. Her voice was deliberately earnest. Her face was full of respect. The three god kings were the summit of the existence in the ancient time. Without their defenses, our two races should have perished. Therefore, even though the two races have been deported here, we were still very thankful. Our gratitude towards them has been carried on throughout every generation in order to forever engrave their merits. That's good. Shurian smiled. If Dishan, Duo Long, and the other leaders follow their ancestors' guidance, once I help you get out of this damn place, all of you will serve me as your master. Haha, that is perfect. Eshu, such a good dream. Yuro shook her head while scolding at him. Those people have wicked intentions. They will not be content with it. Their positions are high and noble. They absolutely will not lay eyes on you. Except if your stage and strengths are higher than theirs. Only then may they follow the ancestors' guidance reluctantly. But you are only at the Earth realm. You are clearly a stupid dreamer if you want them to submit to you. Yuro stopped a bit, then continued. You'd better not show the immortal god king attributes. Otherwise you will bring death upon yourself much faster. I will first ask Dishan to see his attitude regarding the ancestors' guidance. If Dishan is willing to follow it, you may still have some hope. But if Dishan does not want to abide by the ancestors' guidance, you should not have any further thoughts. After her words, Yuro grabbed Shurian again and flew up towards the giant stone ancient city of the demonic Sound clan without saying anything else. On the wall of the ancient city, the outstanding geniuses of the new generation of the Kiara Sea, Chao Zhilan, Guling Long, Pan Zhe, and Chu Yanqing were all confined in a cage, wearing gloomy faces and dreary eyes. In the Kiara Sea, these people were on the top of the combat list. Normally, their families often possessed noble statuses and had servants for everything. However, in this place, they were just common prisoners, could be killed at any single given moment by their jailers. The feelings of hopelessness made them lose their previous inherited arrogance. They were now a group of people with bowed heads and necks retracted, retreated to a single corner with fear more than ever. Yaji rubbed his chin. His dull eyes kept sweeping about Chao Zhilan's and Guling Long's alluring bodies. It seemed he was considering a good time to take these two girls. Chao Zhilan and Guling Long both had powerful martial spirit on their bodies, which was very useful for his cultivation. Although Chu Yanqing's appearance had nothing special, the energy in her body was very peculiar. Yaji felt that there should be some hidden secrets in her body. Thus, he also planned to unclothe her to see if there was something hidden underneath her clothes. The two girls, Shuefei and Siyu, were on the other side, talking to each other in a low tone, sometimes glancing at the people being confined in the cage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the sky, some figures suddenly descended on the wall near Yaji. Besides Kaba, Yimeng, Etianimo, there was also Dishan of Black Wings clan. Dishan's arrival surprised Yaji, Isiyu Bai, and Shuefei greatly. They hastily kowtowed respectfully. As being the patriarch of Black Wings clan, Dishan had not only strong powers, but also an unimaginably high cultivation. Whenever Demonic Sound Clan and Wings race had a conflict, Dishan's decision was always the most important and the final one. His utterance of a single sentence could turn the entire Demonic Sound Clan into a sea of blood. That was why Demonic Sound Clan's people were really scared of him. After Dishan arrived, he squinted, glancing at Chao Jilan, Guling Long, and Chu Yin Qing, then frigidly asked, "Are these the three female prisoners?" These three female prisoners." Yu Meng nodded his head. "Wait until that little rascal arrives. Let him take them." Dishan slightly nodded and coldly said, "That little rascal really has good tastes. These three human grown-up girls are actually beautiful. Such exceptional beauties." Chao Jilan's beautiful face changed slightly. She sat up in silence, glanced at Chu Yin Qing, and listened concentratedly. Chu Yin Qing's and Guling Long's eyes also changed. Their faces were a little frightened. They turned their bodies to listen to the conversations of the pagans with an insecure feeling. Since these girls had been captured and confined, although they encountered many troubles, they still have each other's back. Therefore, they felt insecure but not too much terrified. However, this time was different. The targets of these Wings races people were obviously themselves. Therefore, the three girls started to be worried and felt frightened. They did not know how their lives would turn out after all. "Father, this thing?" Yaji spoke up after hesitating for a while. A little discontent appeared in his eyes. "These three human prisoners have been captured by me, you see." "Stop talking nonsense," Yu Meng coldly shouted. "You will not dream of them any longer. Everything is done." "Father," Yaji shouted. "Your son is not satisfied?" Dishan smirked, glanced at Yu Meng frigidly. "You cannot even handle your own son." Yu Meng's face turned pale. He angrily looked at Yaji. Yaji's body suddenly calmed down, nodded his head enduringly, bowed his head, and said, "Father, I understand. I will listen to your direct order." Chao Jilan looked at Dishan and asked fearlessly, "What have you arranged for us?" Dishan was a little astonished, looked at her weirdly, and said, "You are brave. No worries. We will not kill you. We only need your bodies." The three female prisoners, Chao Jilan, Guling Long, and Chu Yin Qing, suddenly changed their facial expressions. Their gentle bodies trembled. Their eyes were full of anger and disgrace. Compared to being killed, losing your virginity is extremely lucky. Dishan's face was emotionless. It is not the Wings races or the Demonic Sound Clan's men who will do the deed. Instead, that guy is also of the same race as you all. This is your fortune. Same race. Guling Long was astonished, asked urgently, "Who?" "You will know soon." Dishan smiled wickedly. He did not mention anything about Shi Yin. The three girls looked at each other. They seemed to know vaguely who it was, but did not dare to continue asking. Zoom, zoom, zoom. The sound of flapping wings came up to the people's ears. Not long after that, a white lightning zoomed overhead. As the lightning zoomed over, the matriarch of the White Wings clan gently descended from the sky with Shi Yin in her hand. After throwing Shi Yin onto the floor without regarding his pain, Yuro sickly smiled, had a quick glance at the three female prisoners. She then laughed out loud and said, "His tastes are not bad. Every of these three girls is very beautiful. The girl with the mask is also charming. This little rascal is a lusty devil indeed." It is you?" Yaji's body agitated again. His eyes were full of resentment. The three female prisoners, Chao Jilan, Guling Long, and Chu Yin Qing, could not help but tremble, looked at Shi Yin, who had just fallen down to the ground. All of them goggled at him, not knowing what to do with the target that they had initially chased. Chapter 253, Desire Wealth in Shigir. Shi Yin fell down to the ground, warmed up his arms and legs for a while, and turned towards the others, sickly smiled, then looked at Chao Jilan and others confined in the cage. The moment Shi Yin appeared, Chao Jilan, Chu Yin Qing, and Guling Long felt as if their world had collapsed. A long pursuing way from the Vault Sea area to here, before having entered the Abyss battlefield. In the combat with the Ying family, they had gone through many losses. It had not been easy to enter the Abyss battlefield. Inside this collapsing castle, because of a sudden outbreak of Shurians, they again suffered serious losses. Thinking again carefully, Chao Zhilan realized that since their initial confrontations with Shurian, their chi was constantly decreasing, and that they could never occupy anything from Shurian's body. Currently, they were being confined in this damn place. Shurian, on the contrary, became the distinguished guest of this pagan race, could not only talk but laugh freely with Dishan, patriarch of the pagan race, and also be rewarded by them. What had happened? They were all human beings. Why was there such a big difference between them and Shurian? Not only Chao Zhilan and the others wanted to vomit blood, but Yaji was also very angry. He had wanted to ask something, but had been stopped by Yimeng, very unhappily. Sure, Shurian, ECU, by bewildered, her beautiful face turned red. Hey, these 3 female prisoners are for you. The faces of Chao Zhilan and the others slightly changed. Everyone clenched their teeth and gums. Nodded smiling, Shurian coldly looked at Chao Zhilan. You did not expect that this could have ever happened, didn't you? Sooner or later, you will not die easily. Chao Zhilan's graceful body shivered a little. Angriness and panic flared up in her eyes. If you dare to disgrace us, even in being a ghost, I will never forgive you. Being a ghost? Shurian burst into laughter. I am afraid that you will not even have a chance to be a ghost. If I had wanted to kill you, I definitely would have made both your soul and spirit perish, never transmigrate. Thus, even in being a ghost, you cannot and will not take revenge on me. When speaking these sentences, Shurian's expression was cheerful, talking as if crushing people to ashes and perishing people's souls and spirits were just as common pleasures. Dishan raised his eyebrows and nodded his head. Little rascal, you are very cruel. No wonder why you have so many pursuers, but you are still alive. That is obvious. If not, he would not have had the heaven flame. The patriarch of the Black Wings clan slowly stepped towards to the cage, confining Chao Zhilan and the others, and swung his arm. Different currents of silver lights, like a chain of clouds, went into the cage, then alternately crept into the bodies of Chao Zhilan, Chu Yinqing, and Gu Linglong. The 3 of them were very frightened. Boom! The cage broke, leaving a hole. 3 people, Chao Zhilan and the other 2, felt as if they were being grabbed by an invisible hand, floating out of the cage toward Shurian, and slowly descended in front of him. The 3 female prisoners stood up. Their charming bodies slightly trembled. The brightness in their eyes faded. Their entire body's energy was gradually being sealed. Currently, these 3 girls have no more powers to use, and are like ordinary people, so they cannot harm you. Yuro smiled, mildly looked at Shurian. From now on, you can freely violate them as you wish. Haha, for the future of our 2 races, sacrificing these 3 girls was still a very good bargain. Yimeng's expression was musing. There flashed up a godlight between his eyebrows. 3 peculiar souls flew out, and then crept into the point between the eyebrows of the 3 female prisoners. Chao Zhilan's face showed pain. She definitely could not stand it, and held her head moaning. I put the death-binding thought into their heads. If they have suicidal intentions, that seal will spread out, and their bodies will be motionless. Yimeng sickly smiled, speaking to Shurian. You can be comfortable with using their bodies freely, without having to worry about them committing suicide. Shurian was surprised, smiled, and nodded. Thank you. Rotter. Chao Zhilan and other 2 simultaneously shouted. There was full of resentment in their eyes. They resented Shurian to the bone. If they could have gotten out of the constraint, they would perhaps have risked their lives in killing Shurian. No need. You just need to destroy the shelters well for our 2 races. Not even mentioning these 3 female prisoners. Even the demonic Sound Clan's girls can also be yours as easily as flipping your hand. Yimeng harumphed coldly. But if you cannot help our 2 races, haha, I will make you feel as if it was better to die than to live. Don't waste more time. Dishan frowned, showing his impatience. This little rascal's cultivation progress is related closely with our two races' future. I will temporarily stay here, watching his progress." The matriarch of White Wings clan gently smiled. "I think everyone should try a little harder. I remember that our two races have some useful things for the progress of this human warrior stage. Because of everyone's benefit, I think we should be more generous." Shurian's face became excited, laughing out loud. Dishan, Kaba, and the others looked at one another. Everyone had a freakish face, their eyes kept moving. The White Wings clan has the white jade spirit fruits, which has a big effect on stabilizing one's mental state. The white jade spirit fruit has been refined for more than 1,000 years and produced only 3 fruits at a single time. I have commanded my people to bring one here. For the welfare of our two races, we've already given our fortune, Yuro smiled and said. Upon her words, the faces of Dishan and the others drastically changed. White jade spirit fruit, Yiji, DCU Bai, Shui Fei, and the youths of a new generation of the demonic sound clan could not stand screaming terribly. Yiji's eyes showed a sense of conspicuous greed. The white jade spirit fruit was the pagan treasure of the White Wings clans. It could only have been produced in an abandoned area where the sun-moon spirit was prevented. Each of the white jade spirit fruit was extremely precious. It was highly useful for stabilizing and nourishing the soul. Even though the Wings race had difficulty in soul cultivation, using one of the white jade spirit fruit could have made a great breakthrough in one's soul mental state. For the people of the demonic sound clan, the white jade spirit fruit was even more precious. They were natural experts in soul cultivation. Thus, after using one white jade spirit fruit, their soul accomplishment would have grown tremendously. After Baby of the demonic sound clan was born, and in using one of the white jade spirit fruit, their soul would be remodeled, directly reaching the strength of a warrior at the stage of disaster. This was a miraculous treasure which could make a soul mutate. In this abandoned land, the white jade spirit fruit of the White Wings clan was absolutely an extremely precious treasure, which had a great attraction to either the Wings race or the demonic sound clan. Yuro had gotten crazy. She dared to take one white jade spirit fruit just because of one human guy? Was she really public-spirited and selfless like this? For the two races' future, she really devoted a fortune. Yiji breathed hastily. His face turned purple with rage and glanced at Shur Yan abnormally fiercely, regretting that he could not have put Tenim in his mouth and devoured him. Such a waste of a heavenly gift. Such a disgrace to a heavenly gift. What qualifications did that little human rascal have? How come is it that he could have a white jade spirit fruit? What is it that the matriarch of the White Wings clan want to do? Could it be that she has a crush on this little rascal? Hasn't it been said that the matriarch of the White Wings clan should always be pure, that she could not be married her entire life? Many thoughts glided in his mind. Yiji was angrily clenching his teeth and said to himself that if he had a white jade spirit fruit, he would efficiently make the most use of this fruit in increasing his power to become one level higher. What a pity. Matriarch Yuro, you are not kidding? Kaba's face was extremely weird with wide-opened eyes. This little human rascal is worthy enough for you to use one of the treasures of the White Wings clan? Yameng, Itianamo, and Dishan were also astonished, looking at Yuro. At first, Shurian had not known about the wonder of this white jade spirit fruit, but after carefully observing Yiji, Kaba, and the others, he understood that the white jade spirit fruit was a marvelous treasure. If not, these people would not have been that surprised with such strange faces. What had Yuro wanted to do? Hadn't I just played with her just a little, and she already has a big crush on me? Did I really have such a big, lustful attraction like that? Shurian thought to himself, but kept back all his astonished feelings with an indifferent face and pretended not to know anything about the white jade spirit fruit. Didn't you see that the change of the sound Beast Mountain was really strange? Yuro's eyes were gradually getting severe. She spoke with a serious face. The control style outside the sound Beast Mountain has been bigger and bigger. The control style inside of it has been also getting stronger and stronger. do you not really think of anything? Shouldn't the ancestors of the two races have had already shared the same thoughts about this anomaly? Dishan, Yimeng, Etionmo, and Kaba were shocked, seeming to realize something in a sudden. Their eyes were now full of fear. You were saying? Dishan wanted to say something, but stopped, glanced at others nearby, and finally did not continue. I think this should be it. Yuro smiled miserably. This is our only chance, but maybe also a route towards our utter destruction. What to do specifically, I think everyone already had your plans. I will go back to the Blackwings clan. In 5 days max, I will come back with a Blackhead Lotus. I hope you will not disappoint me. Dishan's face was a little confused, staring at Shurien. He then swung his arm, leaving. Huge black wings flapped a couple of times, and his shadow had completely disappeared. Blackhead Lotus. Yaji felt cotton-mouthed and swallowed constantly. His eyes sparked peculiar lights. His facial expression was that of half smiling and the other half crying. On the city wall, the youths of the demonic Sound clan, including Shui Fei and ECU Bai, were shocked. Their eyes lit up, bewilderedly looked at Shurien. Their faces were as fierce as if they had wanted to devour him. Dishan stopped by Duo Long and convinced him to offer a bottle of the Heaven Fountain concentrated water. Yuro looked towards Dishan's leaving direction and hastily said to him. Dishan had disappeared out of sight, but his voice sent out from afar. Okay, what? Yaji, Shui Fei, and ECU Bai could not stand anymore, loudly screaming like seeing ghosts in the daytime, and looked toward Shurien with a face which could not be any weirder. This is really... The youths of the demonic Sound clan mumbled, extremely frightened, and seemed to be violently shocked. Cough, cough, Bidionimo, looking a little ashamed, turned towards Yuro awkwardly and said, You all know, the good places in this abandoned land have all been conquered by the Wings race. The three of us have nothing to offer. It is not that we don't want to participate, but only... Yimeng and Kaba were also slightly embarrassed, constantly smiled miserably, showing their indigent gesture. I know. You are a little poor indeed, but all the good things here exactly do not belong to you, but Yimeng and the other two were silent, waiting for her idea. The soul knowledge of the demonic Sound clan is much better than that of the Wings race. Yuro smiled and deliberately said, Regarding soul cultivation, the demonic Sound clan has many favorite comprehensions. To the Wings race, they are useless, but to this little rascal, they are very useful. What I meant was for the three of you chieftains to open up the secret scripture sources for this little rascal to perceive. You have already known that the stage progress cannot lack these soul comprehensions, haven't you now? The three chieftains' faces changed and simultaneously said, How can it be? The favorite soul comprehension of demonic Sound clan is our tribe's essence. How could we let a human being learn further about it? Yimeng was shocked for a while, suddenly stood up, and said, If he knows the secrets of the demonic Sound clan, and once he progresses, doesn't that mean that he will become the whole tribe Shiger? ECU Bai and Shui Fei were also incomprehensive and frightened. They understood the advantage of the demonic Sound clan, although the demonic Sound clan was in an unfavorable position. Thanks to the soul accomplishment, they were a murderous attack on humankind. Their soul secrets could have easily removed the protesting ability of the human warriors OT the same level. On Shurien's body, there was already the Heaven Flame, which was the nemesis of the demonic Sound clan. Once he knew about the secrets of the demonic Sound clan, it would have become very difficult for them if, and when they had wanted to use those soul secrets to control and kill him. If one day Shurien could have reached the heaven-level stage, there would not be any top-class warriors of the demonic Sound clan who could be able to defeat him. If that day actually came, then Shurien could totally rely on his abilities to enslave the entire demonic Sound clan. This was an extremely fearful thing. If he does not quickly progress, death will come even faster to demonic Sound clan. It is not necessary to wait for him to reach the stage of which you are scared of. The demonic Sound clan should have perished before that. Yuro coldly harumphed. Her eyes suddenly became furious. Stupid little rascal. When we are talking, you better shut up. Yaji was terrified, quickly silent, and bowed his head without daring to look at Uro. What did you say? The matriarch of White Wings clan was cheerful again, looked at Etionimo, and said, "You can't also not understand the situation. Okay, I will open my sole secret source for him." Etionimo hesitated a little. He was the first one to agree. Although in their hearts, Yameng and Kaba didn't want to do it, but thinking about the strange change of the sound Beast Mountain made them felt chilled to the bones. They reluctantly agreed, followed Etionimo in giving a difficult decision, and nodded their heads. The expression of Chao Zhilan, Guling Long, and Chu Yanqing were very shocked. These consecutive upheavals made them feel as lost as the mists around them. They did not know what it was that Shi Yin had done for them that made these two races voluntarily sacrificing their belongings, not only fulfilled in giving him whatever he had wanted, but also offered him their most valuable treasures. In these pagan tribes' eyes, Shi Yin was even closer to them than that of their biological fathers. On the contrary, they were also from the outside, but had become their prisoners. Although they had not been killed, they were to be offered to Shi Yin, and became tools for him to give vent, sexually, to do whatever it was that he pleased to his heart's content. Comparing between the two different conditions, Chao Zhilan felt so distressed that she had wanted to vomit out blood several times, and silently cursed that God was unfair. That's it. This thing can be easily solved. Uro was deliberate. So, it is the three of you arrange a house for this little rascal to stay. I will choose to include the secret scriptures be a part of your scripture sources. Of course, I will not see your secret scriptures. You will be with me while I select them. Is it okay? Yameng, Kaba, and Etionimo did not want it all, 1,000 times over, but they could not do anything else but to agree. In the middle of the place where the three of us are staying, there's a house there, not far from us. Let's arrange for him to stay there. Etionimo was thoughtful for a while, then nodded, talking to ECU by. You bring Matriarch Uro and Shi Yin to that house. Let's arrange for him first. Then we will see to them later. Yes, Father. ECU by nodded her head with a confused face. Whatever she could imagine, she would have never expected that Shi Yin had not only not have been killed by Duo Long, but was also escorted back by Uro and Dishan. Furthermore, Dishan and Uro, the patriarch and matriarch of the Wings race, their behavior toward Shi Yin was unusual. They did not even regret the treasures that they gave to Shi Yin. What was it all about? Siyubai felt her head get heavier. She thought about the time when Shi Yin had timorously looked around in the forest, impossibly done anything, being controlled by her sole secret skill. But now, looking at all the treats, she did not know what was the best to say instantly. Little girl, you lead the way. The matriarch of the White Wings clan coolly smiled, pointed to the three girls Chao Zhilan, Guling Long, and Chu Yanqing. A long colored ribbon flew out of her sleeve and tied up the three female prisoners. Uro, on one hand, pulled the ribbon as if she was walking her pets, and brought these three female prisoners flying up to the sky. Her other hand held Shi Yin's arm. She was quick, but still deliberate, joking with Shi Yin in a low tone. Little rascal, it is not that I am helping you. I am helping our two races. If you don't put effort, don't blame Dishan and us for tearing off your skin. Ida, whatever, I have to thank you. It was so unexpected of you that you could have earned such a big benefit. Don't worry, I will be nice to you. Be nice to me? Little rascal, you really don't care about life or death. If you are not useful anymore now, I will instantly make you wish to die than to live. Don't be so serious. I know you treat me well. Hi, don't worry. Because of you, I will try to break through soon, have stronger forces to control Heaven Flame, and help you break the shelters of Sound Beast Mountain. I hope you really have that kind of power. If not, no one can protect you. Not long after that, a mighty stone castle 50 meters high appeared in front of Shi Yin. ECU Bai was in front. After descending the castle, she waved towards Uro. Uro took Shi Yin and the three female prisoners along, and followed ECU Bai's signal to land on the highest floor of the castle. ECU Bai was standing in the middle of a big hall like the size of a basketball court, pointing to each of the tightly closed stone doors nearby, and introduced to Yu Ro and Shi Yin. There are 9 rooms here. There are places for the toilette for. It's all right. Yu Ro swung her arm, preventing Siyu Bai to continue, and threw the 3 female prisoners down, not caring about them falling down dizzily. You, go back. I'll prepare a little. Then I will go see your father to check on the submission of the soul secrets. Now go and tell your father in advance. Yes. ECU Bai did not dare to say more, nodded, and confusingly looked at Shi Yin, slightly sighed, then quickly left. Oh, little rascal, you are good. That girl seems to pay special attention to you. Did you also have something to do with Tianmo's daughter already? Who? Shi Yin pretended innocently. Hi. Yu Ro slight smiled and swayed her white jade-like hand. The colored ribbons that were wrapped around the 3 female prisoners sneaked back in her sleeve like a snake, flipped up her sleeve, and the matriarch of the White Wings clan indifferently said, I know your sea of consciousness temporarily is not unusual. It is just really special. The 5 anomalous souls were not restless, always possibly causing any upheavals. I leave these 3 female prisoners to you. If they are not enough, I will have a solution to find more. I will also go get the soul secret scriptures of the demonic sound clan for you. I'll get you everything that you need. You will not lack of anything. I only hope that you can increase your stage as soon as possible. We can't wait for so long. Is it possible that the Sound Beast Mountain will have an upheaval? Shi Yin probingly asked. Slightly nodding, Yu Ro said, I will not hide from you. Currently, the Sound Beast Mountain is very special indeed. It is highly possible for it to have a major change. Once that change occurs, our 2 races can perish. To be exact, once the Sound Beast Mountain has had an upheaval, this abandoned land will not exist. It will then mean that you will also hardly avoid the deaths that will exist as well. Shi Yin, surprised, ceased a while, inhaled a deep breath, then continued. Finally, I know why Di Shan and the others were so generous. I want you to know that your stage progress is related not only to the safety of the 2 races, but also of your safety. Therefore, because of your life, you should put more effort in doing it. Otherwise, even if we had wanted for you to be alive, we do not have the ability to do so. Yu Ro seriously said. I know. Shi Yin nodded his head. Okay, I won't talk more. These 3 female prisoners cannot resist. While cultivating, if there is anything unusual, you can give vent to them at any time. You can even do it until they die, as long as you're okay with it. And if they do die, I can find other girls for you. You only need to break through quickly. Yu Ro looked straight to the 3 prisoners, Chao Jilan and the other 2. Her words were very cold-hearted. In her eyes, those 3 girls were merely tools. Faces of the 3 leader-to-be of the Endless Sea were gloomy after hearing of Yu Ro's words. Their charming bodies slightly trembled, but there was not any reactions. You ought to take care of yourself. Yu Ro flapped her wings, her body gently swayed, and slowly flew away. This place is very quiet, also very safe. You don't need to be worried at all. Just focus on your cultivation. Yu Ro's voice slowly sent out. Her figure had already been gone. In the huge hall, Shi Yin mused, thinking of something. 5 meters away, the 3 girls Chao Jilan, Guling Long, and Shu Yanqing were anxious and insecure. Sitting on a stone surface, they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Time passed. Shi Yin still did not talk. Chao Jilan's beautiful face was toneless, silently looking at Shi Yin. After waiting for quite a long time, Shi Yin still did not have any intentions in talking. She impatiently cleared her throat. Being awake while meditating, Shi Yin frowned and coldly looked at the 3 female prisoners and said, Your destinies are too bad. I know that you just luckily stepped on some dog shit. Guling Long clenched her teeth and resentfully looked at him. I can't believe you're such a rotter, not only in cooperating with the pagan tribes, but also wanting to help those crazy pagan people get out of here. Do you know what you are doing? Making me angry is not a wise thing to do. Shi Yin smiled. His figure zoomed over, landing in front of Guling Long. stretched his hand, rubbing Gu Linglong's soft white chin with a lusty look, and said, "You know, I can always disgrace you here. No one here can say a word." Gu Linglong's face slightly changed, and suddenly threw a punch toward Shi Yin, but forgot that her energy had been lost. When her small punch dashed out, she had felt very painful. Very unruly. I hope that when I play with you, you're also crazy like this." Shi Yin coldly smiled, boldly squeezing Gu Linglong's soft breast for a while. Small but very resilient. It indeed matches with your name, Linglong." Gu Linglong could not stand the pain moving backwards. Tears flooded in her eyes, and stared at Shi Yin resentfully. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Maybe your family can still have a chance, but you definitely don't." Shi Yin's expression was cold-hearted. His figure quickly zoomed and appeared right behind Gu Linglong's back. His big hand slapped one of her round but cheeks and coolly said, "But they're big. Not bad. I will take good care of you." "Enough. Bully a girl who cannot even tie up a chicken. What kind of man are you?" Qi Yanqing's eyes were full of anger. She could not stand not shouting. "Oh!" Shi Yin burst into laughing. "At the beginning, nearly 100 guys have pursued us. Hasn't it been courageous? Is it Qu Yanqing, goddess of the heaven, lake, divine land? Do you remember in Monroe Island how you treated me and Yin? At that time, in your eyes, we were nothing like an ant that could be crushed to death?" Qu Yanqing's eyes slightly changed. She obviously remembered what had happened in Monroe Island. At first, she had not known about the status of Shi Yin and Xia Yin. In order to get the secret of the Xianbing Han Yin, she had put Shi Yin and Xia Yin to death, finally letting Shi Yin fall into an icy deep abyss that made the Ying family very angry. The Heaven Lake Divine Land had a great loss. Because of the wrong anticipation which had led to the great loss of the Heaven Lake Divine Land, many of the elders of the Heaven Lake Divine Land had been very disappointed with her and had almost abolished her status of goddess, which made her resent Shi Yin to the bone. This time, the Ying family had had a great change. She had been the first one who had volunteered to join the battle in Vault C, with the same reason as Gu Linglong, to take revenge on Shi Yin. Just as life was unpredictable, many of the top-class warriors had entered the Abyss battlefield. Not only could they not kill Shi Yin, but also had the same consequences as they were having right now. "So you cannot say?" Shi Yin coldly smiled. He then leaped and quickly appeared in front of Qu Yanqing. Her scream just resounded when Shi Yin boldly stretched his arm to fondle her face several times, then pulled her thin mask like a mite jumping off of her face. Her eyebrows were high like a mountain. Her face was a delicate picture, no makeup, but extremely charming. This was indeed an exquisitely beautiful girl, not inferior to Chao Zhilan. Chao Zhilan and Gu Linglong also seemed to see Qu Yanqing's real face for the first time. The moment that her face was revealed, her graceful body slightly trembled and could not help but started screaming. Girls always tended to compare their appearances to each other no matter what. Gu Linglong and Chao Zhilan silently compared themselves to her. Chao Zhilan silently compared for a moment, slightly smiled, realized that in all aspects, Qu Yanqing was not inferior to her, and was quietly surprised. Gu Linglong seemed to be sad and fretful. Her expression was not good. She knew she was inferior one level to her, and could not be happy. Shi Yin, astonished a little, stared at Qu Yanqing for a while, suddenly burst into laughter. "It is quite obvious. Heaven Lake Divine Land could not select an ugly girl to be goddess. Such a beautiful body. That's even better when I play with you. It will be less boring." Qu Yanqing knew even if she resisted, it was useless. Under the lusty observance of Shi Yan's eyes, she coldly looked at him with furious eyes and said, "Although the Ying's family's people are perverse and ambitious, they have no kind of hero who bullies feeble girls. Looks like you are an exception." "That's right." Shi Yin laughed loudly, flirtingly soothed Qu Yanqing's chin. "I think in the endless sea, there was no one who was able to see you, not mention to soothe you like this. I can't believe my destiny is very good here in this damn place. My luckiness and love keeps coming. I can deliberately enjoy it. Yin, can we discuss about this together? Chao Jilan had been thoughtful for a while, suddenly spoke up. She was much calmer than Guling Long and Chu Yanqing. She was still composed, smiled, and said, "In the current situation, you are respected, but still are not treated differently from any of us." Yin harumphed coldly, momentarily left Chu Yanqing, and frigidly looked at the female prisoner boasting, smiled, and mocked her. "Not differently? Why didn't I realize it? I know these pagan tribes, in order to win my heart, could they voluntarily devote the race's treasures to me? I know that these pagan people had brought you here for me to enjoy. And you, what do you have? You're just a tool for me to give vent. Besides that, I don't know what other values that you have. Yin, you should practice a little charity, okay?" Chu Yanqing coldly shouted, unbearably tired. If she still had some strength, she would have been the first one to tear off Yin's mouth. Guling Long's charming body slightly shivered, also angrily clenched her teeth. But she had just suffered disadvantages, so she did not dare to provoke him again. Yin was impudent and perverse. She had experienced it already. 2 sensitive places on her body had been violated. Guling Long's arrogance was torn off. She clearly understood her situation. In this damn place, when the body's strength was imprisoned, risking to provoke Yin was just burning her fingers. Practice charity? Yin's expression was weird. You also practice charity? You are just a courtesan. Please stop pretending to be a goddess. The beautiful face of Chu Yanqing suddenly turned white like paper. Her graceful body trembled, tightly clenched her teeth. She seemed to control in not risking her life with Yin. Chao Jilan miserably smiled. "We are all nails in those pagan tribes' eyes. I know you, Yin, to be a little different from us. So what? Currently, you are still useful. But when your advantages are no more, your outcome is perhaps even to be worse than ours. By that time, the way that the pagan tribes treat you will obviously be more brutal than the way they treat us." Shrugging his shoulders, he indifferently said, "Have you finished?" Chao Jilan was astonished, nodded helplessly. "Regardless how my future is, at least I do not get any harm right now, and also leisurely enjoy everything of the pagan tribes. You are one of them." Yin coldly smiled. "Chao Jilan, I know what you want to say. You want you and me to conjoin to save you guys. Then we will deal with these pagan tribes. Is it right?" Chao Jilan nodded. "With you guys?" Yin didn't mind. "Even though I saved you, you actually think you can help me?" The demonic Sound Clan asked one person to easily capture you all and confine your souls. How could you still fight with them? Yiming, although those people have weak bodies, their soul accomplishments have reached the God-possessed stage. They just need to activate their senses, and your souls will instantly explode. And you are so stupid to think that you can be of a benefit for me? The expressions of Guling Long and Chu Yanqing were like ashes. On the contrary, Chao Jilan had no reaction, hesitated a little bit, then said, "You said it right. We actually don't have a solution in resisting these pagan tribes. But if you can recover our strengths and give me one night to prepare, I can contact the Chao family. I just need to send out the information. I think our families will have a solution." "Contact with the outside?" Yin, a little bit agitated. "That's right. I just need to have enough time to prepare so that I can actually make contact with Chao family." Chao Jilan assured, and said, "Once I send out the information here, with the intelligence of our top-class warriors in the Endless Sea, we can quickly know of these pagan tribes' origin and find a way to deal with them." "Oh," Yin nodded, rubbed his chin, and coolly said, "Your ways are not bad, but so sorry, I don't accept it. Not only that, I will also watch you out carefully to prevent you from contacting with the outside." Upon his words, the beautiful faces of Guling Long and Chu Yanqing changed. Both resentfully looked at Yin. Yin, Chao Jilan insisted, "I'm begging you to think about it. The demonic Sound Clan have the gifted advantage to deal with us. Their particular souls can help them destroy us easily. There are also the 3 patriarchs of the Wings race. Each of them have wicked intentions with extraordinary power. Once they enter the Endless Sea, It is an accident for all the warriors of the endless sea. Because of it, there will be the deaths of many ordinary people. Even though you don't like us, you should see the big picture. The issues regarding your life and death does not matter to me. Shi Yan's expression was indifferent. I know all of you will not forgive the Ying family, and surely will not forgive me. I'm not that great man. Damn you, don't manipulate me. You finally, Gu Linglong could not stand it anymore. Do you still have a good sense or not? You know how much loss when these two races entering endless sea will cause? How many people will die because of your decisions? What? Shi Yan coldly smiled. You cooperated with the people of the Fourth Devil Valley. Was it of good sense? Because of you, the Fourth Devil Valley and the Netherworld could massively invade the Endless Sea. Perhaps people in the Endless Sea now have already been in misery. Adding these two pagan tribes will be nothing. Or these two pagan tribes can perhaps control the Fourth Devil Valley and Netherworld. What? Chao Zhilan, Gu Linglong, and Chu Yanqing simultaneously shouted with astonished faces and screamed. The Fourth Devil Valley and the Netherworld have possibly conjoined. Ghost Man and Devil Man have united. First, they killed all of the Ying family, destroyed the defenses where the Heaven Gate linked with the Devil Valley. Not long after that, Ghost Man and Devil Man entered the Endless Sea together. As of now, the Endless Sea perhaps belongs to Ghost Man and Devil Man already. Even if you send out information, it is fucking useless. Shi Yan coolly smiled while speaking. The three girls bewildered. Their eyes were full of confusion. They felt cold and hopeless for the first time. Chieftain, Tribal Chief. Chapter 254. Unexpected Cake from Heaven. In the immense stone hall. Shi Yan's face was serious. He composedly sat in the middle of the stone hall. His bright eyes stared at the jade bottle and at the two jade boxes in front of him without blinking. 7 antiquated, dark yellow scripture books laid in a line behind the jade boxes. Yu Rou and Dishan kept silent, standing in front of Shi Yan, one on his left while the other one on his right. Yimeng, Kaba, and Tian and Mo miserably glared at the 7 dark yellow scripture books. It seemed that they had wanted to say something, but couldn't. They obviously regretted this decision and did not want to hand over these demonic Sound Clans books. But they had no other choices. In a big chamber inside the stone hall, Chao Zhilan, Gu Linglong, and Chu Yanqing were feeling worried and insecure with a gloomy look on their faces while observing the scene happening in the stone hall. The white jade spirit fruit can be taken directly. After consuming it, meditate instantly and attentively absorb the soul-refining power of the spirit fruit. This method is very simple. You just need to carry the internal powers to the brain. The energy inside of the spirit fruit will unblock the nerves and veins in your brain, making your soul extremely sensitive, as well as helping you meditate well. If you are able to absorb all of the powers of a white jade spirit fruit into your brain, it will be very useful for your cultivation, as well as the reinforcement of your mental state and soul purification. It makes the powers of your soul very sensitive and increases the coverage range and intensity of your mental state. Yu Rou's expression was serious. With her gentle voice, she slowly explained to Shi Yan the consumption method and the efficacy of the white jade spirit fruit. The blackhead lotus is even simpler. A slice of the blackhead lotus can be compressed into plenty of juice. You just need to apply that juice all over your body and let your pores absorb the juice of the blackhead lotus, which will get into your body and gradually form a lotus tattoo on your chest. This lotus tattoo can enhance the speed of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, refining 5 times during the 5 years. As long as the black lotus tattoo does not disappear, once you cultivate, the heaven and earth's spiritual energy will gather within 5 times faster, flowing in that black lotus tattoo. Through this black lotus tattoo, you can refine, transform, then slowly pour your profound qi in to help increase your cultivation speed. Dishan squinted while his black wings retracted. He clenched his lips, seemed to be a little heart-rending as well. Heaven Fountain concentrated water is the treasure of gray-white wings. The usage is also simple. If you're injured or your profound chi has had a great loss, you just need to drink 1 drop of the Heaven Fountain concentrated water. It will supplement your profound chi for you in a blink of an eye, and also cure your wounds very fast. You temporarily do not need it now. Wait until you break the shelters. If your energy is consumed too much, you can use the Heaven Fountain concentrated water to recover it. It will increase your powers. Yuro smiled and continued. Dishan has put a lot of effort to convince Duo Long to give you 1 bottle of the Heaven Fountain concentrated water. He nearly fought with Duo Long. Thus, do not disappoint us. Shi Yin sat meditatively like a stone. His expression was calm and serious. Don't worry. If I have these 3 things from you, and yet could not break the shelters, you can do anything with me as you wish. Dishan nodded, then looked at Kaba, Yameng, and Tition Mo neglectfully asked, "How about you?" Kaba got startled and pointed to the scripture books on the ground, said miserably, "All of the scriptures are placed over there. You think he can understand them? Those are ancient books. If you don't give him any guidance, do you think that he can still understand them?" Ard Kaba scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. But he then finally said, "Okay, I will show him." No, Yameng and Etion Mo spoke up simultaneously. All of the 7 scripture books did not belong to Kaba alone. 5 of them were preserved by Yameng and Etion Mo, which could not be spread out to others. If Kaba knew the contents of the 5 secretive scriptures, he possibly could have captured their secret spirits in his hand. Shi Yin revealed a wicked smile. Although he was under a tight watch of the top-class warriors of the 2 races, he still deliberately walked to the scripture books and picked one of them up. He glanced at it and said, "No need to bother you. I can understand these ancient scriptures." The 5 leaders' expressions slightly changed. Astonishment exposed on their faces. "Shi Yin, what did you say?" Yuro shook her head with doubt and said, "Don't bluster. This is not the time to boast. These scriptures were from our ancestors. It should be tens of thousands of years ago. How could you have known about them?" 7 manipulation gods. Shi Yin pointed to the scripture book in his hand, looking towards Kaba, and asked, "Am I pronouncing the title correctly?" Kaba's eyes lit up. His face was very strange, but he still gently nodded his head. "That's correct. These are the 3 words, 7 manipulation gods. I did not expect that you would know it." By this time, the eyes of 5 leaders of the pagan tribes expressed an astonishment and suspicions at the same time. They did not know how he could have read these ancient scriptures. "All right, everything has been brought here. I can now start my cultivation." Shi Yin leisurely stretched his hands, touching the treasures and ancient scripture books in front of him. The blood vein ring in his finger flared up several times. Those things then disappeared one by one into the ring. "Ah, if there is nothing important, please don't disturb me." Shi Yin raised his head, looking at the 5 leaders. Okay. You focus on your cultivation. I will be around to watch out. Call me if you need anything." The matriarch of White Wings clan revealed a beautiful smile. After thinking a while, her pretty eyes glanced at the 3 people of Chao Jilan who stayed in the distance, and said, "If those 3 girls are not enough, I will arrange more. You can set your mind to rest about this fact. Duo Long has captured a human girl named He Ching Man. I have bargained with Duo Long. He will bring that girl here as well in a moment." It seemed that an idea just suddenly popped up in Dishan's mind. He said, "That girl is quite beautiful too. She will be also handed to you to stabilize your emotions. So, you don't need to worry about girls." He Ching Man. Shi Yan's face slightly changed. His eyes kept moving before speaking. "The girl that I exactly need should be a virgin. Virgins have the most efficiency. If not, the results will be a lot less." "What?" Dishan startled for a while before talking to Yuro. "We perhaps have to put more pressure on Duo Long. I think Duo Long will also sacrifice that small thing for the bigger thing." Yuro looked at Shi Yan while revealing faint smile. After mumbling to herself, she reluctantly nodded her head and said, "So, we will go to discuss much more with Duo Long. Sorry for having to bother you this time." Shi Yan's face was excited and seriously said, Only human girls are suitable for me. I'm not sure if the girls of your two races can be suitable or not. That's why I hope the girl whose name is He Ching Man will be sent here unharmed. With 4 girls at hand, I think that I will not have any problems. Damn you, little rascal. Yuro shook her head, said helplessly, All right, because of our 2 races, we will bring that girl here intact, as you wish. Korf. That's good. Shiyan's face remained unchanged. Then, he hurriedly said with an impatient expression, Now, I need to cultivate. If there is nothing else to say, please. Let's go. Dishan leaped up. The pair of black wings on his back flapped gently. His figure then gradually faded and disappeared completely out of sight. Kaba, Yimeng, and Etion Mo stared at Shiyan before leaving without saying anything else. Yuro was the last one to leave. She waited until the 4 of them had totally disappeared before speaking to Shiyan. Little rascal, you take care of this by your own. If you cannot help our 2 races break the shelters, no one can save you. Thank you, Shiyan sincerely said, while looking straight into Yuro's eyes. No need to say thank you. I only think for the welfare of the 2 races. Yuro mused for a while. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and her mouth revealed a secret smile. After speaking, she slowly turned around, flying away. Eventually, there was only Shiyan alone in the stone hall. He sat motionlessly, started to meditate. After the 3 people of Chaoji Lan and the other 2 had watched him in silence for a while, they quietly walked out of the stone chamber, but still keeping a safe distance with Shiyan. They looked at him with a confusing expression, as if they had wanted to say something, but could not find any topics to talk about. The 3 of you should be obedient. This place is not the outside world. You are something in the outside world, but you are nothing here. Shiyan turned his back around and said in a low tone, Do not disturb me. Be obedient over there. Female slaves should behave as female slaves. Female slaves. Guling Long's complexion suddenly changed. Her look was chilled to the bone. She fiercely stared at Shiyan's back. Her big breasts heaved nonstop. What did you say? Guling Long secretly clenched her teeth. She was like a small tigress, showing her fangs and claws, being so angry as she could not jump over to Shiyan to tear him into pieces. As I have said, the 3 of you are only slaves. I can play with you whenever I want. Shiyan turned his head around, coldly glancing at the 3 of them with a mocking face. If you're not well behaved, I would not mind teaching you a bit about your manners. You, Guling Long's, and Shu Yanqing's charming faces turned pale instantly. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. They looked as if they were ready to risk their lives to kill Shiyan. Only Chao Zilan was not angry, but she felt a little dreary within her own heart. She released a long sigh, then walked towards Guling Long and Shu Yanqing to comfort them, and said helplessly, We cannot do anything when facing with this emotionless rascal. Don't hurt yourselves. Guling Long and Shu Yanqing clenched their teeth, but did not dare to storm in there and fight with him. They knew that it was not good to irritate Shiyan at this moment. In the past few days, whenever Shiyan had gotten irritated by them, all the sensitive places on their bodies had been violated by him. During the time when Shiyan had been waiting for the 2 pagan tribes to bring their treasures, he closed his eyes, meditating. It was like he was reviewing all the secrets in his cultivation. The 3 girls could not do anything except insulting him with their words and curses, and the results were always woeful. It always ended up with their bodies being violated. Except Chao Zilan, who was the most obedient since the beginning, had not been violated as of yet. All the sensitive places on Guling Long and Chu Yanqing's bodies had been touched by Shiyan. The 2 girls were so embarrassed. However, whenever they thought about committing suicide, they got a terrible splitting headache and did not have any abilities to do it. Having been violated for many times, the 2 girls were gradually getting more obedient. They did not dare to irritate Shiyan too much. They immediately stopped if they saw that Shiyan had started to get angry. I'm almost done cultivating. Lower your voices. Do not disturb me. Shiyan stood up, indifferently glanced at the 3 frightened girls. After that, he entered a huge stone chamber on the right side of the stone hall. After closing the door, he closed his eyes and began meditating. Hello guys, I will be off tomorrow, so no chap for tomorrow. See you all again on Wednesday. Thank you. Chapter 255, Soul Perception. Shi Yan's eyes were closed tightly. His breathing was normal. Flows of negative energy started to spread out one by one on his body. In the secret chamber, Shi Yan was meditating, gradually entering a marvelous realm, almost forgetting himself. From his appearance, his body did not have any special transformations yet. But if there was a person who had a mighty sea of consciousness here, he would have recognized that the fluctuating spirit inside of Shi Yan's mind was extremely confusing and complicated. 5 flows of spiritual energies clustered inside his sea of consciousness. These flows were full of emotions of despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment, which were condensing little by little as if they had kept absorbing the negative feelings within his body. As many negative feelings gathered, the 5 devils in his sea of consciousness, which were created by the gathering of the 5 emotions types of despair, fear, bloodshed, greed, and resentment, all had a fierce manner as if they had wanted to get out of the sea of consciousness and intrude into Shi Yan's brain, plundering his spirit. When conducting the negative feelings, he did not dare to relax his mind. He still kept his spirit stabilizing to take control. This cultivation of the 5 devils in the sea of mind came from the blood vein ring. It was like a miraculous spell which had been customized for his body and combined with his mystery martial spirit perfectly. It was the same with breaking through the 3rd sky of the rampage. The cultivating method of the 5 devils in the sea of mind also needed the mystery martial spirit. This cultivation happened through the gathering of the negative feelings inside of his meridians. These negative feelings could have normally pushed him into a critical situation where he could not have had controlled the 5 devils. Even when they were still under the control of the sea of consciousness, they had already made Shi Yan scared out of his wits. Once the 5 devils could be free from the control of the sea of consciousness, they would then totally dominate Shi Yan's consciousness. Shi Yan had already known about this when he had cultivated the 5 devils in the sea of mind. Before finishing cultivating this marvelous martial technique, the devil's backfire could happen at any given time. This was actually the devil's experiment with Shi Yan. If he could not break the devil's mind, he would probably get the consequences for himself once the devils began to form. He clearly understood that cultivating the 5 devils in the sea of mind was much more dangerous than that of the breaking through the 3rd sky of the rampage. However, once he cultivated this successfully, he would obviously have tremendous intimidations like breaking through the 3rd sky of the rampage. Therefore, even though he knew that cultivating this martial technique was very dangerous, he hadn't hesitated before. Once he got the method of cultivating the 5 devils in the sea of mind down, he immediately began the cultivation. He liked the challenges of the martial techniques, which were difficult to cultivate. All types of negative feelings gathering in the sea of consciousness had turned into nutritious sources for the 5 devils. Shi Yan congregated the soul consciousness with the intention of penetrating the 5 devils' bodies in order to affect them and then build a harmonious relationship with them. However, after those 5 devils had received a lot of negative feelings, they gradually obtained consciousness. Because the devils had Shi Yan's spiritual seal, they could be also considered as having his intelligence. They seemed to know of his intentions. Once his consciousness came close to them, they promptly boycotted it. After many attempts, Shi Yan could only control a little bit of his mind's area. His mind would not be affected when the negative feelings filled his sea of consciousness. However, he had failed to penetrate the 5 devils with his spiritual consciousness to create a connection with them, which had actually helped him control them. Very long time later, Shi Yan gradually opened his eyes and contemplated for a while. After that, he took the 7 soul scripture books of the demonic sound clan in silence and started to read them one by one. The 7 ancient soul scripture books did not note the cultivating methods of the martial techniques in detail. Instead, they were about the research of all the miraculous soul transformations, mentioning the features and different methods of soul cultivations in a very detailed and clear way. Only after reading them for a short time did Shi Yan's eyes brighten up, his face revealed in excitement. These 7 ancient soul scripture books contained all kinds of profound perceptions about the soul's marvelousness. The soul apprehension of the demonic sound clan had indeed far surpassed the other tribes. It seemed that Yuro actually knew which ancient scriptures would be the most useful for him now. These 7 ancient scripture books, with no exception, all mentioned Upanishads that were related to the soul. It was as if Shi Yan had just gotten a treasure. He did not hurry to control the 5 devils in the sea of mind. Instead, he spent all of his time in reading the 7 ancient scripture books of the demonic sound clan. He did not know that the 7 ancient soul scripture books were the essence of the demonic sound clan's Upanishads of the soul. The demonic sound clan's soul secret skills have been totally based on these 7 ancient scripture books. Understanding them would allow him to master all kinds of soul secret skills of the demonic sound clan. He conducted his host soul into deep inside of the spirit and the sea of consciousness, used the sea of consciousness to nourish the host soul, gradually formed the God soul. Once the God soul was formed, it would then break the tie of the spirit and reach the level of terrific power. An ancient scripture book related to Upanishads of the host soul attracted Shi Yan's attention. He researched it so deeply that he even forgot about the time and the binding in the cultivation. He now only used his mind to perceive everything that was related to the host soul. According to this ancient scripture, everyone had a host soul. The host soul was the core of spirit. An ordinary person could not sense the existence of a host soul, nor had no way to control it or take its forces. For warriors who cultivated martial arts, if they purified themselves and refined their blood to break through their minds, their spirits would slowly intensify. One day, they would finally be able to sense the host soul of the spirit's core. Once a warrior broke through the nirvana realm to form the sea of consciousness, if they could conduct the host soul into the sea of consciousness, the sea of consciousness and the host soul would support each other and develop together. When the host soul entered the sea of consciousness, it was nourished by the sea of consciousness. Once the nirvana realm improved, the transformation would also occur. One day, if the warriors had entered the God realm, their host souls would then evolve to a higher level, transforming to the God soul in the sea of consciousness. Once the God soul was formed, it meant that the warriors officially became a supreme God realm master. The God soul and the sea of consciousness supporting one another could then develop unimaginable spiritual forces. Shi Yan worked hard to understand and carefully remembered all the ancient scripture books. He gradually gained a special perception of the demonic sound clan's soul apprehension. If the host soul was conducted into the sea of consciousness and nourished by the sea of consciousness, could the host soul have then been able to control the 5 devils? In a moment, a bright idea popped up in Shi Yan's mind. He suddenly felt that this thing could be done. After this thought appeared in his head, he could not restrain himself. He was impatient in finding the host soul that was hiding deep inside of his spirit, conducting the host soul into the sea of consciousness. White jade spirit fruit. Shi Yan's expression completely changed. He suddenly revealed a smile. According to Yuro, this white jade spirit fruit could feed the spirit up. Thus the host soul would be also able to benefit from this peculiar fruit. Once taking the white jade spirit fruit, the strange powers of the fruit would scatter and pour into the spirit, so that both the spirit and the host soul would receive more power. If it happened that way, after taking the white jade spirit fruit and contemplating to sense the white jade spirit fruit's power running inside, was it then easy to find the host soul? Shi Yan's eyes brightened up. After slightly fondling the blood vein ring, a light flared up and the jade box immediately appeared. As soon as the jade box was opened, a passionate fragrance flew out. The white jade spirit fruit inside of the box was fulgent, With the first glance, it looked like a marvelous crunch of jade with sparkling lights inside. It seemed to have some strange powers hidden inside of the white jade spirit fruit. Yin squinted, carefully taking a good look at the white jade spirit fruit. He noticed that there were numerous silk lines twisting together like the nerve system of the brain, which was extremely miraculous. Smelling the fragrance from the white jade spirit fruit had already agitated Yan's spirit. He felt as if his spirit had shot out from the mundaneness. It seemed to be purified by some exotic thing. Yin was bewildered for a moment. He did not dare to think too much, and hastily put the white jade spirit fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, he quickly urged the profound qi to digest the white jade spirit fruit. Boom! Inside of his body, there appeared a flame suddenly which came from the heart within his chest. As soon as the white jade spirit fruit ran down to his stomach, the flame instantly enclosed the white jade spirit fruit. The fulgent white jade spirit fruit, like a chunk of jade inside of Yan's belly, suddenly burned up. Streams of power, one by one, rose up hovering around like a mist of smog. They gradually gathered running into Yan's brain. Yin immediately had the same strange feelings as he had absorbed the power of the white jade spirit fruit. Only the feelings this time was stronger. As he had taken in the soul of the white jade spirit fruit, there were plenty of soul power scattering in all directions. As soon as the soul power poured into his brain, it abruptly flushed over his brain. However, the peculiar force of the white jade spirit fruit was quite special. This strange force seemed to have its own purpose. They gradually approached Yan's brain, but only gathered into a special corner of his brain. His forehead. A dazzling, marvelous, ivory white light suddenly shot out from the middle of his eyebrows. Yan's forehead vibrated tremendously, radiating a dazzling light which gradually covered his entire brain. His brain started to emit bright halos one by one. He now looked like a saint, very mysterious and anomalous. Found it. Yin was extremely happy. His spirit was constantly taking in the peculiar force of the white jade spirit fruit, which then gathered in a mysterious area in the middle of his forehead. In that mysterious area, he could see another him and witnessed a glaring scene. In mysterious area, his another him was sitting cross-legged with tightly closed eyes. Godlight flared up in between of his eyebrows. It was exactly like himself. In that area with the 7 colored lights, an elf was sitting cross-legged. The corners of his mouth revealed a beam of excitement. There was a white god light hovering over his head. A dazzling light flared up in between the eyebrows. As Yan's spirit came here, that elf seemed to feel something, opening his eyes all in sudden. Those eyes were like a bottomless lake which reflected the images of Yan's living memories. All milestones in Yan's life emerged in those eyes. As his spirit arrived here, it seemed to be attracted, abruptly went inside of those eyes, turned into a period of his soul memory. Bang! It was as if there had been an explosion inside of Yan's head. His soul consciousness was horribly shaken. His sea of consciousness was also extremely insecure. However, the elf from that mysterious area gradually got out of that place, being conducted by the soul light into the sea of consciousness. Everything ceased suddenly. Chapter 256, Raving Waves. As soon as the host's soul entered the sea of consciousness, the 5 devils in the sea of consciousness calmed down suddenly, did not dare to be rebellious. The host's soul and the sea of consciousness were connected to each other. Each stream of the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness stuck tightly to the host's soul. At this moment, the host's soul and Yan's soul consciousness formed a marvelous connection. Soul consciousness then turned into beams of miraculous lights which were not easy to be seen by ordinary eyes. They then abruptly went into Yan's eyes. As his eyes opened, they seemed to receive lightning. Each stream of the lightning was thin and delicate, moving into his eyes. After walking out to the big stone hall from the stone chamber, Yin looked out at a distance and suddenly realized that his vision range had been tens of times greater than that of before. Everything within the range of more than 10 miles became very clear in his eyes. He could even see the wrinkles on the faces of demonic Sound Clan's people with minute detail. His soul consciousness covered the entire area. Lives that were fluctuating in this area were signaled and transmitted to him. Even a worm under the ground could not avoid his soul consciousness's examination. At this time, Yin had a wonderful feeling as if he had turned into a god. Small things, nor tiny weak lives, everywhere, could not escape from his eyes and his soul consciousness. Everything seemed to be under his control. The host's soul entering the sea of consciousness had unexpectedly brought him such a marvelous feeling. These kinds of feelings made him crazily happy. His heart was even moved. In the sea of consciousness, the host's soul and the soul consciousness were bound to each other. The host soul seemed to turn into another brain, while streams of the soul consciousness connecting with the host soul seemed to turn into nerves, bringing him new perceptions. With the host soul staying in the sea of consciousness, the 5 devils had also calmed down. After perceiving carefully, Yin discovered that the soul consciousness connecting with the host soul had also wrapped around the 5 devils. After entering the sea of consciousness, the host soul continuously emitted fluctuating lives one by one, transmitted to the 5 devils through the soul consciousness. Under the effect of those fluctuating lives, the 5 devils suddenly became peaceful. They seemed to know that they were not able to dominate the host soul, thus they stopped being rebellious. As he sent out his thoughts, the host soul delivered his thoughts to the 5 devils. The 5 devils immediately immersed themselves into the sea of consciousness. The soul seal inside of the 5 devils which belonged to him seemed to have been effective. It had started to slowly tie up the 5 devils, which prevented them from emitting negative feelings. The lightning in Yin's eyes faded. His face regained the previous serious expressions. He stood in the middle of the stone hall thinking about something. After a long time, he sat down in the middle of the stone hall. Without worrying about being disturbed, he soothed the blood vein ring and took the black-head lotus out. As he opened the jade box, big black halos suddenly scattered from the petals of the black-head lotus. These petals were of an inky black color, with black halos flaring up from the inside, which brought people a miraculous and anomalous feeling. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, grabbing the petals, then put it right on his chest. The profound chi from his fingers concentrated and then radiated a beam of light into the petals. The shining black liquid abruptly flew out from the petals, absorbing into his body through the pores of his skin from his chest. A warm and wonderful feeling scattered all over his body. It seemed that there were thousands of worms that were gnawing on his chest. In a short moment, Yin felt itchy, painful, and uncomfortable. The liquid of the black-head lotus diffused, quietly amended his flesh, which led to the transformations of every single molecular cell within his body. A black drawing which was as big as a fist gradually formed on his chest, while he was still enjoying this marvelous feeling of perception. Yin was astonished and dazedly watched the transformations on his chest. He wondered if the liquid of the black-head lotus was that miraculous or not. The originally faint black drawing gradually became clearer. Not long afterward, each of the petals appeared on his chest. Shining black petals had blossomed, little by little, until a black lotus was formed. It looked highly exotic at the first glance. After the black lotus had been formed, a fresh surge of energy immediately ran out from the middle of the lotus bloom. After taking a deep breath, Yin sat straight, closing his eyes and meditating. Profound chi in his body slowly moved, carried on the circulation in his vessels. Right at the time that the refining process had just started, the surrounding heaven and earth's energy was unusually lively all of a sudden. The gathering speed was many times faster. The profound chi was massively pouring into the black lotus that was on his chest. It was miraculous indeed. Yin was very happy. quickly closed his eyes, putting all his efforts in gathering heaven and earth's energy without any distractions. He used his spirit energy to refine as much of the profound chi as possible and enhance the intensity of the profound chi within his body. Time had quickly passed. It had been 10 days in the blink of an eye. Squeak! The door of the next stone chamber was pushed open. 3 stealthy and delicate figures quietly walked out of the stone chamber, standing 10 meters away from Shi Yin, watching him cultivating in the middle of the stone hall in silence. Lan Jie, Gu Ling Long frowned, looking at Chao Zhilan implicatively with cold lights flaring up in her eyes. Chu Yin Qing's exquisite face was icy cold. Her eyes kept moving as if she had wanted to do something, but still hesitated. Chao Zhilan knitted her eyebrows. While Gu Ling Long and Chu Yin Qing were staring at her, she shook her head, implicating that they should not do anything rash. In the stone hall, Shi Yin closed his eyes, meditating. His body was gathering a big amount of heaven and earth's energy while he was topless. An anomalous black lotus emitted a black halo, which was like a fierce big mouth biting and swallowing heaven and earth's energy that was surrounding it before transferring them to Shi Yin. Shi Yin was motionless, completely oblivious of himself. It seemed as if he did not know that the 3 female prisoners were staring at him from not that far away. It was unknown of how much time had passed. Shi Yin's body quietly projected faint silver lights, which were originally very gloomy, but then became brighter due to more and more of heaven and earth's energy pouring in. The world's energy was dense like a cloud of smoke hovering beside Shi Yin without dispersing. The silver lights from Shi Yin's body gradually dispersed out, as if it would have led to the mutation of heaven and earth's energy. The mutation had made heaven and earth's energy commence in being chaotic and continuously revolved around him, forming small streams of lights. Those lights were approaching closely to his body, as if they had wanted to go through into his body. Lan Jie, he is about to enter the second sky of the earth realm. What? How comes it's so fast? When he entered the chasm battlefield, he had only been at the disaster realm. The leaders of the 2 tribes had given him their treasures. He has absorbed the energy of these treasures, together with his outstanding innate abilities. Being able to break through this fast is within reason. Lam Jie, this is the most critical moment. Mei Mei thinks that he surely does not have any protection. If we can? No, we should not make a mess. Even if we do manage to kill him, what is next? This place is full of demonic Sound Clan's people. Before even being able to get out of here, the results might be even more tragic. But we may never know. One day, his animal-like characteristics might break out. He would possibly then violate us savagely. What will we do by that time? Oh, at least we will still survive. Being violated by the same kind is better than being violated by the pagans. Didn't you see Yaji's intentions? If we had fallen into Yaji's hands, or the Wings Race's hands, the outcome should have been much worse than now. Everyone contemplated for a while. After a short discussion, the 3 female prisoners were quiet again, stayed at the side, watching Shi Yin without any actions. Far ahead, the stone castle, on the top of a very high arch, Yuro, the matriarch of White Wings clan, was lying down on a bamboo swing leisurely, swaying her long, thin legs. However, her mesmerizing eyes was looking towards the stone castle in the distance, quietly paying attention to any commotions inside of the stone castle. Besides Yuro, Dishan, the patriarch of Black Wings clan, was like a dominating stone statue with his cold yet attractive appearance. He stood motionlessly without saying a word. Behind Dishan's back, Qingman's expression was confused. She looked towards the stone castle in the distance with her wide-open eyes and vaguely saw Shi Yan's figure in there. In the last half-month, even with the help of the white jade spirit fruit and the black head lotus, this little rascal's innate ability is not bad, as he is able to enter the second sky from the first sky of the earth realm. After a very long time, Dishan suddenly exclaimed, "It is regretful that he is humankind. If he were of our Wings races, we would have fostered and trained him." While speaking, Dishan swung his arm. A black cage appeared confining He Ching Man in the blink of an eye, which prevented her from listening or seeing anything. Dishan, I had promised that little rascal that after he finishes the job, we will spare his life. The swing of Yu Ro gradually stopped swaying. She frowned while looking at Dishan, then coldly said, as the patriarch and matriarch of our tribes, we need to keep our words. What do you think? I will try my best to protect him. Dishan contemplated for a while before speaking. But if Demonic Sound Clan and Duo Long unite to kill him, I will not risk my life for him. Yu Ro's expression slightly changed. She shouted, they dare do it. Dishan smiled miserably and slowly nodded his head. This little rascal is really outstanding. That's why Demonic Sound Clan wants him dead. However, to help him improve faster, Yu has asked for the other 3 guys to give him their ancient scriptures. As he now can't understand the Upanishads, if he does not die, his spirit accomplishment will be extremely tremendous. That should be a catastrophe for Demonic Sound Clan. If I were a person of Demonic Sound Clan, I would also have not let him live. I would have killed him at all costs. Yu Ro was bewildered, then slowly nodded after a while. She said with a complicated face, so, my way has pushed him to the everlasting perdition. Anyway, he is just a little human rascal. No need to be that worried. We have sacrificed that much to break the shelters. Don't mind too much about his life or death. Dishan coldly said. Dishan, Yu Ro suddenly called out to him loudly. After hesitating for a while, she raised her head looking at the patriarch of Black Wings clan and said, if that little rascal was the descendant of the 3 god kings, will you follow our ancestors' guidance and spare his life? What? Dishan's face suddenly changed. The blood of the immortal god king is running in his body. This is destiny. Moreover, he came here with the heaven flame. Everything is needed as conditions in helping us get out of this abandoned place. Tell me, is it because that the ancestors have sworn of the breaking of the shelters which has been transmitted to the God King that we are now encountering this current situation? Yu Ro's eyes flashed with god lights. Her face was serious, looking straight at Dishan. Immortal God King? Dishan took a deep breath. He was obviously in shock. After a while, he said in a low tone, haven't you been mistaken? I have checked carefully. He is absolutely the descendant of the immortal God King. Yu Ro nodded her head. I know that Duo Long does not respect the ancestors' guidance. These things are meaningless to him. I want to hear it from you directly. If we follow the ancestors' guidance, we have to serve him as our master. This thing, Dishan smiled miserably and hesitated a while before continuing. We will see. If this little rascal shows some potential which can make me admire him, I will reconsider. But if he cannot, I will not have any mercy. Ahem, Dishan has to serve him as a master. I would rather go against the ancestors' guidance than do it. Jia, Chinese way to call an older sister. Mei Mei, Chinese way to call a younger sister. Chapter 257, The Younger Generation Who Surpassed the Older. Shi Yin glowered. A sparkling light appeared in his eyes. The shiny silver light around his body gradually retracted until it left no trace. Congratulations. Chao Jilan moved forward one step with an honest face. Although you have some help from the anomalous treasures, being able to break through the second sky of the Earth realm is really exceptional. If you go back to the Kiara Sea, you can definitely rank on the top 5 of the power rankings. The beautiful faces of Guling Long and Chu Yin Qing slightly changed, showing their suspicions. The top 5 of the power rankings. Shi Yin guffawed, shaking his head, and said, I don't care about those rankings. I'm not interested in it. Only top-level warriors with wicked intentions like you care about the power rankings. You look down on us? Guling Long angrily said. That's right. Shi Yin did not refuse it, and seriously nodded his head. When I was still in the disaster realm, without any help from the beasts, I could have already sustained one full power strike of yours. You are also of the power rankings, but still cannot defeat even one warrior at the disaster realm. So, you tell me, are the power rankings meaningful? Guling Long got irritated while glaring at Shi Yin. She said with anger, "You think everyone is a monster like you. Shi Yin, you are not the same as an ordinary warrior. You could enhance your strength several times more in just a blink of an eye. Even the top-level warriors in the power rankings can never possess these kinds of powers. You shouldn't be compared to the common warriors." Chao Zhilan smiled deliberately as if she and Shi Yin were friends. Chao Zhilan had still wanted to cool down the relationship with Shi Yin. During this time, regardless of what she said or did, she should just simply follow and comply with Shi Yin. Her purpose was simple. She hoped that Shi Yin would have some sympathy for them and did not see them as his enemies. "I don't need you to remind me." Shi Yin frowned, gradually stood up and stared at Guling Long and Chu Yanqing. He suddenly said, "If you still have wicked intentions, don't blame me for violating you before my cultivation have any troubles. Ahem, you dare to have the intentions of killing me while I was cultivating. You are such stupid girls. Learn more from Chao Zhilan. You should better understand your current situation." The expressions of Guling Long and Chu Yanqing slightly changed, but they did not dare to say anything anymore. They only felt strange how Shi Yin had been able to have heard their conversations while he had been in the critical point of his breakthrough. They obviously did not know that after Shi Yin's host soul had entered the sea of consciousness, the sense powers of his God consciousness had reached an unimaginable level. Even in the bitter, cultivating state, commotions around could not have escaped from his senses. At that time, he had not entered the stone chamber for his cultivation. Instead, he had chosen to cultivate in the middle of the stone hall in order to take precautions against unexpected incidents. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wings flapping came up from a distance. Not long after that, Yuro and Dishan simultaneously landed. Yuro was holding He Qing Man, who was cheerfully surprised. Bump! After throwing He Qing Man on the floor, without glancing at Chao Zhilan and the other two girls, Yuro turned her head around to look at Shi Yin and said, "This girl's body is still pure. I brought her here specifically for you to do as you please with her." "Ah, how much more time will it take?" "We don't have much time left. We should go to the Sound Beast Mountains soon. Give me some more time. I need to reinforce the realm." Shi Yin was very happy. He nodded his head while looking at He Qing Man, then said, "In a maximum of 1 month, I am sure that I will be able to break through the shelters. Believe me, I will help you deal with the Sound Beast Mountain after 1 month." 1 month. After Yuro raised her head looking up to the sky, she looked at Dishan and asked, "Do we still have enough time?" "No worries." Dishan calmly nodded his head, looking at Shi Yin. "I'll give you 1.5 months. Don't disappoint me. If you do, you will live to regret it." Upon his words, Dishan turned around and left. He disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. Yuro said with a faint smile, "In order to take that girl here, he had to fight with Duo Long, who had to suffer much harm himself." Finally, Duo Long could not say no to him. Although Dishan is cold-hearted, he will keep his words. "So, I should be grateful to you." Shi Yin nodded, looking at Dishan's back shadow leaving, and indifferently said, "Remember, 1.5 months. After that, I hope you can bring us a big surprise. Otherwise, we will make your soul fly and scatter in this place. You will never get out of here." Yuro released a long sigh in her heart, stretched her hand patting He Qing Man's shoulders, then spoke to Shi Yin. "I leave her here for you. You know what to do." Yuro also left, following Dishan. He Qing Man. Chao Zhilan was astonished, staring at He Qing Man for a while, then said, You have almost reached the 3rd Sai of the Earth Realm. What is this about?" Shi Yin was also curious. Although the power in He Qing Man's body had been confined, inside of her delicate body, continuous sounds of the wind kept growling. The profound qi was intensifying, and her mind was stable. It seemed that there had been a big transformation that had happened. Entering this shitty place together, Chao Zhilan and her companies had not had any improvements. As soon as they had just gotten in, they had been immediately captured. Because the leaders of the 2 pagan tribes had not regretted in giving him their precious treasures, Shi Yin had been able to break through that fast. However, He Ching Man clearly hadn't had that privilege, but what she had gained was not bad. This made Chao Zhilan a little bit surprised. I did not expect that I would see you this time. A streak of misery appeared on He Ching Man's charming face. I had thought that my soul would have flown and scattered in another short amount of time. In fact, in another 10 more days, I will be killed by Duo Long, who will absorb all of the powers inside of my body. If Dishan and Yuro did not come to take me, I will definitely have been unable to have survived. What happened? Shurian knitted his eyebrows, asking. After entering this place, I fell into the Grey Wings clan's area. Because my body has the wind martial soul, Duo Long had confined me in a place where the wind energy was really intense. He's used my body as a container to store the wind energy, and then he would have absorbed that energy from me. He Ching Man's face was still miserable when she told them her story. If Shi Yin did not ask for me, I am sure that I would not be able to have escaped from Duo Long's brutal blow. I had known about his wicked intentions, but I didn't have enough strength in order to resist him. You are thanking him? Guling Long laughed coldly. Currently, I'm not sure you have escaped the brutal blow. Haven't you heard about his intentions of asking for you? I have heard that he needs girls to give vent to. He Ching Man's face suddenly pinkened. She looked at Shi Yin without any fear and said, Have you asked Ishan and Yuro to bring me here so that you could actually do it with me? Shi Yin, why? Cough, cock, cock. Shi Yin dry cough then said, You have thought too much. You're not the same as the other 3 girls. I will not do anything to you. That thing. I do not consider you my enemy, so I will not do anything to you. Indeed, Chao Zhilan slightly bursting into laughter. I know He Ching Man will be fine. She originally had not considered the Yang family enemy. She will not have bad luck like us. The expressions of Guling Long and Chu Yin Qing was unsightly. Shi Yin, will you really treat them that way? He Ching Man was a little surprised. Although these girls have chased you for a long time, will you feel guilty with Xinyan Jie if you do that? Shi Yan's face suddenly changed. He harumphed and said with a cold voice, I know what I am doing. He Ching Man frowned, but said no more. She let out a long sigh, shaking her head. You find a room by yourself. It is very safe here. If I am still alive, nothing will happen to us. Shi Yan's face was cold. He turned around, walking to the secret chamber, without saying anything more to He Ching Man. If the 5 devils in his sea of consciousness hadn't had any abnormalities, killing Chao Zhilan and the 2 others would have been the best way to take revenge. However, cultivating with the 5 devils was very dangerous. Even after the Ho Soul had entered the sea of consciousness, he knew that if he did not finish cultivating the 5 devils in the sea of mind, he might have encountered danger later. It was with a reluctance to keep those 3 girls with him to prevent unforeseen occurrences. Regarding the feature of the cultivation of the 5 devils in the sea of mind, it was not convenient for him to have explained it to He Ching Man. Therefore, even if He Ching Man had thought that he was a lustful man, he still had to accept it. In the secret chamber, Shi Yin sat cross-legged with his back straight up. He held his breath, calmed his mind, and once again entered the sea of consciousness. He observed every commotion of the sea of consciousness to understand the transformation speed as well as the consciousness-conveying process of the host soul, sensed waves of the sea of consciousness one by one, perceived the marvelousness of the soul. His soul gradually approached the intangible stage. The host soul in the sea of consciousness quietly emitted soul consciousness, which emerged with the God consciousness in the sea of consciousness. It borrowed the strength of the sea of consciousness to improve and nourish the host soul, gradually enhanced the host soul's power. His spirit immersed in the host soul, constantly moved inside of the host soul. It then finally reached an empty area of the soul consciousness. A black germ in that soul area released a cloud of black smoke. As soon as the black smoke flowed out, it immediately diffused, quietly spreading all over that soul area. Found it. Shi Yan's heart was shaken. He gathered the soul consciousness power in the sea of consciousness and the heat power inside of his body to transform them into the burning God consciousness lights. He then dashed them towards the black spore inside of the host soul. Crackling. The black germ was burned by the scorching light of the soul consciousness. As being attacked, it released more black smoke, but the light of the soul consciousness promptly surrounded it and burned it, destroyed it little by little. Not long after that, the black spore inside the host soul had been completely burned. In a giant, gloomy hall, many of demonic Sound Clan's pagans were kneeling on the floor to listen to Etion Mo lecturing about the soul's knowledge. ECU Bai and E-Phone were also in the hall, focusing on a lecture. On the chairman's seat above, Etion Mo suddenly trembled tremendously. Faint black smoke emitted from his eyes. "Father, what happens to you?" ECU Bai hastily screamed out loud. Etion Mo's face got serious. The black smoke from his eyes gradually dispersed. After a while, his eyes returned to normal. His body also stopped trembling. "The younger generation who surpassed the older," Etion Ma muttered with a low voice. A strange light lit up in his eyes, with a complicating expression. "Jia," Chinese way to call an older sister. "Hello, guys. Hope you've been still enjoying this novel. And we are grateful to all of you for your comments, supports, suggestions. As you can see, we are trying our best to provide you with the best translation versions within our ability. We do know there's still a lot of things to improve, but believe us, we are working days and nights seriously. So, we need more of your rates, votes, encouragements, and donation to keep us moving, smiley face. Just a little from you, but it is big for us. Thanks again. We love you all. Big kisses and have a good day." Chapter 258, Hunting. Half of a month had passed as fast as a blink. Shurian had been staying in the secret chamber for half of a month without caring about eating or sleeping. He had been concentrating on studying the ancient soul scriptures of the demonic Sound Clan. After a half month, Shurian quietly walked out of the secret chamber without noticing Chao Ji-lan and the others. He got out of the ancient castle alone. As he had just walked a few steps onto the streets of the ancient city, the matriarch of the White Wings clan, Yuro, suddenly appeared beside him, laughing out loud, then said, "Shurian, why did you suddenly want to leave?" "I just wanted to take a walk and check on the sound beasts outside of the city. By the way, I will practice some of the control techniques of the Heaven Flame. You can, of course, follow me." Shurian said with a smile, "I will go with you. In case you encounter any danger, I can help you out right away. You are now our two tribes' sole hope. The matter of your safety is very crucial to us. I don't want any bad things happening to you." Yuro spoke with a thoughtful and sincere voice. "Not a problem." Shurian quickly went out of the ancient city's gate together with Yuro. Kaba's group from the demonic Sound Clan had been astonished, as well as puzzled when they were informed that Shurian had left the city. However, knowing that Yuro had gone with him, they did not prevent him or say anything. Dishan was in the city, also the first one, who had been informed about Shurian leaving the city, yet he had not stopped him. After going out of the city, Shurian, accompanied by Yuro, went straight to the Sound Beast Mountain. The Sound Beasts on the Sound Beast Mountain had begun to rebel again, after more than a month in silence. They massively flew out of the Sound Beast Mountain, plunging into all different directions on this abandoned land. As Shurian activated his god consciousness, he quickly located the place where the Sound Beasts had gathered. Approximately, there were about 10 Sound Beasts besides a swamp, in which some of them were playing. They did not know that danger was coming close. Sound Beasts live in the Sound Beast Mountain year-round, absorbing the heaven and earth's yin qi from the mountain to cultivate. Either some fish swimming in the water or some stones on the bottom of the swamp are useful for a few of the Sound Beasts' cultivation. Therefore, the Sound Beasts cannot live relying only on the Sound Beast Mountain's yin qi. Yuro explained with a gentle voice. Shurian nodded. His figure suddenly flashed up like lightning, zooming forward towards the swamp. He slightly sent out his thoughts. Radiant flames suddenly emitted from his palms like a rainbow, flying directly towards those beasts. The oppressively scorching heaven flame could have burned everything up. All the creatures were very sensitive to fire, let alone the heaven flame, which was the Sound Beast's nemesis. As soon as glints of the blazing fire had soared to the sky, the sound beasts immediately got frightened, hastily heading back towards the sound beast mountain. Shurian's expression was cold and heartless. The corner of his mouth had curled up into a gloomy smirk. He slowly closed his eyes. The host's soul in the sea of consciousness had transformed greatly. Each of his thoughts gradually poured into the God consciousness. Then, flows of God consciousness, one by one, massively scattered, clinging to the heaven flame's lights. The heaven flame was hovering in the air as if it had its own life. Its orbit was very flexible, marvelous, and spectacularly miraculous. Not long after that, each beam of the lights condensed by the heaven flame weaved together to create a dazzling arc of light, rushing down from the sky and covering the entire herd of the sound beasts. Sputter, sputter, sputter. As soon as heaven flame had touched the sound beasts, their bodies were immediately incinerated, fuming colorful clouds of smoke. Their bodies also dissolved quickly. Shurian was motionless, sending the God consciousness into each stream of light of the heaven flame as he constantly increased the heaven flame's calefaction. Since the host soul had entered the sea of consciousness, his sensing abilities surprisingly had been enhanced several times, being more competent in controlling the heaven flame than before. With the soul consciousness dominating, every move of the heaven and earth had been deeply engraved in his mind, as he was able to see everything clearly now. The strength of the soul consciousness had helped him improve tremendously in his abilities to control the heave flame. Under the effects of the host soul, his soul consciousness was like that of tentacles wrapping up all the sound beasts flexibly and precisely. Not long after that, the 10 sound beasts that were incinerated by the burning fire of the nemesis heaven flame. Their bodies had completely vaporized and dispersed. Colorful demons' crystal pearls, which were affected by Shurian's strength, floated on the swamp, which looked like some unique stars. Shurian finally opened his eyes, beamed a smile, then calmly stretched out his hand, grabbing the demon's crystal pearls. After he had stretched his hand out towards those floating demon crystal pearls, they then seemed to be pulled by some unknown forces. Those pearls quickly flew into his palms and disappeared into the blood vein ring on his finger. 12 demon's crystal pearls, is not a bad harvest, but it is still not enough. After mumbling, he continued to emit his soul consciousness to cover the further range. Shurian's eyes suddenly brightened a few minutes later. He used the electric shift to quickly leave. The matriarch of White Wings clan's eyes lit up with astonishment, staring at the direction that Shurian had just left. It seemed that she was deep in thought. With her profound cultivation base, she had been quietly watching Shurian's behaviors for several days. She had clearly understood Shurian's body and the improvement of his realm. As he had easily killed many of the sound beasts this time, she knew that regardless of his realm or the ability to control, Shurian had broken through the extremely higher levels. This time, it was not a waste for Shurian to project the heaven flame. He did not lose much of the heaven flame's energy as it zoomed over the air. At the point when the heaven flame had formed a fire net, the heaven flame's forces seemed to shape a miraculous formation, which had upgraded itself several times in just a flash. Such progress had helped Uro understand that Shurian's concentration and cultivation was not useless. In only more than a month, Shurian's knowledge about the forces had obviously reached the new realm. Not bad, but it's not enough. I hope you can expose stronger powers soon. Otherwise, you still cannot convince that stubborn Deshawn. The matriarch of the White Wings clan mumbled, smiling as she was flapping her wings, and quickly followed Shurian like she teleportation powers. Shurian had been wandering through the surroundings of the Sound Beast Mountain to search for sound beasts the entire day. Every time that he discovered a flock of the sound beasts, he immediately emitted the heaven flame, then used the heaven flame's force skillfully to tie up the sound beasts, gradually burning them into ashes. After that, he would take their demon's crystal pearls. At this moment, there were nearly 100 demon crystal pearls of different levels of sound beasts in his blood vein ring, among which the lowest was the 3rd-level pearls, and that the best were the 6th-level pearls. The harvest was quite big. That should be enough. Raising his head, looking at the immeasurably high sound beast mountain that pierced up into the sky, Yin mumbled with a low voice before speaking to Uro. Let's call it a day. Let's go back. Yin, can you try to sense the sound beast mountain again to see if there are any changes? Uro hesitated a little bit before asking. You have absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the sound beast mountain, so you should be very sensitive with heaven and earth chi. You should check to see if the heaven and earth's chi in the sound beast mountain is more intense or more diluted. Okay. Yin did not know exactly what Uro's plan was, but he still pleasantly satisfied her requirements. After sitting down and resting a little bit, he sent out his soul consciousness, urging the energy inside of the pearl at the meridian on his chest to combine with his soul consciousness and gradually diffuse towards the sound beast mountain. Not long after that, Yin knitted his eyebrows, stood up, and then mildly said, Thunderbolts outside of the sound beast mountain seems to get weaker and weaker. However, the heaven and earth's chi in the sound beast mountain is getting more intense. I can feel that there is something strange happening in the sound beast mountain. Your senses are not wrong. Look at the sky above the sound beast mountain. Uro pointed at the mountain peak, which pierced up straight through the clouds, and said with a somber face, Did you find anything? Sure. Yin raised his head, looking up to the sky. His eyes flashed up a stream of light. It seemed that there were lights converging consecutively in his eyes. The sound beast mountain's peak was 10,000 jangs tall, reaching the sky where gray clouds were gathering. Thunderbolts intertwined as if they had wanted to cut the sky into pieces. Zooming through the sky with full of cuts, dazzling leaks of light were visible through those slits. The space over there, it seems, became more unstable. After watching for a while, Yin said in a low tone, You have been observing very carefully. Uro nodded, replying with a forced smile. The lightning seems to be able to tear the sky apart. It means that the time and space here is getting weaker. Perhaps only one attacking strike of that terrifying energy could destroy this space. Once this space crumbles, the whole space will turn into ashes just in a blink. No creatures will be lucky enough to be able to escape. Yin's face changed dramatically. Uro continued, In recent days, changes in the Sound Beast Mountain have directly affected the space at the peak of the Sound Beast Mountain and weakened it. In another 2 months, if we do not have any solutions in getting out of this place, our 2 tribe souls will vanish as soon as this space collapses. Uro miserably smiled. You and Dishan both have cultivation base at the God Realm. Can't the both of you escape? Yin was astonished while asking. After releasing a long sigh helplessly, Uro said, You don't know that this abandoned land was actually used to restrain our 2 tribes. We have lived here for millions of years, while some of us had reached the true God Realm. However, whenever someone had entered the true God Realm, there appeared horrendously destructive God light in the sky above the Sound Beast Mountain's peak. As a beam of God light struck down, the soul of the person who had reached the true God Realm will have been totally dispersed. What? Yin was extremely frightened. Entering the true God Realm means that having the forces to control the time and space. Once warriors at the true God Realm reinforce their realm steadily, they will have a chance to get out of this space safely. The sky above the Sound Beast Mountain's peak has God power, which binds and controls us. It will not let any of our fellow pagans escape from it. Anyone entering the true God Realm will have had their souls vanished if they had encountered that God power. Uro's eyes were gloomy. She continued, So many years have been passing as many of the top-class warriors of the 2 tribes had known that they would have immediately perished as soon as they've entered the true God Realm. However, they've still put forth their efforts because they believe that if the warriors at the true God Realm were able to endure the one strike of the Godlight, that they could then rely on the forces of the true God Realm to bring the 2 tribes out of this devilish place. Regretfully, those predecessors had all failed. Yin's face was confused. This was the first time he had felt pity for these 2 tribes. Our ancestors have imparted their last instructions to us. One day, if a mutation happens in the Sound Beast Mountain like today, the chance of our two tribes in escaping has finally come. If we cannot catch this chance, the two tribes will truly vanish from the world's history. Yuro stared at Shi Yan and spoke in a serious voice. Shi Yan, you are our chance. I honestly hope that you can help our two tribes get out of this land. I don't know what the others may think, but I can assure you that if you can complete this successfully, I will put in all of my efforts to protect you. Shi Yan looked serious as he responded with a low voice. I will try my best. Zhang, Chinese measurement. 1 zhang is equivalent of 33 meters. Chapter 259, Mercy. Giant Stone, Ancient City. Shi Yan and Yuro came back together. After that conversation, their relationship had remarkably been changed. This change was not easy to describe. However, Shi Yan was certain that their relationship was no longer a mere exploitation. After returning into the ancient city, Shi Yan walked directly towards the stone building where Etian Mo stayed to find ECU Bai. He wanted to talk to her. Etian Mo was instructing ECU Bai about something in the gloomy hall. After being informed about Shi Yan's request, Etian Mo was a little surprised. He hesitated for a while before speaking to ECU Bai. You go out there and see what he wants. That little rascal is the hope of our two tribes. We will do our best to meet any of his requirements to facilitate his cultivation. Yes, father. ECU Bai nodded. ECU Bai walked out of the hall in a very short time. She stood in front of Shi Yan, asking him with an indifferent face, what do you want? Since Shi Yan had asked the demonic Sound clan for Chao Zilan's group of the 3 females to be the object for his sexual satisfaction, he became a lustful jerk towards all of the clan. Even ECU Bai, who at first had a feeling for him, did not want to see him anymore. Shi Yan neither cared about how the others thought about him, nor blamed ECU Bai for changing her attitude. Here, I have 93 demon crystal pearls. Shi Yan calmly hauled a gray bag from the blood vein ring. He threw it to ECU Bai from a distance and said with a smile, these beast levels are not bad. I know that they will be very useful for the demonic Sound clan's cultivation. They are extremely precious source of support for your advancements. ECU Bai was bewildered with an amazed expression. She asked, why do you give me this many of the Sound Beast Demon's crystal pearls? It is to ask for your help. About what? These demon crystal pearls will be exchanged for the human warriors who still survive in Yaji's hands. They are useful to me. Warriors? ECU Bai's pretty face expressed a weird look. Her cold eyes looked at Shi Yan's face attentively, then said, are you interested in males as well? The delicate body of the matriarch of the Wild Wings clan, Yuro, slightly shivered. Her eyes raked Shi Yan with an unbelievable look. She came here with Shi Yan without having known about his intentions. She hadn't expected that Shi Yan had killed so many of the Sound Beasts to harvest the demon's crystal pearls in exchange for the other human male warriors' lives. Thinking about the fact that Shi Yan had asked for Chao Zilan's group before, Yuro's false thoughts were inevitable. She lowered her voice with a strange face. Shi Yan, do you really have those preferences? Ouch. Shi Yan was dumbstruck for a while before he could understand what was happening. He quickly explained, women's thoughts are really complicated. I need those male warriors only for my cultivation, but it is not what you have imagined. When you had asked for those females, you had also said that it was for your cultivations. ECU Bai coldly said, I didn't expect that your taste would have been so fickle. You don't mind neither cold or hot, right or wrong. I have actually underestimated you. Shi Yan, Yuro's eyes displayed a disgusting look. She proactively moved several meters away from Shi Yan. It seemed she had wanted to say something, but kept silent at the end. Damn it, it is not as what you think. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. I need those male warriors for a different purpose. Can you please have some pure thoughts? Why don't you go find Yaji by yourself? ECU Bai frowned, temporarily believing Shi Yan's explanations. She continued, with these demon crystal pearls, he will certainly be happy to have had done some business with you. That little rascal has a deep hatred for me. I am afraid he won't listen to any of my reasonings. Shi Yan revealed a faint smile. and spoke to ECU by, "That's why I have to bother you in delegating this task to you." After those words, he did not say anything further. He turned around, walking towards the stone building which temporarily belonged to him. ECU by was stunned. With her doubts, she held the bag of the demon's crystal pearls and went into the hall. After only taking a few steps, Etienne and Mo suddenly appeared in front of her and asked, "See you by? What did that little rascal want to see you for?" ECU by briefed him the story that had just happened. After listening, Etienne and Mo contemplated as strange light sparked in his eyes. Not long after that, Etienne Mo's eyes were brightened. He mumbled softly, "Could it? What happened?" ECU by surprisingly asked, "Father, do you know what he wants?" "No, nothing. You should visit Yuji and do the exchange. I will find out what he wants later." Etienne Mao frowned. He felt a bit surprised, and somehow he seemed to have figured something out. Impossible. Could that little rascal actually have perceived the soul Upanishads of the demonic Sound Clan in just a short time? Does he actually know how to use the spirit seed? Outside the hall, Yuro was asking Shurien with a puzzled face, "Why do you need those warriors? Do you want to fight with them to improve your experience?" "It's not necessary. We only need you to break the shelter. We do not ask you to fight with the others." "What do you want to do after all?" "Almost the same as what you've just said." Shurien revealed a forced smile without explaining anything furthermore. As he almost entered the building, he waved his hand to her and said, "You should mind your own business. I need to think about some more things." Yuro's picturesque eyebrows slightly knitted. Although she was still full of suspicion, she didn't ask any further. After thinking for a while, she shifted and quickly landed on top of another distant building. Deshawn was sitting motionlessly like a stone there. Deshawn slowly opened his eyes when Yuro came, asking her with a light, surprising look, "Has that little rascal left the city?" "Yes, he's gone out of the city to kill several of the sound beasts. He's harvested nearly 100 demon crystal pearls and used them in exchange for some of the warriors who are now in Yaji's hands." Yuro added, "I don't even know what he wants. His actions are strange, as if he has some ulterior plans. Regardless of what he wants to do, it's okay as long as he knows his mission." Deshawn did not move. He contemplated for a while before continuing. "When you had followed him to kill the sound beasts, had you seen that there was a significant improvement in his powers?" "Significantly?" Yuro replied with a serious face. "His perception of power and realm has been upgraded to another level just in a half of a month. I believe he will actually be able to break the shelter in a very short time. His potentials are indeed hard to imagine. If he has enough time to develop, he will definitely become an outstanding warrior of the humankind's new generation." Deshawn was astonished and bewildered for a long moment. After that he said with a strange face, "Yuro, is that little rascal actually as good as you have said? You go see for it yourself. I'm certain that you, by that time, will have different thoughts about him. Perhaps he would become our two tribes' only hope in the near future." Yuro gently said. After being deep in thoughts for a while, she continued, "I don't know why I always have a feeling that this little rascal is still hiding something. I don't think he is that plain and simple. Maybe what?" Deshawn slightly raised his voice. Yuro softly replied, "Maybe inside of his body, besides the immortal blood, there is somewhat another miraculous thing." "What?" Deshawn suddenly stood up with an astounded face. "What makes you say that?" Yuro inhaled a deep breath before speaking again. "I still vaguely feel that his immortal blood seems to be controlled by an unknown force. There seems that a flow of power which is even stronger than the immortal blood, yet is hidden extremely well within him. My feeling about it is sometimes on, sometimes off. That flow of power can somehow fool us." Deshawn got stunned with his eyes and mouth wide open. After a while, he mumbled with a low voice, "Is his coming here because of the god's will? If he really has transmitted strength from the immortal God King, I don't think we need to hesitate any longer. Let's see. We will have the answer soon." "Yeah, I feel that his appearance in this place might be the beginning of our two tribes' rise to glory." In the middle of the spacious stone hall, Shurien had just come back. The four girls, Chao Jilan, Gu Linglong, Qi Yin Qing, and He Man walked out from the next stone chamber. For pairs of mesmerizing eyes simultaneously stared at Shi Yin, which gave him a scary feeling of being loved too much. Shi Yin, where have you been? Guling Long immediately asked. How is it related to you? Shi Yin smiled coldly, sitting down in the middle of the stone hall with an indifferent gesture. Guling Long was angry because she didn't know how to trouble him. She could only have stood at the side, showing her rage by pouting. She did not dare to irritate him. Shi Yin, are you sure about what you are doing after all? Man seemed to be concerned, asking him with a gloomy face. If you cannot handle the shelters, I don't think that anyone will be able to get out of here alive. I've only said that I would try my best. Shi Yin slowly closed his eyes. After that, regardless of whatever that those girls had asked, he was simply unconcerned. The four girls couldn't do anything but glare at him. Half a day later, the two leaders, Ecu Bai and Yi Feng, were leading many warriors of the demonic Sound clan, who were under Tianmo's command. They were pushing a huge cage, gradually moving forward. In the cage, there was Panja and the other 35 warriors from the Endless Sea. Panja bowed his head dolefully as his spirit was exhausted. He was only skin and bone. It seemed that his life, recently, had been extremely tragic. The other warriors also looked really skinny and sickly, as if they had not eaten anything lately. Together, with their powers being confined, they were in a very bad condition. As soon as Panja saw Shi Yin, his dull eyes were lit up. However, in no time, he shook his head and released a long sigh. Shi Yin, I bring you these people as you wished. There are 35 survivors. It is lucky that you have asked for them soon. Otherwise, in a few days, I am afraid that there would have been no one left out of these 35 people. Ecu Bai looked towards the demonic Sound clan's warriors and nodded, signaling them to push the cage in which Panja and the others were being confined into the stone hall. After that, she explained, Yaji has been extremely angry recently. It seems that he had wanted to kill all of them at once for his cultivations. He's actually started doing that. If it had not been for the extreme value of those demon crystal pearls, which were certainly much higher than that of these warriors, they should have certainly died already. The eyes of Chao Zhilan, Guling Long, and He Man suddenly lit up. Shi Yin, have you asked for them? Qing was astounded for a moment. Then she gently spoke. You seem not to be a totally heartless jerk. I did not expect it for you to have been merciful as well. After hearing what Ecu Bai had said, those warriors inside the cage could not help but look at Shi Yin in gratitude. On the contrary, Shi Yin was still motionless. Even though his appearance was cold-hearted, he kept laughing in his mind. He thought to himself that if those guys knew the real reason why he had asked for them, he could not have imagined what they would have thought. Chapter 260 didn't consider them humans. In the stone hall, all the imprisoned warriors from the Kiara Sea, who had luckily survived, had cheerful faces, looking towards Shi Yin with grateful eyes. After Guling Long and Chu Yinqing knew Shi Yin had saved those warriors from Yaji's hands, their thoughts about Shi Yin had also slightly changed. However, Shi Yin's eyes still remained emotionless. After telling Ecu Bai to bring more food the next time, he turned around and talked to the warriors in the cage. I have saved your lives. You will just be a little bit less miserable in my hands, but the consequences will be the same. As soon as listening to what he'd said, the faces of those warriors dramatically changed. What do you want? Guling Long clenched her teeth quietly. All of them are in danger. Do you really want to kill them all? My cultivation requires some living people. They're just objects for me to cultivate. In my eyes, they're already all dead. Shi Yin coldly laughed and did not say anything further. He deliberately sat down, ignoring the others' vengeful eyes. His god consciousness slightly flicked. Shi Yin suddenly stared at one of the skinny warriors from the Gu family in the cage. Being scrutinized, that warrior's body trembled, suddenly grabbed his head, screaming painfully. What have you done to me? Shi Yin was motionless, continued, enhancing his soul consciousness force. The soul consciousness had intruded that warrior's brain, moved inside to search for Yaji's soul formation technique. Shi Yin, What are you doing after all? He Man could not stand but shout. She continued, everyone boards the same boat, facing the pagan tribe's threats. We should unite to deal with them. Don't you remember the old resentments? Shu Yanqing and Gu Linglong both criticized him impetuously. However, it seemed that Shi Yan did not hear them. He focused on using his soul consciousness to encroach the warrior's brain, shifting around to search for his host soul. While exploring his soul's features, Shi Yan was trying to find out where Yi had originally put his restriction. During this period of time, thanks to the demonic sound clan's 7 secret scriptures, Shi Yan had a thorough understanding about the spiritual Upanishads. And, thanks to this understanding, he could have completely removed the spirit seed which Etion Mo had planted in his host soul and totally escaped from Etion Mo's soul oppression. After having killed Duo Long, when Etion Mo had arrived at the ancient city, he had discreetly affected Shi Yan's soul. Etion Mo's soul accomplishment was extremely exceptional. He had silently planted a spirit seed in Shi Yan's host soul without Shi Yan's awareness. Etion Mo had spared his life because he believed he could have had controlled Shi Yan at any given time through that spirit seed. In fact, Shi Yan had vaguely speculated that Etion Mo had done something to him, but he hadn't been sure. However, as he had recently received the 7 secret soul scriptures of the demonic sound clan, after studying day and night, he had gained profound understanding about the different kinds of the magical spiritual Upanishads of the demonic sound clan. Until then, he had realized he could have been killed by Etion Mo earlier. In order to prevent being the other puppets during their critical moments, he still kept studying the essence of the secret soul scriptures of the demonic sound clan. Eventually, after he had sent his host soul to the sea of consciousness, relying completely on his new perception of the soul, he found the black spirit seed. He then used the force created by the unity of the soul consciousness and the fire force of the heaven flame to burn the spirit seed down. After escaping from the latent danger, which was caused by Etion Mo's spirit seed, Shi Yan suddenly felt that different magical souls of the demonic sound clan were really peculiar and terrifying. To prevent a similar incident from occurring, he needed to perceive the spiritual Upanishads more profoundly. That was why he had the intentions to study it deeper. If he wanted to have a big improvement on the spiritual Upanishads, relying only on his own was obviously not enough. Anyway, his knowledge about the spiritual Upanishads were still vague. There were many things that he did not understand thoroughly, and if he had used himself in conducting the experiments, he would perhaps negligently have vanished his own soul. Using other souls to experiment could help avoid some unforeseen occurrences of his own soul. That was why he had asked for those warriors and Pan Zhe to study further with. As his soul consciousness got into that warrior's head, Shi Yan's mind slightly moved. His soul consciousness was now divided into 10 of millions of flows, quickly moving inside of that guy's head to understand his brain's complicated structure first. After an unknown amount of time, when Shi Yan's soul consciousness in that guy's head gradually got weakened, as soon as his soul consciousness had almost contacted with that warrior's host soul, the warrior's host soul suddenly emitted a spiral wave and exploded. Boom! Shi Yan could clearly sense the violent explosive sound coming out from that warrior. As soon as the explosive sound echoed, Shi Yan hurriedly retreated his soul consciousness in fear. Gu Linglong let out an ear-piercing sound. As Shi Yan stared at that gaunt warrior with his eye wide open, he could see that that guy's eyes and nose were bleeding. His face was heart-rending as his pupils were enlarged. He was dead. Shi Yan, you have done another good deed. Gu Linglong was like a small tigress showing her fangs and claws, jumping towards Shi Yan. You have to pay soul for soul. The bastard like you is worthy of having thousands of slashes. You will not have a decent death. Get the hell out of my way. Shi Yan angrily raised his arm, releasing one strike. Gu Linglong's petite body was pushed back by an invisible force. She kept rolling on the ground until hitting the corner of the next stone hall's wall. As she stood up, her face was full of dust with a blousy appearance. She totally had lost her usual noble dignity. Yin, what you've done is very cruel. Chao Jilan let out a long sigh, shook her head, and said, "You could have just killed them directly. Why did you need to torture them? Use them as objects for your cultivation. This is really... I didn't kill him." Yin laughed coldly. There was a spirit seed which had been planted by the demonic Sound clan in his soul. My soul consciousness had just entered his head, but I hadn't approached his soul yet, and the formation technique suddenly exploded, crushing his soul. The one who has killed him is the demonic Sound clan who had activated that formation technique. Chao Jilan got bewildered, hesitated for a while before saying, "If you didn't send your soul consciousness into his head, the formation technique would not have been scattered, and he would not have died. The consequences are the same. If the formation technique exists and the opponent wants him to die, he won't be able to resist. I've used him as an object for my studies of the spiritual Upanishads. I would perhaps find a way to break the formation technique. Although some people probably have to die, I believe as long as I have a thorough understanding, I will be able to break those formation techniques." Yin harumphed and then continued, "They will die sooner or later anyway. Dying sooner probably still has a little value, which is actually a lucky thing. I didn't originally see them as human beings. If you can also think the same way, you will not be so brokenhearted anymore." After he had finished his talk, Yin no longer cared about Chao Jilan. Instead, he continued his studies. For 2 days, the 4 warriors of the Gu family had become Yin's objects for his soul cultivation. Their souls had exploded till they died one by one. Guling Long still wanted to risk her life to strike against Yin, but Chao Jilan had advised her not to do so. Guling Long's pretty face was very fierce. She kept screaming and cursing Yin not to have a decent death. She threatened that once she went back to the Kiara Sea, she would have used all sorts of different brutal ways to torture him. Every time that Yin had been irritated because of her words, he angrily tore off a piece of her clothes to teach her a lesson, until her snow-white skin was gradually exposed, including her big breasts. Guling Long was finally frightened enough, but still, she was very angry. She temporarily kept silent, stayed at the side, looking at Yin with the intense resentment. Her appearance looked as if she had wanted to devour him whole. Yin still continued his study on understanding the souls. His soul consciousness once again intruded the brain of another one of the Gu family's warriors. This time, he divided his soul consciousness into 3 flows, in which he also added his spirit seal. The 3 flows of the soul consciousness had formed a small soul formation of the hidden God soul, secretly running towards the warrior's host soul within his brain. The hidden God soul was a special spirit skill of the demonic Sound clan, which used the condensed flows of the God consciousness one by one to create a miraculous spirit formation. This spirit formation could have then hid all spiritual energies, which the host soul could not have found out about it. This was a new method that had taken Yin half a day to have figured out. Taking advantage of the demonic Sound clan's special spirit skill, the 3 flows of Yin's soul consciousness quietly approached that warrior's soul. Nothing abnormal happened. Previously, whenever they'd come here, the formation technique in those warriors' souls had promptly scattered, exploding their souls. However, this time, the soul force in the formation technique obviously did not discover Yin's soul consciousness. It still hid deeply inside of that warrior's soul without any commotion. Yin continued using his spirit to control the 3 flows of the soul consciousness to get into that warrior's soul. A triangle-shaped soul formation technique, which had hid itself deeply inside, gradually emerged. This soul formation technique had a triangle shape. Its surface was full of dense soul strings like thin silken fibers. Those tangled soul strings then formed a miraculous soul formation, consecutively emitting soul fluctuations, which observed the every move of this warrior soul. Yin did not feel strange with the demonic Sound clan's spirit skills. He knew that a person who had placed this soul formation technique could also have easily activated it to either make one's soul explode or control one's soul in a short amount of time. 3 flows of the soul consciousness suddenly spread in and violently wrapped that formation technique. The burning fire inside these flows also erupted abruptly. Sputter. The soul formation technique, which had been placed by Yi under Shi Yan's forces, was completely burned down in no time. Not long after that, Shi Yan suddenly stared at the warriors of the Gu family in the cage and stolidly said, "The formation techniques in your souls have been dissolved." Everyone in the stone hall was very surprised at first. Their faces were lit up with extreme joy. Indeed, only using souls of living people can improve one's knowledge. Shi Yan mumbled in a low voice. While the other people were crazily happy, he indifferently said, "Actually, I have dissolved the warrior's formation technique in order to replace it with my own formation technique in his head. Right now, I control his life." "You bastard!" Guling Long scolded irritatingly. Shi Yan's expression remained unchanged, cold-heartedly said, "Now, I have to lift all of your formation techniques, and then I will replace them with my own soul formation techniques. After all of these are done, I can be assured to freely use them as objects for my soul study. If they are not dead after being used for my soul cultivation, I will perhaps spare those lucky people's lives." Upon his words, the warrior's eyes, which had just sparkled with full of hope, now expressed disappointment. "You are the devil." Gu Ling Long, Chu Yin Qing, and even Xiao Zhilan could not stand but angrily shouted loudly. Their delicate bodies were trembling with extreme resentment. Let's take a break tomorrow. We will come back for more chapters on Wednesday. Thanks all. Chapter 261, Ruthless. What has that little rascal done recently? On top of a sky-high ancient fortress, Duo Long of the Grey Wings clan coldly asked with an unhappy countenance. Yuro and Dishan were also at the same place with Duo Long. Both of them frowned, watching from above. They were sweeping their eyes at Duo Long from the distance, but did not reply to him. Not long after that, Yimeng, Ka Ba, and Etian Mo, the 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan, also flew into that place. After descending, they all showed unusual faces. 3 of them had an exceptional cultivating level. Their soul power was ecstatic and miraculous. They could have sensed any of the commotions on the Sound Beast Mountain, even though they staying inside of the giant stone ancient city. At this moment, 6 of the top-class pagan warriors were standing on top of the ancient fortress, looking towards the Sound Beast Mountain from a distance, shuddering terrifyingly. The sky over there looked like it was being torn into pieces. Each of the cracked rifts could have devoured and swallowed all of the creatures. All kinds of dazzling light interlaced at one point. Deep inside the sky, thunder and lightning were just raging on as the surge fluctuated, tremendous enough to have completely destroyed heaven and earth. It was getting more and more chaotic. Those 6 pagans had a feeling that a powerful explosion could have happened any time at the Sound Beast Mountain's peak. Once it had exploded, this whole land would have instantly turned into a void. All the creatures living on this land would have been totally wiped out. The 6 of them understood that a major incident was coming close. Time was now rushed. Even the Sound Beasts inside of the Sound Beast Mountain seemed to have sensed the changes and started to get into a flurry. They began to act disorderly, trying to get out and survive. "We are running out of time." Tianmo's eyes were very serious. "In another month, if we still cannot find the way out, I don't think any of us will be able to escape from this catastrophe alive." All 6 of them looked extremely grave. Dishan, Yuro, in order to help that little rascal improve faster, I've given you guys the Heaven Fountain concentrated water, as well as the female human beings. How is it going after all? Duo Long asked with a cold-blooded voice. "Because of our 2 tribes, I've restrained my anger and agreed to let everything go. But if that little rascal isn't worth it, before I die, I will definitely peel his tendons, skin him alive, then let him suffer all kinds of tortures." Dishan harumphed, but did not say anything. "He still has half of a month." After that, we will all take him to the Sound Beast Mountain. The matriarch of the White Wings clan seemed to be the calmest. Don't worry, Yin has entered the second sky of the Earth realm. His knowledge and ability to control the heaven flame have also reached a higher level. After half a month, his cultivation would be perhaps stable. At that time, his abilities to use the powers would have been extremely skillful and profound. That is the right time for us to enter the Sound Beast Mountain. Etion Mo looked towards Yin, quietly activating his soul sense. Etion Mo's gray-white eyes suddenly flashed up a surprising light after a short moment. It seemed he just found out about something. In terms of soul aspect, Dishan, Duo Long, and Yu Ro, the three leaders of the Wings race, could not have been compared to the demonic Sound clan. Thus, they did not recognize Etion Mo's sneaky act. However, when Etion Mo retreated his soul sense, the other two leaders of the demonic Sound clan, Yimeng and Kaba, had noticed something. E.g., did you discover something? Kaba felt that something was a bit odd, looking at Etion Mo while asking. Etion Mo slowly nodded as his countenance returned to normal. He said, "That little rascal has not been idle during this time. I have to say that this guy is really extraordinary." After just scanning the ancient scriptures of the demonic Sound clan, he could have already broken through all the formation technique that Yi had placed in those human warriors' souls. Then he planted his own spirit seeds inside of their souls. That genius can really shock me. What? Yimeng's face changed. He screamed out in shock. Without our instructions, only relying on those ancient scriptures, how could he have known of the ways in using the spirit seed? How could he have disarmed the spirit formation technique of my son? How could he? Dishan's eyes brightened up. You can check it yourselves. Etion Mo coldly smiled. Yimeng and Kaba were astonished for a while. They did not hesitate to send out their soul senses to check if Etion Mo was right or not. After 10 minutes, Yimeng and Kaba both showed a surprised face, chuckling while nodding towards Dishan and Uro. What does it mean? Duo Long asked with a puzzled face. Let's say he could understand the essence of the spiritual Upanishads of the demonic Sound clan. What can it prove? How useful can it be towards breaking the shelters if he can explain the spiritual Upanishads? If it doesn't help in breaking the shelters, his understandings will be useless, just a waste of time. Etion Mo glanced at Duo Long with a contemptuous look and frigidly said, "When a soul perception has reached a new level, its ability to control the surrounding circumstances are much more thorough, power handling will be more skillful, and the mental state will also develop. The demonic Sound clan and the Wings race are not similar. Progress in terms of the soul will bring us many good things that we can hardly imagine of. He is not lazy. The stronger that his soul is, the easier it can be for him to break the shelters." Uro said with a faint smile, "There are still 2 weeks to go. I long for his performance after that amount of time. I believe that this guy can help us get out of this damn place, returning to the Grace mainland." "Why do you trust him that much?" Duo Long was very surprised. He had originally looked down on Yin. Yet he also thought that if he had been at the Earth realm and possessed the heaven flame, it would not have been easy for him to have mastered it. "I think that God will not let our two tribes perish." Uro's eyebrows knitted tightly while saying, "No matter what, we have to trust him. If we don't trust him, it means that we don't believe that we could survive." During the time when the Sound Beast Mountain had had a major change, a little rascal who can use the heaven flame suddenly appears out of nowhere. I have a feeling that our destiny had been settled when he showed up here. Perhaps our ancestors have heard our pleas. Destiny has been settled. Etion Mo mumbled again with a low voice. His eyes became eccentric. After a while, his face suddenly changed. He said, "This little rascal's existence is the result of our ancestors invoking the God King." Kaba, Yi, and Duo Long trembled as their faces had changed dramatically. Only Uro and Dishan still remained calm. Uro even chuckled and gently said, "Who knows? If he is really an autograph of a God King, I think that I will follow the ancestors' guidance." Our ancestors used to say that if a descendant of the God Kings could bring us out of this devilish place, we would have to serve him as our master. As soon as Ka-Ba, Yimeng, and Duo Long heard what Yuro had just said, they were all dazed with confused faces while their eyes kept moving. No one said anything. Soon, inside the cage, Panja of the Penglai Divine Land suddenly gushed out a mouthful of blood, staring at Shi Yin resentfully. In a stone room, Shi Yin was neglectfully motionless and slowly closed his eyes. There seemed to be a vague, moving nimbus on his body. Heaven and Earth's spirit aura was attracted by the strange tattoo on his chest, quickly came and gathered. The spirit aura was constantly absorbed through this black tattoo, then turned into a purified force rolling into his body. When condensing and refining the qi, the meridians in his entire body quietly transported and purified the qi which he had just absorbed from some freshly dead warriors. He then turned it into a mysterious force and poured it right into the middle of his abdomen. Half of a day later, Shi Yin slowly opened his eyes, indifferently shifted his look towards Panja, and calmly said, "You're lucky that you're not dead yet. Ease your mind. If you can survive more than 2 weeks, I will spare your life." Currently, there were only 12 warriors of the Kiara Sea left. The rest had been dead, as Shi Yin had carelessly experimented them for his studies on the spiritual Upanishads. The demonic Sound clan had different kinds of magical spiritual Upanishads, which was extremely mysterious and marvelous. When he practically experimented with it, mistakes were hard to have been avoided. When he made mistakes, he had to pay a big price, which was someone's life. These warriors, who had been exchanged from Yuji, became the best specimens for his cultivation. By risking their lives, Shi Yin had progressed incredibly in understanding the spiritual soul as well as the different kinds of Upanishads of the demonic Sound clan. For those who were his experimental objects, once their souls had been destroyed, refined qi in their body would spread out and went into Shi Yin's body, turning into a mysterious and purified force inside of his body. With the great progress on the spiritual soul, profound qi in his body also had been enhanced steadily. He felt that he would soon have upgraded to a new level, entering the third sky of the earth realm. "Shi Yin, you will not have a decent death." Panja clenched his teeth and angrily said, "You'd better kill me soon. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay a big price for this." Panja had originally controlled his emotions very well. However, during the time his soul had been tortured, he totally collapsed. When Shi Yin's soul consciousness actively stirred in Panja's head, Panja could clearly have felt something as Shi Yin's skill was still immature. Every time that Shi Yin had activated his soul consciousness, Panja had a feeling of hundreds of little worms were gnawing his brain. This feeling had made a steadfast person like Panja fearfully scream out. Panja was just better off dead, as he was treated badly by Shi Yin time after time. An image of a hero in the past had no remnants left. Resentment was burning violently inside of Panja's heart. He was angry that he could not have torn Shi Yin's body apart. If you can survive, I will be waiting for your revenge in the future." Shi Yin revealed a faint smile. He thought, "Even if you can survive, I will place many formation techniques in your soul. In the future, if you return to the Kiara Sea, you will be my eye in the Penglai Divine Land, and also possibly help me collect the latest information there." Ignoring Panja's screams, Shi Yin deliberately stood up, frowned, and looked at the stone door, closing tightly nearby, with suspicion. During this time, either because of their inability to resist Shi Yin or having other purposes, Chao Zhilan, Guling Long, and Qi Yanqing persistently stayed inside of the stone chamber. After contemplating a little bit, when Shi Yin was about to go find He Qing Man to ask, he suddenly noticed that the blood vein ring had just flared up a stream of light. Oh! After activating his mind, Shi Yin immersed himself into the blood vein ring. He immediately realized that the earth flame was slowly condensing and refining the heaven flame. Its living form was getting more and more flawless, as it seemed to have a little of qi energy similar to the one of the ice-cold flame. Has the evolution already been completed? Shi Yin was astounded. He instantly sent out his soul consciousness. Already done. I feel like I have a new life. I am really, really different. The ice-cold flame sent back its consciousness. Chapter 262, Intimidating Heavenly Prestigious Power. Half of a month later, 3 headmen of the Wings race, including Dishan, Duo Long, and Uro, together with the 3 leaders of the demonic Sound clan, entered the stone hall where Shi Yin was temporarily staying. Shi Yin was as calm as water, sitting motionlessly inside of the stone hall. Panja and the other 6 warriors of the Kiara Sea were standing in front of him with gloomy faces, disappointing eyes, and a dopey look. The 4 girls of Chao Zilan's group were hiding in the stone chamber for a long time without stepping out once. Shi Yin opened his eyes, welcomed them with a cold face and a frigid smile. There you are. Uro nodded and smiled. How is it going? It's time. I think we should depart at once. How about you? Are you ready? Dishan squinted as his eyes scanned Shi Yin's body for a while with a complimentation. After 2 weeks, Shi Yin was only 1 step away from the 3rd sky of the Earth realm. His mind was stable. Refined forces in his body were huge and powerful. Mature composure and confidence radiated from his attitude. It seemed that he was not bothered, even though he was undergoing a dangerous situation. From what Dishan had observed, Shi Yin, for sure, was very special. Not only did he have the immortal blood, but his body was also unimaginably sturdy. Together with Shi Yin's heartlessness and cold-blooded behaviors, Dishan believed that Shi Yin was the sort of man who would have definitely achieved greatness in the future. During this time, he had been quietly watching Shi Yin. He had witnessed the warriors from the Kiara Sea become specimens for Shi Yin to experiment his soul studies. Shi Yin's countenance had remained unchanged when his specimen's souls had been exploded to death, one by one. Shi Yin's cruel deeds were actually a good trait in Dishan's eyes. Everything is ready. Shi Yin slowly stood up, raised his head looking up towards the sky, and said, "The sky and earth on the Sound Beast Mountain are changing constantly. We should hurry." After pausing for a little bit, he continued, "Are you ready?" Yimeng surprisingly said. "What should we be ready for? Isn't it only you who will go there?" Ka Ba's and Duo Long's expressions were also suspicious. Duo Long, Uro, and Etion Mo slightly knitted their eyebrow as they seemed to have figured out what Shi Yin had meant. "Once the shelters of the Sound Beast Mountain are destroyed, the 6 of you will immediately go in there." Shi Yin contemplated for a moment before speaking seriously. "Certainly, there are some anomalies inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. Maybe the gate leading to the outside world is in there. Once this gate appears, perhaps this land will also have earth-shaking transformations and quickly collapse. It is easy for you to leave, but how about your people? Won't you need to bring any of your properties that you have been saving during the past years?" Ka Ba's and Yimeng's complexion had suddenly changed. "You should prepare. Later, don't blame me for not telling you." Shi Yin neglectfully said, "You'd better bring your people to the foot of the Sound Beast Mountain. When things tragically change, you all should leave at once. If this space collapses and you still haven't left yet, you've already known what the consequences will be off." Ka Ba, Yimeng, and Duo Long did not say anything further, immediately turned around and left hastily with a little panic. Shi Yin looked at Dishan, Uro, and Etionamo with surprise as they still stayed. "Don't need you to be worried. I have already prepared. As soon as you leave the city, my people will catch up." Etionamo said, "Dishan and I have planned everything. Once we send out our message, the people of the 2 tribes will depart at the same time with us. Our Wings race is quite close to the Sound Beast Mountain. When we arrive there, perhaps our people might have already been there." Uro said with a smile, seemed not to be worried. "Shi Yin, I did not expect that you were that provident. You've known that the termination day of the Sound Beast Mountain is also the day that we have to leave." "It's obvious," Shi Yin said with a smiley face, looking ahead, and continued, "It seems like we have to delay 1 or 2 days for Ka Ba and the others to prepare. Whenever they are ready, we can depart right away. We could go now. Dishan seemed a little impatient. No need to worry about the other guys. Breaking the shelter also needs some time. Perhaps when you're done with it, they should have already been there. So, Shi thought for a moment, then said, "That's good." Yin spoke to Tianmo while looking at Panja, the other warriors, and the 4 frightened girls who were just walking out of the stone chamber. "You help me take them along. They're still useful to me." Tianmo raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "Didn't you need to use these for virgins in order to have prevented your backfire energy?" Yin nodded. "My fortune is still good. I have not encountered any anomalies while cultivating. However, after breaking the shelter, I don't know if it will occur. That's why I've asked you to help me bring them along. In short, those girls are my possessions. Do you have any problem with that?" Dishan and Uro both looked at Tianmo with a questioning look. Tianmo slightly harumphed, then replied with a frigid face, "I will have them come along. Do you have any other requests?" "None other." Yin glanced at the 4 girls, then turned to Dishan, Uro, and said, "We can go now. Let's go." Uro walked over to Yin and placed her white hand on Yin's shoulder. Her snow-white wings flapped slightly. She gently leaped up at the same time and quickly disappeared out of others' sight. "I'll let you handle these people," Dishan said to Tianmo before leaving. Tianmo raked over Chao Jilan, Panja, and the others with a somber countenance. His white-gray pupils flared up some strange lights. Flows of his soul consciousness, one by one, flew out from his eyes, quietly sneaked into their heads. The way that Tianmo used his spiritual forces were much more skillful than Yin's. When his soul consciousness penetrated into their souls, even Chao Jilan totally did not realize nor felt it at all. His soul's sensing did not leave any clear traces like Yin's, but it made the others feel as if there were hundreds of worms creeping in, bringing them a great deal of fear. Chao Jilan, Qing Man, and the others were very insecure. They did not dare to look at Tianmo, as they did not know what he had wanted to do to them. A long time later, Tianmo deliberately retreated his soul consciousness, coldly harumphed, and said, "You guys follow me." After having investigated for a while, he discovered that Yin had removed the soul formation technique planted in them. Even inside the 4 girls' heads, there were no formation technique that bounded their powers. However, there appeared many mysterious formation techniques which had been placed deeply in the other male warrior souls that the ordinary people could have had hardly felt them. The 3 girls, that included Chao Jilan, Guling Long, and Qian Qing, could not have avoided it either. Yin had also planted the spirit seeds in the 3 girls' souls. Those 3 spirit seeds were going to germinate, which meant that in the future, once they left Yan's soul consciousness could have been able to sense every single move of theirs. Only Qing Man's soul had not been touched. Tianmo could certainly have removed those spirit seeds before they rooted. However, he was worried when he saw Yin again. Yin would not easily let it go, but would have definitely troubled him. While thinking to himself how cruel Yin was, he leaped up and flew away. Not long after that, Tianmo's message was sent to Yifeng's group. Following Tianmo's order, they alternatively brought Panja and the others along, flying up to the sky towards the Sound Beast Mountain. Inside the ancient city, all the demonic Sound clan's people started the preparations after receiving their leader's direct order. Tianmo's flock were already departing in line out of the city. Meanwhile, Kabaz and Yimeng's people were very anxious. Under the pressure of their leader's shouts and urges, they hurriedly packed their stuff, cleaned up their properties in panic. Everything became a mess. Even though many of the demonic Sound clan's people were nervous, confused, and busy, all of them had a cheerful face as if they seemed not to realize the danger ahead. The only thing in their minds was that they finally could have returned to their ancestral land. The 3 leaders kept putting a lot of good things about their ancestral land into their people's minds. Therefore, every single of them had imagined that the ancestral land to be a holy place where they could have everything, They felt that all of the good things there belonged to them. At the Sound Beast Mountain, where its peak pierced straight up to the sky, numerous sound beasts had spread out at every corner. Hundreds, thousands of them were gathering, feeling extremely insecure. They all got out of their caves all in a sudden, as if they felt that the danger was coming closer. Deep in the sky, lightning was striking and the wild wind was growling. All were furious. Dazzling lightning, one by one, flashed on and off quickly in the sky. Deep inside of the lightning, many brilliant, colorful lights segregated, which were actually the rifts of the time and space continuum. They contained the tremendous heavenly power that could have eradicated all life. Any pagans of the demonic Sound clan or the Wings race knew that in the sky above the Sound Beast Mountain's peak, there concealed heavenly powers, which were capable of destroying any warriors of the true God realm. They all knew that the heavenly power's existence was the warrior's nemesis that prevented the pagans of the two tribes from ever getting out of this place. The phenomenal scene in the sky scared the Sound beasts out of their wits, as well as panicked the two tribes' pagans who were having feelings that a murderous accident could come at any time. Boom! A flow of dazzling heavenly light suddenly projected from the sky. The heavenly light was like a giant sickle, striking down straight into the Sound Beast Mountain's peak. As soon as the heavenly light visibly appeared, a block of hundreds-meter-long ancient stone had been cut off from the Sound Beast Mountain's peak, violently falling down. Right when the heavenly light swept over a growling giant sound beast, the beast turned into a mist of blood just in a blink, leaving nothing behind. That was an extremely catastrophic death. Many of the sound beasts terrifyingly growled and howled, instinctively retreated into the Sound Beast Mountain. They didn't dare to have stuck their heads out. While the heaven was showing its intimidation and mightiness, Yin, who was brought here by Uro, arrived at the foot of the Sound Beast Mountain with a somber face. Chapter 263. Watch Me. A flash of heavenly light struck down, turning the giant and aggressive sound beasts instantly into ashes. It had even cut off a huge block of stone from the Sound Beast Mountain's peak. That was the heavens solemn. Deep inside the sky where the thunders were exploding, the heavenly light flashed up dazzlingly. This heaven's solemn strike shocked every single person of the Wings race's warriors, scared all the sound beasts on the Sound Beast Mountain. Dishan, Uro, Etionmo, and even Yin all had extremely serious countenances. They looked up to the major changes happening in the sky and instantly did not know what else to say. That is the punishment force. Every 10,000 years, whenever the two tribes had warriors entering the true God realm, this heavenly light from the sky would strike and burn the warriors into ashes, that nothing remained. Their souls and spirits both perished. Uro looked up to the sky with resentful eyes. This bloody heavenly light has confined the two tribes for tens of thousands of years. Dishan and Etionmo contemplated. Their faces were somber. Yin knitted his eyebrows, looking at the sky above the Sound Beast Mountain with a distressed feeling. He could feel the severely horrendous power there, which likely destroyed both heaven and earth. He even did not dare to send out his soul consciousness to observe around. He felt that once he released his soul consciousness, it would be struck into ashes before it could reach that deep place in the sky. Inside of that place existed the destructive powers that could vanish the warriors at the true God realm. As only being at the earth realm, if he had riskily gone for a confrontation, death was undoubtedly the only consequence for him. Are you confident? Dishan contemplated for a while. His two eyes squinted, creating a straight line. There seemed to be a spike of electricity that flashed up inside of them. No matter what, you have to break the shelter at the entrance of Sound Beast Mountain. Otherwise, even if we don't attack you when this space is destroyed, you are still unable to escape from this catastrophe. No worries, if I were not sure, I could not have been calm like this. Yin revealed a faint smile, nodded to Uro. Bring me to the entrance of one cave on the Sound Beast Mountain. Then you guys watch me. Are you sure? Sure. The matriarch of the White Wings clan nodded. Her snow-white hands grabbed Yin and instantly flew up to the sky. A white light emerged as Ro's figure appeared right at the foot of Sound Beast Mountain. Thud, thud, thud. Explosive thunder sounds reverberated from the gloomy sky. Each flash of the lightning from the 9 tiers of the sky, which was as big as a dragon flying and twisting, struck straight at Ro. Dishan and Etionimo were already floating in the air. As they saw lightning striking down, their faces dramatically changed. They immediately prepared to deal with it. Bang! Thunder and lightning struck down at the flank of the mountain. Rocks were smashed into pieces. When the lightning struck, some of the sound beasts, who had not prepared yet, instantly got incinerated. Ro reacted rapidly. As soon as that lightning released, she had already teleported to another cave, then quickly let Yin down. Boom, boom, boom. Up there, the thunderclap exploded massively as lightning flashed up, tearing off the sky. More and more lightning appeared, as if they had to burn everything on Earth. Ro, those flashes of lightning were aiming for you. You should leave. Etionimo lifted his head, looking up, quietly observing for a while. He suddenly shouted, "You have not reached the true God realm, so there is no heavenly light striking down at you yet. However, don't underestimate its power. You should not come close to Yin because even if you could have avoided it, he would not." Being reminded by Etionimo, Ro finally understood. She did not dare to stay with Yin. Instead, she teleported back outside the mountain. Soon after that, her delicate and heart-touching body appeared beside Dishan and Etionimo. The thunder and thunderbolts seemed to have instincts. While she was leaving, they kept chasing after her, turning into an electric dragon, storming towards her. When the 3 people, Dishan, Etionimo, and Ro saw that the electric dragon was terrifyingly dashing forward, they were all ready to confront it. Colorful lights which came from the void were congealed and refined. Conspicuous flows of light emerged from their hands, collided with the twisting electric dragon, and broke it into pieces. It turned out to be tiny streaks of lightning retreating deep into the sky. "The shelter over there has been aiming at our 2 tribes indeed." Dishan squinted, raised his head looking up to the sky, then said with a low voice, "As long as we approach closer to the Sound Beast Mountain, the shelter outside will be immediately activated and constantly attack us without letting us off. On the contrary, Yin is still unharmed." Ro and Etionimo sent out their consciousness to observe. They realized that Yin had not been attacked by lightning. In the area that he was standing, there weren't any changes. The lightning which had previously been aimed at Ro also disappeared without leaving any trace. As he is human, he seems not to be struck by the lightning. Etionimo nodded and said, "But it seems that those sound beasts are also afraid of the lightning's attack. Our 2 tribes are not the only target, so are those sound beasts." Don't know why those sound beasts have suddenly become that strange. Dishan nodded, guessing there surely occurred a major change inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. Otherwise, the sound beasts should not have had such strange behaviors. Those sound beasts that had been struck to death by the heavenly light had already reached the 7th level, the strongest ones of all the sound beasts. They were unexpectedly attacked by the shelter. It is very anomalous indeed. Don't mess with them. Wait until Yin breaks the shelter. We will then enter the Sound Beast Mountain and see why the sound beasts have behaved that strange," Ro said with a smile. Dishan and Etionimo slowly nodded. Their eyes were full of hope, looking towards Yin's direction. On the flank of the mountain, Yin held his breath, calmed his consciousness with a serious face. He slowly gathered forces and released his spirit to make contact with the earth flame inside of the blood vein ring. "Right now, I need your powers to break this damn shelter." "Okay, I have finished my evolution. My forces now are much stronger than before. I can definitely break that shelter. If it's not because my soul is still feeble as it has just formed, only do I need to go out of this ring, I can already burn that shelter quickly. Your soul is not stable now. Plus, there are many warriors of the demonic Sound clan who have a profound understanding about the souls. As soon as you go out of the blood vein ring, they will attack your soul. They are only afraid of your burning fire powers. But now, your soul has not fused with the burning fire. It's not sure whether you will be able to withstand their soul attack. You should not be reckless. Before your soul and the burning fire could fuse together, don't get out of the blood vein ring. Got it. After discussing with the earth flame, Yin slowly stretched out his hands towards the cave entrance. Sizzling. Small flames flickered from his fingertips, as if there was a spiritual snake curling up out on his palms. Because of this, scorching, burning fire hovered around his hands with the extreme heat. The host's soul inside the sea of consciousness quietly moved. Flows of soul consciousness, one by one, scattered from the sea of consciousness, observing small transformations of burning fire on his hands. The blood vein ring was dazzling with red light as each of the fire snakes crawled out of the ring. As soon as fire snakes had got out, Yin sent his soul consciousness into them. When the fire snakes wrapped around the backs of his hands and his palms, profound chi massively rolled out and assembled with these fire snakes. The solid cave shelter was burned up by the scorching fire from his hands. Mists of gray smoke came up one by one. Densing chi also spread out inaudibly. Many of the sound beasts retracted their heads, staying inside of the cave, and frighteningly watched the heavenly flame flared up from Yan's hands. They didn't dare to come any closer. Tom had been passing by. Both of Yan's hands were wiggling with the shelter for a long while. The powerful burning fire of the 10,000-year earth flame in the blood vein ring emitted constantly, converging with his soul consciousness. His profound chi turned to the raging heavenly flame, which could have wiped out everything. It was now wildly incinerating that shelter. The invisible shelter, which was being burned by the powerful burning fire, seemed to be broken little by little. Around the stone cave, other forces appeared to support and enhance the shelter's strength. However, they could not resist the heavenly flame's burning power. The shelter, which Yan's hands were placed on, was getting weaker. The defending forces hidden inside were being consumed bit by bit, about to be completely broken. Kaba, Duo Long, and Yimeng also arrived at the Sound Beast Mountain, standing together with the other three people including Dishan, Yuro, and Etionmo. They all stared at Yin attentively, without a second of negligence. Wings Race's pagans and Kaba, Yimeng, the youth of the demonic Sound clan, were all gathering at this place. With just a quick glance, the pagans of the Wings race and the demonic Sound clan were flooding towards the Sound Beast Mountain from all directions. After realizing that the two pagan tribes were bringing all of their members here, many of the Sound beasts scattering outside went back into the Sound Beast Mountain in fear. They didn't dare to confront these two tribes. Numerous Sound beasts hopelessly hid inside of the Sound Beast Mountain after seeing their leaders being struck into ashes by a flow of the heavenly light from the sky. Hiding inside of the cave, the Sound beasts were extremely nervous. They had wanted to go out, but were scared of being ambushed by the people of the Wings race and the demonic Sound clan. They were indeed in a dilemma. Any one of these two pagan tribes could have somehow figured out that inside of the Sound Beast Mountain that there was a major occurrence which could have frightened the Sound Beast that much. Otherwise, those Sound Beasts would not have been so terrified that they had to hurriedly go out of the caves. Knowing clearly that things were changing abnormally inside of the Sound Beast Mountain, those pagans still hoped that Yin could have broken the shelter soon. After their 6 leaders had explained to them, these pagans understood that the perdition was coming. If they could not have gotten out of this land, they would have completely disappeared from the world's history. Everybody was frightened. Chao Jia, do you think we can go back to the Kiara Sea? Inside the Rot-Tan cage, Guling Long's eyes brightened with a hopeful look. I don't know. Let's see what he can do. Chao Zhilan miserably smiled, pointing to Yin, and said, if I can return to the Kiara Sea and recover my forces, I will definitely torture him to death. Guling Long clenched her teeth with full of resentment. Without our family support, None of us is strong enough to be his opponent. Chao Jilan slightly whined and groaned. Yangqing Emperor is such a genius. He has found that rascal from nowhere. That rascal is such a monster. Even if the Yang family perishes, unless that guy is dead, they still can rebel again. After Pan Zhe, Chu Yangqin, and Guling Long listened to Chao Jilan, the look on their faces all changed into those of fear. Obviously, they all admitted what Chao Jilan had said was true. All of them had to accept Shi Yan's intimidating strength. Chapter 264, Breaking the Shelter. Scorching flames, one by one, flew out from Shi Yan's hands, all rolling in the cave in front of him. After pulling one another about, the shelter at the cave entrance, which had been blazingly burned by heaven flame, finally seemed not to be able to resist any longer, exposing a small burnt hole. Everybody's faces were excited. Shi Yan's eyes also brightened up as if he could see a ray of glory through that small hole. He put all his efforts to continuously pour the heaven flame's blistering power into that hole. After all the flames of the heaven flame entered that hole, they eroded the cave entrance little by little, quickly enlarged the hole. Dishan, Yuro, and other leaders of 2 pagan tribes showed an extreme joy. It was obvious that with that burning speed, the cave would be soon broken. The hole would be broadened enough for everyone to get in. Lightning flashed up in Dishan's eyes. He contemplated for a while before quietly coming closer to Shi Yan. Duo Long and his fellows also followed behind without much hesitation. They all gathered 30 meters away from Shi Yan and kept staring at every single move from him. If they didn't enter the Sound Beast Mountain, they would not have been struck by the lightning from the sky above the peak. The miraculous shelter in the sky seemed to have its own consciousness. It had a duty to make sure that no top-class warriors of the 2 tribes were able to have penetrated into the Sound Beast Mountain. As soon as they moved one step in, this shelter would have been instantly activated, striking down tremendous lightning. Let's wait for a while. Once the cave entrance is enlarged enough, we will enter right away. Dishan turned around, glancing at the other 5 leaders, then said with a serious face, "Everyone should watch out. There is certainly an anomalous change in there. It may be a fatal danger. You should not be contemptuous." 5 of them nodded, implicating they'd already understood. Those 6 peak leaders of 2 tribes were glaring at every move of Shi Yan with stony eyes from a distance of 30 meters away. They were ready to enter at any time. Sweat beaded on Shi Yan's forehead. The fabric on his back was also wet. This was the result of consuming too much power. His body had been trained by the heaven flame for a long time as his vessels and blood were adapting more with the heaven flame's heat. However, burning fires spreading out from the blood vein ring this time were much hotter than any previous times. The extreme heat of the earth flame had successfully transformed, being several times stronger than before. Until now, Shi Yan got to know that the earth flame previously had not been considered as the heaven flame. At best, it had been only considered to be mutated earth flame that hadn't reached the heaven flame's temperature just yet. Nevertheless, the current earth flame had a huge transformation after having absorbed the sun-refined spirits. Not only did it have a complete soul and a perfect living form, but its burning fire power had also been enhanced to another new level. The 10,000 years earth flame somehow had transformed to make a balance with the icy cold flame, which owned a miraculous earth-shaking power. As the earth flame had been enhanced, its burning power was also much stronger than before. Shi Yan almost could not stand it. When he poured profound qi into each flame, a lot of his power had been drained, including his soul consciousness. The heaven flame evaporated his sweat quickly as soon as it continued pouring out again. Even though Shi Yan's whole body was not comfortable, he still tried to restrain it, focused his mind, and kept releasing his soul consciousness. He let his profound qi massively roll into his palms to fuse with flames of the heaven flame, to create heaven flame's power with a tremendous attack strength. Sizzling. The heaven flame was burning furiously, making the hole in front of him bigger. Gradually, it was getting as big as a human's head. Yan's face was joyful, but he did not dare to relax now. He kept urging the profound qi inside of his body to pour into the conflagrate burning fires on his hands. The burning fires then flew straight into the hole. Torrential heaven flame was blazing on his hands. There was as if a fire snake wrapping around each of his fingers, twisting and sticking its tongue out. Miraculously, inside of those vivid red flames appeared a faint purple color. That was a strange color resulted by the fusion of the heaven flame, his soul consciousness, and the profound qi. Yan stretched out his hands through the hole, sending powerful burning fires of the heaven flame to cover them, and then forcefully tore the hole apart. More and more heaven flames, burning fires, flew up from the backs of his hands and his palms. The 1,000-year earth flame had sensed his urge, emitting stronger burning fires to support Yan tearing the hole. Swoosh! A crispy sound suddenly came up from that hole. Yan's hands had violently pulled and tore that hole, which had been originally as big as a human head size. Now the hole was big enough for an adult to get through. Go! Dishan shouted as his black wings flapped hastily. He flashed up like a black lightning and disappeared instantly. Yan got bewildered for a while. Before he could realize what was happening, Dishan had already gone through the shelter, getting inside of the sound beast mountain. Not far from that, after seeing Dishan's action, Yuro and Etianimo also turned into flows of light without hesitation, going inside of the sound beast mountain with a blinding speed. At the foot of the sound beast mountain, people of the Wings race and the demonic sound clan began to cheer and applaud. All of them were extremely joyful. They soon congratulated each other. Some of them even started drinking to celebrate. A few of the high-class warriors leaped up and flew towards Yan's direction. At this moment, cheerful sounds and noises echoed crazily. After being dazed, Yan saw the 10 warriors of 2 tribes approaching closely. They were about to jump into the cave entrance. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shaking thunder sound suddenly came up from deep inside the sky. Horrendous streaks of lightning covered the entire sound beast mountain entirely, all in a sudden, just like a heavy shower. Simultaneously, the sound beast mountain was immersed in a dense net of lightning. With a quick glance, that net of lightning looked like a curtain being pulled down. The scream like ghost wail and wolves howl also followed the lightning piercing into people's ears. Being struck constantly by those streaks of lightning, the bodies of those Wings races and demonic sound clans' top-class warriors were immediately incinerated, then fell down not long after having wiggled fiercely in the air. Their bodies exploded before they could have reached the ground. Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. The 10 warriors of the 2 tribes were dead, without leaving any bones in just a short moment. All the pagans, who were standing everywhere around the sound beast mountain, immediately changed their countenances dramatically after seeing the terrifying scene. The cheering noises had also died out. No one could have ever imagined that the 10 Sky Realm warriors could have been struck to death that fast. There was not a single sign, nor a minute spared for preparations. Those 10 warriors were dead just like that. Those pagans, who had been cheerful, dazedly watched flesh and bones falling down like a heavy blood shower. Everybody ceased suddenly. Some of the other warriors, who had originally wanted to enter the cave, were flying in the air, hurriedly stopped, as they didn't dare to come any closer to the sound beast mountain. Yan's complexion had also changed tragically. Soon after that, he realized that while he got dazed, the hole, which had been torn apart, was slowly shrinking. After raising his eyebrows with a little hesitation, he then suddenly jumped through the shelter, entering inside of the sound beast mountain. Shriek, shriek, shriek. Ear-piercing growls of sound beast resounded as soon as he got into the sound beast mountain. Echoing growls of sound beasts were not less loud than the ones of thunderbolts outside. While earth-shaking sounds kept coming up, 6 figures of Dishan and other 5 leaders were getting further and further, dashing toward the center of the mountain. Yuro was the last one in the line. The matriarch of the White Wings clan held a charming figure, waiting for the other 5 figures to disappear. She looked at Shi Yin from a distance, then gently said, "Let's go in there, together." Shi Yin was startled. He hesitated a little before saying, "Don't you need me to keep this shelter open?" Uro revealed a faint smile, gently shaking her head. "If you've been able to break it, you can also do the same from the inside. Wait until we solve the problem inside the mountain. Then you will break this shelter again. With the thunder and lightning outside that close the cliff, no one else can go in. You only uselessly waste your powers if you stay here. We don't know how long it would take in there, until we can solve the problem inside. If your powers have already been drained by that time, it would have really been such a waste." Shi Yin nodded, determinedly stopped holding the shelter open. He zoomed towards Uro. "Shi Yin." Uro suddenly lowered her voice when he arrived next to her. "What happened?" Shi Yin asked with a low voice. A suspicious look showed up on his face. "Be careful." Uro gently spoke up after hesitating. "You should not keep yourself too far away from me to avoid any unexpected events. You also need to be aware of Duo Long and the other 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan. Perhaps you will be their target there." Shi Yin frowned and said, "Don't they need me to break the shelter?" "It's hard to say." Uro's face got serious. "You've probably realized that when thunder and lightning cover the outside of the mountain, the shelter inside of the Sound Beast Mountain starts to be weakened. If we can enter here, it means the shelter is not effective anymore. After we solve the problems inside of the mountain, the oppressive forces of the shelter may no longer exist. Until then, you don't have any value to them." Shi Yan's face suddenly changed. He nodded firmly after thinking for a while. "I understand. As I have promised, as long as you break the shelter, I will try my best to protect you. I will keep my words." Even though Uro was inside of a dark, dull cave, her eyes, on the contrary, were very bright. "I will try my best, but if it does not happen as I wanted, don't blame me." Shi Yin still felt warm, although he was inside of a chilly, dark cave. He bravely placed his hands on Uro's wings and honestly said, "I will still be grateful to you." Suddenly, the body of the matriarch of the White Wings clan reddened as her charming face also blushed. Her beautiful eyes got mused while her body was slightly shivering. "Oh," Shi Yin asked with surprise, "are you okay? Little pervert." Uro angrily stared at him. However, she had no power to resist. She was even more exquisitely dainty and ravishingly beautiful that all men would have surely committed a crime. Clenching her teeth tightly, Uro scolded, "Don't you really know that the wings of the Wings race's girls are even more sensitive than our breasts and preserved area? We are not allowed to let any of the opposite genders touch them." "I didn't know." Shi Yin looked shocked, innocently shaking his head. Chapter 265, The 9 Serenities Soul-Devouring Flame. In the murky stone cave, looking at Shi Yan's innocent appearance, the matriarch of the White Wings clan felt so angry that she just wanted to smash him down. However, thinking about the unknown problems inside the mountain, she had to restrain her irritations. She stared at him with her fiery eyes, forcefully pulled his hands, and flew into the center of the mountain. With the flame of anger inside, Uro's movements were not gentle at all. Her small hands were like a pair of metal pincers, secretly squeezing Shi Yan's hands. Although Uro continuously put more strength to the squeeze, she realized that Shi Yan did not utter a word as if he did not feel the pain. With her astonishment, she kept tensioning her clamp. Uro was surprised. The strength that she was using was enough to break the Nirvana Realm warrior's bones. Nevertheless, even though Shi Yan was just ranked second sky of the Earth Realm, he was still all right, only slightly knitted his eyebrows. "Do you think it is enough?" As Uro kept squeezing harder and harder, Shi Yan had to reluctantly say, "If you keep doing that, I can't help but scream. You have already discharged your anger. Don't continue torturing me. You little rascal, you are no ordinary indeed. Your meridians seem to transform and contract continuously. Each of them is very peculiar, as if some strange energy keeps condensing and refining in it." Uro still clamped his hands tightly. She did not have any intentions to reduce the strength of her fingers. She continued to speak with a gentle voice and a very strange look. Yin, your body is not the same as ordinary people's. I have a vague feeling that the meridians in your entire body seem to have great differences compared to the regular ones. What did you do after all? She still wanted to explore all secrets inside Yin's body. Last time when she had returned to the ancient city, she had found out that there were peculiar forces in Yin's blood and vessels which repressed his immortal blood. She had some understanding about the antiquity time's secrets, so she couldn't imagine if any forces could dominate the immortal blood in the immortal God King's descendant. She guessed that Yin was still hiding an earth-shaking secret. She somehow realized that there were mysterious forces whose strength were as strong as the one of the immortal blood inside his body. Otherwise, the immortal blood could not be easily dominated like this. Nothing, Yin shook his head. He had to keep anything related to the mystery martial spirit on the down low. He would not disclose anything to anyone. Not to mention it was Ro. Even if Xia Xinyan asked him, he would still shut his mouth. Yin, maybe you don't know yet, but I have told Di Shan about your situation. Ro suddenly spoke up after contemplating for a while. Di Shan is an arrogant person who has a high-level cultivation and brutal means. In the demonic sound clan and the wings race, Di Shan can be considered the number one of all the top-class warriors. Even I could hardly be his rival. If you can have Di Shan's support, once he decides to follow the ancestors' guidance, he will accept you to be his master. Moreover, he will also protect your life, so you don't need to worry about your safety. After leaving this abandoned land, you will have tremendously powerful backup forces. With the unity of Di Shan and me, as well as your Heaven Flame, which is the nemesis of the demonic Sound Clan, perhaps you will be able to subdue the demonic Sound Clan. Don't you understand what this means? What? Yin looked shocked. His eyes brightened up. Apparently, he had been touched. However, Di Shan is extremely arrogant. Even though you are the immortal God King's descendant, you are just an Earth Realm warrior. Obviously, it's not easy to make him obey you. Ro continued. Therefore, if you want to get Di Shan's agreement, you have to show more of your capabilities. You shouldn't keep hiding them. Otherwise, unless Di Shan sees your real competencies, he will not respect you nor treat you like a future top-class warrior. Ro gently explained to him the situation. Yin listened attentively. After Ro had finished talking, he nodded slowly and said, I understood. As Yin looked like he had grasped the seriousness of the situation, Ro said no more and slightly smiled. She suddenly accelerated, turned into a white halo, and dashed towards the center of the mountain. Roam, roam. Shriek, shriek. Deep inside the mountain, the sound beast's growls resounded constantly. The earth was violently shaken by those ear-splitting sounds together with the thunders outside the mountain. Ro, with Yin being grabbed along, flew straight inside of the mountain. The initially gloomy cave turned to be as black as ink, as it was impossible to see the surroundings. However, as Ro knew every single path inside the mountain, she could still follow the directions of Di Shan and Etionmo. She was rapidly chasing after them. It was uncertain of how much time had passed. Yin suddenly heard, besides the sound beast growls, a big explosion that was caused by some attacking forces. At the same time, Ro's figure slowed down. A faint silver light was approaching them, lighting up the dark cave. Di Shan, Ro shouted in shock. She let go of Yin and stormed forwards. Boom, boom, boom. Incredibly horrendous powers collided and consecutively exploded in the cave. Huge blocks of lava rock instantly turned into ashes, dispersing everywhere in the cave after being hit by those forces. Yin stood on a solid lava rock. He wanted to have a clear view of the scene in front of him, but thick gray dust blocked his vision. A lot of dust had flown into his eyes, causing the irritating itchiness. Right after he had released his soul consciousness, it detected that a kind of soul's magnetic field was revolving inside of the cave. That soul's magnetic field instantly crushed down his soul consciousness. The consciousness attached with the soul consciousness also left no trace behind. He immediately got himself together in fear. He did not dare to send out his soul consciousness again. Instead, he just circulated the profound chi to his eyes, covering his pupils with a layer of the profound chi shield. Even when he could not see what was happening inside the cave, nor released his soul consciousness, it didn't mean that he could not sense anything. Furious forces were striking and destroying many blocks of rock of the Sound Beast Mountain. Rock fragments scattered, and dust was everywhere. Through the surging tremor, he was certain that top-class warriors were fighting somewhere in the cave. Yu Rou had terrifyingly shouted when she had seen Di Shan's enemy. Therefore, she urgently let go of Shi Yan and dashed towards Di Shan. Even though Di Shan was the best of the top-class warrior of the demonic Sound clan and the Wings race, with a given brutal situation, his opponent was either the Sound Beast supreme leader or the most bloodthirsty monster of the world. Regardless of who it was, Di Shan's enemy was not the one whom he had the ability to defeat. Therefore, Shi Yan stood right at his place motionlessly, calming himself and waiting. A faint red light appeared in the dark cave. It flickered, then scattered around. Dust and ashes blocking his vision were blown away by invisible forces. So were the dust and ashes around Shi Yan. Oh! Shi Yan was astonished, surprisingly looked at the blood vein ring on his finger. He saw the red light flying out from the blood vein ring. Wherever the red light swept over, Shi Yan's vision was not blocked anymore. Everything around him became clearer. This was a huge cave. The red light kept diffusing further, clearing all the dust and ashes. Shi Yan was watching the cave expanding endlessly. A brown jade was hanging at 30 meters above his head. Its surface was full of holes which were as big as fingertips. Dense sky and earth-en aura hovered around it. This place was certainly the core of the Sound Beast Mountain. His eyes followed the red light, which was expanding further, until the red light could cover an area that as large as 5 football fields combined. He suddenly saw many pairs of eyes flashing up different colored lights. While the red light continued diffusing, figures of those who possessed those eccentric eyes gradually appeared. Sound beasts were everywhere, hundreds or thousands of them. From a distance, each of them was staring at him with full of hatred. Shi Yan obviously was not frightened. He only revealed a faint smile. A red halo of burning fires suddenly emerged from his palms, and the heaven flame's power emitted from his body. The Sound beasts were apparently scared, moving backward little by little. Where's this place? The icy aura of the ice-cold flame flew out from the blood vein ring all in a sudden. The ice-cold flame sent out its message. The sky and earth-en aura here is very dense. Inside of it contains the icy-en aura that could destroy souls. This is... Has the blood vein ring removed the restraint on you already? Shi Yan promptly replied in joy. The blood vein ring has realized that the danger is coming. Moreover, because the current living form of the earth flame has completely formed already, it no longer controls me. The ice-cold flame quickly answered him. Then it suddenly urged Shi Yan, leave this place. It's extremely dangerous here. The En aura here could destroy the souls of any beings. It is... What? It is the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, one of the heaven flames, the most parlous one. Its burning fires cannot inflame real entities, but it can destroy all souls of any creatures. Any subject that has a life can hardly resist its devouring fire. As soon as the devouring fire touches your body, it will immediately burn your soul to ashes. Have you said that it's there? It is right there. I can feel it. You'd better leave right away. Boom, boom, boom. Aggressively fighting sounds, along with Yu Rou's screams, came up from the earth-shaking growls and howls. Shi Yan's face changed dramatically. He immediately looked towards that direction. The blood vein ring's red light spread out, blowing away dust and ashes around Shi Yan. His vision became gradually clearer. With a careful look, he realized that some figures were fighting with several sound beasts where the explosion had occurred. This flock of sound beasts was extremely aggressive with no fear of death. Their giant bodies were covered with scales, which looked terrifying and ferocious. Those beasts were emitting heavy aura. Their eyes' color was all silver. Those eyes were attached to the body that was greatly vigorous, as if they were made of cast iron. These sound beasts were not the same as the ordinary ones. Although they were very mighty, there was no streak of vitality in them, as if their souls had been completely withdrawn. Their entire bodies were full of deadly aura. These sound beasts were giving the pagan leaders Dishan, Uro, Duo Long a very hard time in fighting with them. That is the 9 Serenities spirit beasts. The 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame have used the 9 Serenities Chi to condense and refine those sound beasts. As they don't have souls, they won't feel painful or being wary of death. Their powers are even stronger when they are dead. It is very hard to deal with these zombie spirit breaths, except turning them into ashes. Otherwise, even with only a bone remaining, the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame could still control them to attack other people. The ice-cold flame explained. A beam of fear flashed across Yan's eyes. Chapter 266, Peculiar Treasure appeared. The 7 dead spirit beasts looked as if they were made of cast iron, with furious powers and full of benevolent energy. None of them had the aura of a living thing. However, they had lightning speed and tremendous strength. When they leaped up, they pulled the heaven and earth along with them, which led to the increase of their energies and the horrendous destructive powers. The 7 dead spirit beasts seemed to protect something. A dark and sinister area was behind them, for which extremely dense, fluctuating aura spread out, floating in the air. It was like many flows of the soul oppressive forces were dispersing, subduing the others' minds and bodies, bringing them violently feelings of insecurities. Among the 6 leaders of the 2 pagan tribes, Etian Mo, Kaba, and Yameng all had the spirit realm soul cultivations. Although their bodies were feeble, their soul powers were enough to fearlessly deal with most of the creatures there. However, when confronting those soulless dead spirit beasts, the 3 leaders of the demonic sound clan with tremendous soul power became inefficient, just like something that was used to decorate their powers. The only thing they could do now was to intertwine those 7 spirit beasts with their feeble bodies. The consequences could not have been easily imagined. Losing the biggest advantage together with their weak bodies, the 3 leaders of the demonic sound clan were having a tough time fighting with those beasts. Once those beasts attacked them, they couldn't do anything but dodge and didn't dare to directly confront them. As the result, the pressure of fighting against the 7 dead spirit beasts obviously fell on the other 3 leaders of the Wings race. Although the 3 of them, Dishan, Uro, and Duo Long were much better than the other 3, they still could not have gained the initiative in the combat. The dead spirit beasts originally had no souls, but had a sturdy build. Moreover, these 7 beasts had used the bodies of the 7th level sound beasts that have cultivated for thousands of years. Thanks to this fact, their mighty bodies' advantages were amplified several times. They were not scared of any weapons or different kinds of energy attacks. Among the 3 leaders of the Wings race, Duo Long was at the 3rd level of the Sky Realm, half a step away from the Spirit Realm. With his sturdy build and furious strength, he was definitely a first-class warrior outside of the mountain. The other 2, Dishan and Uro, were stronger than Duo Long. They were both at the reputable first sky of the Spirit Realm warriors. However, they were still struggling with those beasts strenuously despite their unity. Their attacking forces unlikely crushed those spirit beasts into pieces. If those beasts were not smashed into ashes, they would not have gotten injured. With the support of the heaven and earth from behind, they would have continued receiving energy from endless sources. As long as the heaven and earth was everlasting and the spirit beast bodies were not completely destroyed, their energy would never have been depleted and their attacks would have kept going on. The 7 spirit beasts' movements were as fast as the lightning. Their speed was even faster than that of the Wings race's leaders. Their energies were extremely ferocious. Yin used his sense to carefully observe the situation. He realized that the 7 dead spirit beasts could have gone through the mountain effortlessly. Their movements were lightning-like. Every time that they moved forward, their giant bodies had unexpectedly traveled dozens of meters deep through the lava rock mountain wall. It was like a huge drill, which could easily pierce through the hard and solid mountain wall. At this moment, he understood that because the dead spirit beasts' attacking strength were so tremendous that they were able to break through everything, like perforating the mountain wall. The 7 dead spirit beasts violently surrounded and pursued to kill the 6 leaders in the cave. Under the attack of the beasts, it was as if they were encountering their archenemies. Their faces were extremely somber while trying to use all kinds of forces to kill the beasts. Dishan's and Yu Ro's strikes on the beasts were as if they had collided with a 300,000-kilogram mountain wall. Those beasts were shot out more than 100 meters away. Their bodies were devastated into pieces, yet unable to have been completely destroyed. As their soul attack was not efficient, the 3 leaders of the demonic sound clan were in a strenuous situation. Their feeble bodies were not able to resist the dead spirit beast's attacks. If they were not very flexible and agile in dodging, they should have been out of breath and dead in no time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the dense heaven and earth emitted from the 7 dead spirit beasts. The space was immediately filled with peculiar dead spirit aura. Some of the sound beasts, which were hiding from a distance, all scattered away as soon as they saw the dispersing heaven and earth. More than 10 of the sound beasts that weren't able to avoid it were completely enveloped by this peculiar With their miserable growls, their fluctuating souls became very strange. Their living aura was disappearing, which was being replaced with the intensified dead spirit aura little by little. Not long after that, more than 10 of the sound beasts under the cover of the peculiar aura started to get crazy. They seemed to have transformed into the dead spirit beasts and began to attack the 6 leaders. These dead spirit beasts, which had just been transformed from the sound beasts, could not have obviously been compared to the other 7 ones. Their bodies were not as sturdy and their strength was far less than the others. That was why when these new-formed beasts were attacked by the 6 leaders, they were soon completely smashed until their blood scattered everywhere. But very soon after that, those 7 dead spirit beasts leaped up quickly. More and more of the heaven and earth emitted surrounding them. Hundreds of the sound beasts ran away outwards from the cave in fear. However, they quickly got covered by the heaven and earth before being able to have gotten away. All the sound beasts inside of the mountain had been turned into dead spirit beasts after a short while. They started to aggressively attack the 6 leaders without fear of death. The burning fires of the heaven flame emitted abruptly from Shi Yan's body. His face was grievous. He had figured out that the sound beasts had to run away out of the mountain because they were scared of the dead spirit beasts inside of the mountain. To be more exact, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame that those dead spirit beasts were protecting. It was because the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame could destroy their souls and turn them into the soulless dead spirit beasts. These sound beasts obviously knew the power of that 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. After the shelter inside of the mountain had been weakened, they felt insecure, realized that the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was getting developed. Therefore, they ran out of the mountain to avoid being turned into the dead spirit beasts by the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. If the demonic sound clans and the Wings race people hadn't invaded it, the sound beasts certainly would not have stayed inside of the mountain. Currently, inside of the mountain, hundreds of the sound beasts who were close to the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame could not have avoided its attack. Their souls were destroyed as they were turned into the dead spirit beasts. In such a short time, the spirit beasts were packed inside of the cave. After the sound beasts' souls had been destroyed, they were no longer being fearful. They were not even scared of the heaven flame's power on Shi Yan's body, storming towards him. "Let's go." The ice-cold flame sent out its message. "Let me help you." The 1,000 Earth flame also communicated with him from the blood vein ring. Boom! Scorching, burning fires from Shi Yan expanded everywhere. The thousand earth flame flew out from the blood vein ring all of a sudden, emitting its inflammable power when it saw more than 10 of the spirit beasts were approaching. The temperature of the mountain plummeted several times instantly with burning fires everywhere. Every time the dead spirit beasts advanced, they were completely swallowed by the thousand earth flame in no time. Once these beasts fell into the sea of fire, they had no more strength to resist and turned to the scattered shower of blood. All of them were dead. The burning fires of the heaven flame continued spreading out. The heaven flame devoured more and more dead spirit beasts. Once being burned by the thousand earth flame, none of the dead spirit beasts could withstand it. Everywhere that the heaven flame had passed by the spirit beasts, they were incinerated into ashes that nothing remained. Even the 7 dead spirit beasts, which had been tempered by the 9 serenity's soul-devouring flame, could not have prevented the horrendous burning fires of the thousand earth flame. 3 of them had been wrapped up in the flames. They were wriggling and being dissolved little by little into dark red masses. Then the heating power would evaporate them into a mist of smoke. As the other 4 dead spirit beasts seemed to sense the danger, even before the burning fires of the thousand earth flame came close, they all hid together deep inside of the dark without lingering. Stop! From deep inside of Shi Yan's soul, a strong vibration came up. Shi Yan was very frightened. His head was in extreme pain. At the same time, he saw 2 strange flows of souls approaching towards the thousand earth flame. The earth flame's soul immediately returned to the blood vein ring as soon as it realized that danger was coming. The burning fires also withdrew into the blood vein ring after the thousand earth flame's soul went back into it. Those 2 flows of souls belonged to Kaba and Yimeng. After hovering around the blood vein ring and realizing it was not easy to have penetrated it, the 2 flows were retrieved. Shi Yan harumphed, coldly looked at Mo, who was standing 100 meters away from him. The heaven flame's power is indeed terrifying, even though it can be used to deal with those peculiar dead spirit creatures here. The 3 of us cannot endure it either. If you let it expand, the 3 of us will be burned into ashes. Mo said. Shi Yan's eyes remained frigid. Little rascal, don't you want to kill us all? If your heaven flame doesn't have the ability to dominate these strange creatures, I would have savaged your soul already. Yimeng wiped his sweat off. He was the one who was standing closest to Shi Yan. When the heaven flame diffused towards his direction, he got really frightened. His powers had been drained more than half, even though the heaven flame hadn't come close to him yet. That was why he got angry with Shi Yan the most. Hiss, 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 hiss. 4 dead spirit beasts, which had just hidden in the dark, released bizarre whistles. A flying shuttle flashed up a sparkling light, which was on and off inside of the darkness. It seemingly wanted to get out, but was detained by some unknown forces. It kept struggling as it was not able to escape. A flow of anomalous soul came out from the dark where the 4 dead spirit beasts were hiding. It's the 9 serenity's soul-devouring flame. That thing seems to be sealed. Right now, its forces are increasing. The seal power will get weakened soon. Leave now. Once it wakes up, no one can resist him. The ice-cold flame hurriedly communicated with Shi Yan. Shi Yan was still motionless, as if he did not hear what the ice-cold flame had said. He kept looking forward with a contemplating face. His eyes lit up wide open as he was looking at the flying shuttle, which was hovering around in the dark. He seemed to consider something. 5 seconds later, Shi Yan was crazily cheerful. His entire body was shaking. He couldn't help but shout, "Sky-breaking shuttle. Hope you are still enjoying the thrilling novel. See you guys again on Wednesday. I need rest." Chapter 267, I Can Help You. Sky-breaking shuttle was an extraordinary treasure in the legends. It could tear off the sky or break any kind of shelters. It kept flying around in the darkness and emitted sharp lights consecutively. Each stream of the lights seemed to be able to destroy everything. They were dispelling the darkness, shattering the wall of the cave into pieces. Eventually, it hollowed out the Sound Beast Mountain, creating a huge bottomless hole. As the darkness had been dispersed, the scene inside there was gradually revealed. The first thing that struck Yan's eyes was the 3 sparkling small silver strings which were wrapping around the end of the shuttle, pulling it so that it could not fly away. The other end of the 3 silver strings hid inside the darkness, so they could not be seen as of now. Being wrapped around by the 3 silver strings, the sky-breaking shuttle, as it had lost its owner, no longer promoted its true attributes. Instead, it could only fly disorderly in the air. It wasn't able to escape from the 3 silver strings. Those 6 leaders were standing 100 meters away from the sky-breaking shuttle. They all had a somber countenance. All were motionlessly concentrating at that area. Yuro had heard a shout from the distance. She turned around and asked, "Yin, do you know it?" Yin nodded and replied honestly, "That is the sky-breaking shuttle. I had entered the chasm battlefield because of it. It is said that this thing can tear off every partition of space and break all kinds of shelters. Because its owner has been lost, otherwise it would not have been restrained by anything." The 6 leaders' faces brightened up in joy. The ancestors' guidance was not fake indeed. At the time the sound Beast Mountain vanishes, we can find a way to go back. Duo Long laughed out loud while pointing to the shuttle, which was wriggling non-stop. That thing was obviously prepared for us. As long as we can get it, we'll be able to get out of this damn place for real. There is Heaven Flame over there, but it is the most brutal and anomalous of the Heaven Flames. Yin warned them after musing for a while. What? Etian Mo's expression changed dramatically. He could not help but move backward a few steps. It looked obvious that he was extremely scared of something that was hiding inside the darkness over there. You just said that another kind of Heaven Flame exists inside there. How could you know? Dishan asked. The other people were also suspicious, looking at Yin, waiting for his explanation. Heaven Flames could sense each other. Thus, they know of each other's existence. Yin walked forward slowly. He was cautious when he looked at Etian Mo, Dishan, and Yuro. He explained, "The Heaven Flame, there should be the 9 Serenities, soul-devouring flame. In legends, it has existed since the beginning of the heaven and earth. It cannot burn substances, but it can burn any creature's souls. The 9 Serenities, soul-devouring flame." The 3 leaders of the demonic sound clan screamed out simultaneously with a traumatic change on their faces. They all moved backward to Yan's direction. Not good. Dishan's eyes sparked out a solemn light. A crystal suddenly flew out from his hand. As soon as it came out, it exploded and resulted in a faint blue color, which then dispersed quickly, covering him and Yuro inside of it. As Duo Long saw Dishan taking out the blue crystal, he was a little astonished. He seemed to remember something and walked over to Dishan's place. Without waiting for Duo Long to come closer, Dishan harumphed and looked towards him with unpleased eyes. Duo Long felt ashamed, changed his direction embarrassingly, and did not continue approaching that blue aureole. Blue star crystal. The ice-cold flame's sense was suddenly sent out. It is one of the extraordinary treasures which is able to resist the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame. The blue star crystal is said to be the most mysterious crystal of the blue planet in the galaxy. It projects blue star heaven light, which could prevent the penetration of all kinds of soul's forces. Even if it is the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame, it cannot immediately break the blue star heaven light. If you can get inside of its protection, you're certainly able to sustain the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame for a while. I've actually prepared this crystal to deal with your demonic sound clan. I didn't expect that I have to use it now. Dishan caressed the precious crystal, pouring more of his powerful forces into it to stimulate the miraculous halo inside it. He said with a regretful tone, "The blue star crystal is the consuming object. Its power is limited. The longer it is used, the more power it consumes. I am not sure how long this blue star crystal can last. We can use this blue star light to enter that place over there. Even the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame cannot instantly destroy our souls. As long as we can prevent it long enough to get the shuttle out, we will go back immediately. What do you think? Uro suggested. Dishan nodded after contemplating for a while. He said nothing more, stepped towards the shuttle, which was flying deep inside the darkness. Duo Long and the other 3 leaders of the demonic sound clan all showed their surprise. They wanted to advance with Dishan and Uro, but they were still scared. Thus, they had to stay at their location with confused faces. You can go as well. If you hide inside the blue starlight's protection, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame cannot harm you. Who knows, perhaps you would be able to tame it. The ice-cold flame communicated with Shi Yan. What? Shi Yan's face changed slightly. Is it possible to tame the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame? How could it be? I don't know, but your devilish ring does. The ice-cold flame continued. Heaven flame, earth flame, and I are all confined inside of this ring. If it's not because the ring's spirit has loosened, none of my forces can be released. If this ring can confine both of us, it must be strong enough to deal with the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. As long as your soul is not instantly destroyed, you actually have a chance. Sounds right. Shi Yan felt excited. He suddenly walked faster towards Dishan and Uro. Dishan, who was leading, stopped abruptly. He turned his head looking at Shi Yan and shouted with a cold face, "What did you come here for? I can help you." What? The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame is extremely dangerous. Even though you have the blue star crystal, you are still scared of its soul-devouring ability. I think I have a way to deal with it. If you let me in, if the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame appears and behaves perversely, I can probably detain it. Do you have the ability to detain it? I can't guarantee 100%, but I'm still very certain about it. We need to try to see if it's possible or not. Shi Yan was extremely honest when explaining, currently, I have 2 kinds of heaven flames at hand. Because I can keep these 2 flames with me, I surely have the experience to deal with that kind of flame there. You should trust me. What? The 6 pagan leaders all screamed out at the same time. They looked at Shi Yan as if he was a monster. Uro covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were extremely frightened. She said with suspicion, "Did you just say that you have 2 kinds of heaven flame? Aren't you kidding?" Dishan's breath was heavy. His eyes rolled up like a buffalo's eyes. Shi Yan nodded and replied calmly, "That's right. Besides the earth flame, the other one is the ice-cold flame. Watch it." In a moment, the icy chi of the ice-cold flame spread out over Shi Yan's body. His body was quickly frozen, turning into a big transparent ice chunk, which was sparking out glorious and splendid lights. 6 pagan leaders goggled their eyes with their mouth wide opened. Dishan reacted after a long while. He waved at Shi Yan and said, You can come here," while saying, Dishan urged more forces to pour into the blue star crystal. More misty blue lights projected from inside of the blue star crystal. These blue lights seemed to be gradually controlled, condensed into a chunk of lights, forming a human body shape. "Thank you." Shi Yan was very determined. He retrieved the icy power of his body and quickly returned to normal. He got inside of the chunk of blue lights instantly and leaned closely against Uro. As standing inside the blue lights, Shi Yan felt as if he was soaking in an ocean. It felt really comfortable. "Let's go." Dishan waited for Shi Yan to get in before advancing forwards. He did not want to waste any more powers of the blue star crystal. The other 4 people, Duo Long, Etian Mo, Yameng, and Kaba, could only stare at the other 3 getting into the mysterious darkness. Their eyes beamed out a greedy light. They were also interested in the thing called sky-breaking shuttle. However, as they knew how dangerous the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was, they could only watch it from a distance. Until the 3 people of Dishan disappeared into the darkness, the 4 of them gathered and discussed with each other quietly. The 3 of them, Dishan, Uro, Shi Yan, kept walking further in the dark. The distance between them and the shuttle got shortened. Some lights ahead became visible. When 3 of them could see the shuttle clearly, a dazzling halo suddenly emitted in the dark. It was unknown where this halo had come from. A huge block of stone appeared in front of their eyes. The stone platform had an octagonal shape, looked like it was made from some kind of strange, inky black lava. The block was as huge as half of a basketball field. A sparkling white chunk of the crystal was as big as a wash basin lay in the center of the stone platform. Inside of this crystal chunk, there was a stirring silver burning flame. Miraculous heaven light struck down to the acute angle of the octagon-shaped platform, which connected to the sky above the Sound Beast Mountain. The heaven light covered the stone and created forces that sealed the crystal chunk as well as the silver flame inside of it. Dense heaven and earth-ean aura from everywhere inside of the Sound Beast Mountain was like they just found a way out. They urgently stormed towards the stone platform, joining the burning fires inside of the crystal chunk, making the silver burning flame become livelier. More and more of the forces were gathering. The 4 dead spirit beasts that had escaped the sea of fire created by the 1,000 earth flame were hiding behind that huge stone platform quietly. Their murderous eyes stared at the invaders who daringly intruded here. The shuttle, which was as long as an arm, was circling around the huge stone as the 3 radiant silver strings wrapping it connected to the crystal chunk. Despite how much the shuttle was struggling, the 3 silver strings still got it tied tightly that it couldn't be able to get out of the huge stone. That's good. Your souls would help us get out of this place. An ambiguous, peculiar spirit suddenly came out from inside of the stone. The silver burning flames inside of the crystal chunk condensed into a blurry human face. After receiving more heaven and earthine, that face was exposed clearer little by little. Chapter 268, The Great Destruction. Many flows of silver lights blindingly flashed out from the white crystal chunk in the center of the stone. Those silver lights pierced through the seal forces outside of the stone and darted toward Shurian, Dishan, and Uro like a shower of arrows. Dishan and Uro were extremely terrified. Without thinking too much, the 2 leaders of the wings race instantly stretched out their black and white wings. Black and white waves rippled out from their wings one by one, fused with the faint blue lights of the blue star crystal. After all the silver lights hit the cover of blue light, numerous dazzling, colorful beams of light instantly radiated all of a sudden. The colorful lights scattered everywhere. Wherever they had zoomed over, the sound beasts ceased frighteningly, and the cave's wall exploded. An earth-shaking explosion resounded inside of the cave. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain couldn't help but violently shake. Abnormal vibrations appeared on the ground. The massive mountain was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The demonic sound clans and the wings races people who were standing outside of the Sound Beast Mountain showed their horrified faces while looking at the mighty mountain. Beneath the sky, where the mountain dominated the skyline, a violent explosive sound reverberated together with countless of giant rocks scattering and flashing lights. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-piercing crash kept coming up. The enormous mountain seemed as if it was about to gradually collapse. The mountain flanks were shaking as 100-meter-long blocks of rock were rolling down to the mountain foot. People of the 2 tribes were scared out of their wits. Some of the people who were slow got hit by the giant rocks. They were crushed into a mashing pulp of flesh on the spot. Inside of the mountain, Duo Long, Etion Mo, Kaba, and Yameng were wearing solemn faces. They wanted to move forward to thoroughly understand, but at the same time, they were scared of the destructive power of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. They did not dare to act recklessly, except passively waiting there. However, as time had passed, the upheaval of the Sound Beast Mountain didn't stop. It even became more brutal. In the sky, the dense, interlocking thunder net was slowly contracting. The mountain collapsed, and numerous giant rocks were rolling down. Strange streams of lights in the gray clouds flashed up and disappeared. The whole world encountered a great change while the Sound Beast Mountain was crashing. It was as if the sky was falling down. Clouds of dense ashes fully covered the earth, and sky. The entire abandoned, gloomy, dark land was like it was being completely swallowed by the bright lights. From a very far distance, many seismic upheavals consecutively happened. The ground turned to be an irritating ocean that was roaring and surging violently nonstop. People of the two tribes at the foot of the Sound, Beast Mountain, felt that the apocalypse was coming. Warriors with high cultivation were floating in the air, looking far ahead, as they could see layers of gray clouds adjoining the ground already. With a severe tremor, at the place where the ground had been wrecked, appeared a bottomless abyss, in which the destructive aura emitted constantly. Space crumbled. As some of the high-class warriors with a little knowledge promptly knew what was about to happen, their faces exposed a disappointing look while looking up to the Sound Beast Mountain, which was sealed with thunders now. Blue star crystal. Inside of the mountain, the face in the crystal chunk appeared with fine eyebrows and sharp eyes. Its pupils beamed out a devilish silver light. That face opened its mouth and uttered a frigid human voice. Even the blue star crystal cannot resist for long. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more of the silver lights radiated from the white crystal chunk, striking on the blue aureole that was projected by the blue star crystal. The blue halo was twisting as its power was draining faster as they were being hit by the silver lights. Although the blue star crystal in Dishan's hand was still emitting dazzling aureole, its power was being quickly consumed. The blue star crystal had shrunk 1/5 in such a short of time and continued shrinking rapidly. Dishan's eyes expressed coldness and cruelty. While he kept looking ahead, a smirk appeared on his face. He suddenly said, "Yin, you said you could help me. Now it's time." Yin got stunned with embarrassment. "What?" Dishan's face got more furious. He stared at Yin and shouted, "So did you just want to fool me?" Yuro looked very worried. While urging more power from her wings to pour into the blue halo, she looked towards Yin anxiously. "Time is very tight now. If you really can oppress that 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, bring it on. As you see, even though it is still under the control of the SEAL forces, it is already that dangerous. If it can totally be free, no one can stop it. Don't waste any more time. Do it now. It's too far. I'm not sure if it works or not." Yin miserably smiled. "I thought I could have touched it, but with this far distance, I have no way. Don't waste time." Dishan shouted with an annoyed face. "The blue star crystal's power is getting drained every single second. Once it dries out, you Rose and my souls cannot prevent its soul-devouring flame. We cannot do anything except in running. If it's impossible to deal with it right now, we will die here together." "I know," Yin nodded. His face seemed to be more serious. "Little rascal, you not even reached the sky realm, and you still dare to confront me? Such a dream." The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame inside the white crystal chunk burst into wicked laughter. "Not even mentioning you. Even the spirit realm 3rd Sky Warriors are still unable to prevent my soul-destructive burning fires. In this space, there is no true God Realm warrior. No one can resist my soul-destructive power. Don't waste your energy. Do you have any other solutions?" Yin did not bother with the mocking words of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and communicated with the blood vein ring. "My living form has just formed, so I am still far less than that dangerous thing. Its soul is extremely powerful. Its forces are also very terrifying. My burning fires can only prevent the heaven and earth aura surrounding it, but can't destroy its life seal. The 1,000 Earth Flame sent out its first reluctant message. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame is one of the heaven flames, whose rank is much higher than mine. Among the 9 heaven flames, it is ranked the 3rd, while I am ranked at 8. Its living form and life have been evolved more perfectly than mine. In addition, my forces have been recently drained too much. Even if I were not sealed by this ring, I could only protect myself when confronting it. I am not its match for sure. Now, it's even worse. The ice-cold flame sent out a dilemmatic message after a little hesitation. Among the 9 heaven flames, is the most difficult to cope with. I've never heard of anyone that could ever have conquered it. Its forces keep increasing. It does not seem like it has been tempered by anyone. I am not a match for it. The answers of the thousand earth flame and the ice-cold flame stiffened Cian's face. Now, he knew the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame was even stronger than the ice-cold flame. He was afraid that he could not rely on the thousand earth flame and the ice-cold flame this time. He could only count on himself. Try to use the ring to deal with it. Except for that, I don't know what else you can do to be able to handle it. The ice-cold flame sent out another message. But it is too far now, while you cannot totally control this ring. If you throw the ring out recklessly, I don't know what will happen. That's the only way. Yan's pupils shrunk while he reminded them. You two should be careful. I don't know how dangerous it is after all. I hope this solution wouldn't harm you too. After talking, Yan took the blood vein ring from his finger. After hesitating for a while, he threw it over to the crystal chunk onto the stone platform. Live or die. Wait and see. Yan sent his spiritual sense to the blood vein ring in silence. The red light abruptly emitted from the blood vein ring. As soon as the blood vein ring had gotten away from Yan, it turned into a beam of sparkling lights, striking straight into the stone platform. Boom! As the blood vein ring struck on the shield around the platform, it got prevented by the heaven light and could not get through the shield to come to the stone platform. Yan's face changed dramatically. Cling, cling. The blood vein ring fell down on the ground. Violent blood color lights released outwards. The delicate pattern on the blood vein ring's surface started to move. A flow of solemn, ancient aura slowly rose up. Is that your solution? Dishan's face turned into seriousness and furiousness. He looked at Yan, shaking his head disappointedly. We should leave. Yuro's beautiful eyes darkened. She bowed her head and let out a sigh, then said disappointedly, God really wants us to perish. Leave here. Dishan revealed a mocking smirk. To where? The space outside has started to break into pieces. In one day at most, this abandoned land will no longer exist. After leaving here, we will be crushed into ashes by those forces that are tearing the sky apart right now. Without the true God realm capacity, our bodies could not withstand those forces. We will definitely die no matter what. Even in this abandoned land, God does not even spare us of a way to live. The two leaders of the Wings race were extremely hopeless at this moment. They've even had completely lost their fighting will. However, they did not notice that after Yan had thrown the ring out, the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame inside of the white crystal chunk had lost its mocking intimidation. The handsome face gradually exposed an insecure look. The devilish silver pupils stared at the blood vein ring without blinking. It seemed to sense that something was unusual. It has some changes. There are some changes inside of it. Very strange. We have hope. We have hope. A feeble sense of the ice-cold flame was sent out from the blood vein ring. The ice-cold flame inside of the blood vein ring seemed to be extremely frightened. It had seemed to figure out a major earth-shaking change. My God! It is building a new shelter inside of the platform based on the shape of the stone. It is... what? Yan got stunned. A blinding stream of lights shot out from his eyes. A condensed blood aureole like fresh blood slowly spread out from the blood vein ring. The blood vein ring quietly dropped on the outside of the stone. The pattern on the blood vein ring's surface gradually transformed, forming a mysterious formation. Gradually, the formation turned into a Bagua figure. A flow of red lights flashed up in the middle of the formation, then disappeared. Right after that, the hilt of the mysterious giant blazing red sword hidden deep inside the blood vein ring flew out all of a sudden. The mysterious giant sword dragged the 100-meter blood halo along, traumatically shot out destructive aura, then slashed down the shelter of the huge stone block. Swoosh! The giant sword could have easily torn off the shelter, which was refined by the heaven light, just like it was made from thin paper. The shelter immediately shattered into pieces. Bagua describes 8 trigrams used in Taoist cosmology to represent the fundamental principles of reality, seen as a range of 8 interrelated concepts. Each consists of 3 lines, each line either broken or unbroken, respectively representing yin or yang. Chapter 269, Confine It. As soon as the giant sword swung up, the shelter was torn off in a blink. In the center of the stone platform, the handsome face of the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame inside of the crystal chunk had changed dramatically. Dishan and Uro had originally been hopeless, didn't believe in Sure Yin anymore. However, after seeing what happened when the giant sword had slashed down, they regained their hopes. The two of them were in shock while excitedly looking at the mysterious giant sword. They were waiting for more remarkable changes that the giant sword could make. Sure Yan's mouth opened to make a joyful smile. His face showed an exciting look as he felt that the blood vein ring was miraculously getting more unpredictable. Only one slash of the giant sword could tear off the shelter. After it flew up, dragging a bloody 100-meter-long halo, it struck down another slash. This slash was like the creation of the world. The aggressiveness, the toughness could be seen in it. The body of the sword had emitted a massive, murderous aura, which seemed to be able to crush everything into ashes. Ripping, the splendid white crystal chunk was splashed into many small pieces just like soft tofu, releasing the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame. Boom, boom, boom. An explosive sound like thunderbolts came out from deep inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. The explosion was extremely devastating. Even though the Sound Beast Mountain was so enormous, after that earth-shaking explosion, it violently shook and rapidly collapsed. Many huge 100-meter-long rocks fell down massively. Many of the high-class warriors of the demonic Sound Clan and the Wings race, who had come closer to the mountain intentionally, were threatened to death and ran out away from the mountain as fast as they could. Some other high-class warriors were hovering in the air and looking over ahead. As they saw the scene in front of their eyes of dust and ashes scattered everywhere, the Sound Beast Mountain was collapsing. The world was disappearing and soon returned to the chaos as it used to be at the beginning of the universe. They started to feel hopeless, nervous, and terrified. Chao Zilan, Gu Ling Lung, Chu Yin Qing, He Qing Man, and the other warriors from the Kiara Sea who were still confined in the cage could also feel strong vibrations and changes of the earth. They felt insecure with a shocking look on their faces. Sure Yin had freed the soul seal that had been planted inside Chao Zilan. In this critical moment, she could not wait any longer, using the Star Martial spirit to check everywhere outside. Her sense approached towards the Sound Beast Mountain's direction. Not good. An extreme ferocious creature has appeared inside of the Sound Beast Mountain. After checking for a while, Chao Zilan's expression abruptly changed while talking to the other 3 girls. Inside of the mountain, its living form is unique. I've never seen anything like this before. Everyone was all frightened. They are being screwed there, Chao Zilan mumbled to herself. An intention of escape suddenly sprang in her mind while she looked at the warriors of the Chao family. The Sound Beast Mountain has started to collapse. There is certainly a major change over there. Well, let's go there to see. Duo Long, Ka Ba, Yimeng, and Etian Mo were at a corner inside of the mountain, discussing together with serious faces. They could understand each other's thoughts through their eyes. Once the Sound Beast Mountain collapses, according to the ancestors' guidance, this space will be also destroyed soon. When this place returns to nihility, we cannot change our fate even if we hide inside of here. Etian Mo said with cold eyes. If it is like this, we should go to see what has happened after all. Perhaps we can find a way to survive. That's right. If there are any ways to get out of here, it will be where the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame is. We might have a chance to get out of here there. Staying here cannot do anything for us anyway. It is like waiting for death. Duo Long agreed. He was the first one who rushed toward the other 3 people of Sure Yan's without hesitation. The other 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan also instantly followed after him with only a little hesitation. Stupid humankind, you've just helped me to get out of the seal. After the splendid white crystal chunk had been broken, the silver nine serenity's soul-devouring flame appeared in the center of the stone platform. The devilish faces condensed by the burning fires made others feel ambiguous and unreal. Yet its soul-destructive aura was extremely tremendous. Anyone who had soul consciousness could feel that the murderous aura which made the others' souls tremble in fear. The mysterious giant sword had whipped out 2 slashes in total. One had broken the shelter which sealed the stone, the other had broken the white crystal chunk which confined the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame, facilitating it to escape from the seal. After the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame flew out, the giant sword made no moves then, as if it knew even if it could attack again, it would be useless. The giant sword that was floating in the air was emitting violent, murderous aura, which slowly moved towards the blood vein ring. Woo-woo. The nine serenity's soul-devouring flame did not notice this sword. As soon as it got out, it immediately dashed towards Shurien, Dishan, and Uro as fast as lightning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The faint blue halo was hit by a bundle of burning fires, sprinkling embers everywhere. The blue star crystal in Dishan's hand contracted quickly. Dishan's face changed dramatically. He shouted to Shurien while looking at him with a severe face, "I can't hold it any longer. You'd better find a solution." Just in a short time, the blue star crystal in Dishan's hand shrank to a child-sized fist. With this reducing speed, the blue star crystal would only have lasted for a few minutes more. Then its power would have been completely drained. The blue star crystal could project the powerful halo which could prevent the burning fires of the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame. Dishan had decided to come inside here because of this blue star crystal. Once the blue star crystal consumed all of its power, there was no more protection from the blue halo. By that time, the nine serenity's soul-devouring flames, burning fires would incinerate their souls to ashes instantly. Especially Shurien, as he was only ranked at the Earth Realm. Even if he had the Sea of Consciousness, he would be unable to prevent one strike from the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame. He would be burned to death in no time. Don't rush. While Dishan and Uro was nervous, Shurien was still calm. He slowly said with a faint smile, "Wait and see. It will be unable to attack for long." Dishan and Uro got bewildered. With suspicion, they wondered where Shurien's confidence came from. "Dishan, what are you guys doing?" Right at this moment, a voice came up from a distance. Duo Long's figure suddenly ceased, then moved backward immediately. As soon as he saw the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame, he could feel the soul-destructive power from it, especially when he saw it leaving Dishan's and the other two's place and was now approaching towards him. Duo Long shouted in fear, turned around, and ran away from that place while beginning to regret his decision to come here. The 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan were lagging behind Duo Long because of their special feeble bodies. When they were on the way coming in, seeing Duo Long fleeing fast, without thinking, they instantly turned around and ran away even faster than Duo Long. Duo Long screamed out frighteningly and nervously, hoping that Dishan would help him out of this deadly situation. Dishan ignored him. Uro's beautiful eyes lit up a cold light. She said with a smirk on her face, "He probably wanted to have a part of the treasure. Regretfully, he came here at the wrong time. It's good if he dies anyway. If he dies, we will be more peaceful." Without Duo Long, the 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan can do nothing. Is that right, Dishan? Dishan replied with frigid eyes. He unites with the 3 leaders of the demonic Sound Clan to kill Shurien. It means he's taken a stand against us. It looks like he will not complete his wish. Shurien was astonished. No worries. If Duo Long dies, at least I can assure that there will be no more danger for you. Uro smiled and gently said, "The other 3 leaders are not the match for Dishan and me. Now you can feel at ease." While Dishan and Uro were talking, the nine serenity's soul-devouring flame was attacking towards Duo Long. The devilish handsome face quickly went into Duo Long's body and head. Duo Long suddenly held his head and screamed out miserably. The screams were extremely sorrowful, which meant that he was suffering severe pain and bitterness. Duo Long's doomed. Dishan shook his head. He suddenly looked at Shi Yin and said, "Don't you need to hurry up? This blue star crystal will die soon." Shi Yin raised his eyebrows, bowed his head to glance at the blue star crystal in Dishan's hand, which was now as big as a soap bar. I know it's time to bring it on," Shi Yin said emotionlessly, but actually he felt miserable inside while looking at the blood vein ring on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he walked to the blood vein ring. Woo! When he just started his first step, the blood vein ring instantly flew up and turned into a flow of bloody pink lights advancing straight to him. Shi Yin got stunned, lifted his hand to catch the blood vein ring. However, as soon as his 5 fingers opened, he realized that the blood vein ring had already been on one of his fingers. At the same time, the giant sword, which was floating in the air, also shrank instantly and plunged towards the ring, dragging the devastating aura along. Dishan's and Yu Ro's pupils shrank instantly, showing an insecure feeling. These 2 God Realm warriors could feel an earth-shaking power from the giant sword. That surging power was extremely outrageous, which also scared them a little. They were certain that there were numerous of mysterious secrets hidden inside this sword, which could even intimidate them. Eventually, the sword disappeared into the ring on Shi Yin's finger without leaving any trace. Dishan, Yu Ro slightly let out a sigh. 2 of them gave each other a quick glance, implying that they had discovered more of Shi Yin's secrets. Shi Yin did not notice the changed expression on their faces. After getting the blood vein ring back on his finger, Shi Yin immediately released his soul consciousness to check on the situation inside of the blood vein ring. Inside the blood vein ring, besides the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the area of the mysterious giant sword, there was a newly created area. In the ambiguous white blank, there was an enormous octagonal-shaped stone block, a splendid white crystal chunk, a hollow mountain. After looking at the scenery carefully and sensing the time inside of the blood vein ring, Shi Yin's face was bizarre. His eyes kept sparking while his eyebrows were knitting tightly. The 4th space of the blood vein ring was exactly the same to where he was standing right now. Everything in his current place, lava rock mountain flanks, the stone block, the crystal chunk, even the sealing forces on the stone, were set up exactly the same inside of the blood vein ring. He did not notice any tiny differences between the scene inside and outside of the ring. The blood vein ring had prepared everything to seal the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. "Confine it," Shi Yin shouted while he lifted the blood vein ring with the ring's surface towards the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. The 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, which had penetrated Duo Long's body, suddenly screamed out loud. "What is it? I can't believe it can drag me out." Chapter 270, Make You My Master. The ear-piercing scream of the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame was even louder than the sounds of the Sound Beast Mountain's collapse. It was staying inside of Duo Long's head with extreme fear. Duo Long's eyes were gradually losing its vital signs. Deep inside of his pupils had a gloomy, bold silver color. It was obvious that the soul of the patriarch of the Grey Wings clan had been burned, and he had lost his life in just a short time. Dishan and Yu Ro both showed their panic when they had seen Duo Long's death. However, the ear-piercing cry of the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame gave the 2 of them hope. They focused more on Shi Yin besides them, and considered their ancestors' guidance more seriously. Had the fates already been soon arranged? That thought couldn't help but come across their minds. Thinking about making that unweaned rascal their master, the 2 of them did not even know whether they should cry or smile. But they could not smile. Dishan knew that if Shi Yin wouldn't have come there, although the Sound Beast Mountain might not have collapsed this fast, and the land here would not have been in chaos in such a short time like this, they still could not have escaped from the chain of their fates, and would certainly have been confined in this place forever. Moreover, the two of them had reached the spirit realm. If they had more time, they hopefully could have entered the true God realm. If they stayed in this devilish space, once they reached the true God realm, what awaited them would not be applauses, but the punishment of God from deep inside of the sky. The other three leaders, including Kaba, Etion and Yameng, had hidden away, leaving no traces as soon as they saw that the Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame had gotten out. The sound Beast Mountain continued falling down. The earth-shaking thunder kept roaring. Those people inside of the mountain knew better than anyone else that the space here was going to become a void, possibly in the next second. Time was extremely tight. "Capture it," Yin coldly shouted while raising his finger with the blood vein ring on, pointing the ring's surface towards Duo Long from a distance. The blood vein ring suddenly emitted the dazzling pink lights. Many flows of the pink lights that were like torrential waves of the sea stormed towards Duo Long and quickly covered his dead body in just a blink. "No!" The handsome, peculiar face hidden inside Duo Long's head was forcefully pulled out. After it had been drawn out of Duo Long's head, it uncontrollably flew towards Yin. Dishan's and Yu Ro's visage had greatly changed. They instinctively moved backward. They immediately felt thrilled. After being stunned for a second, they hastily stopped receding. There were no other ways to recede. Only staying inside of the blue halo could help them avoid that soul attack. No matter wherever that they ran away, if they got outside of the blue halo's protection, it was impossible to prevent their souls from being incinerated. Dishan and Yu Ro reacted promptly. They immediately stopped. "No, no." The Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame frighteningly screamed while constantly struggling to escape from the blood vein ring's attraction. However, despite how much it tried, it became weak and powerless when the pink light hit it. Under the attentive look of Yin, Dishan, and Yu Ro, the miraculous heaven flame, which had been sealed inside of the Sound Beast Mountain for a very long time, had no more powers to fight against being drawn into the blood vein ring little by little. Yan's finger poked out of the blue halo, pointed towards that flame from a distance. Eventually, the Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame turned into a flow of silver lights, flashed up and disappeared into the blood vein ring on Yan's finger. Heaven and earth aura suddenly stirred up disorderly and could not condense itself anymore. Boom, boom, boom. The Sound Beast Mountain looked like it had just lost its last essential meaning of existence. It was collapsing with the speed that was even several times faster than before. Dishan and Yu Ro were still in a panic, looking at Yin with unbelievable eyes. It was hard to believe what had just happened. After the Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame had been attracted into the blood vein ring, Yin did not even bother to send out his consciousness to check the inside of the ring. Instead, he immediately approached the huge stone platform, picked up the sky-breaking shuttle on the stone, and put it into the blood vein ring right away. "Let's go." Yin looked at Dishan and Yu Ro and said with a faint smile, "We should be safe now." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A blinding halo was projected from the sky, which diffused a flow of extremely violent surging power. The thunder and thunderbolts were roaming and booming. Rocky stairs suddenly appeared one by one from nowhere, linking up the huge stone platform with the sky. The rocky stairs led to the halos converging in the sky, which was like heaven's stairway connecting with the ether. The heaven's stairway appears. The ancestors' guidance. I can't believe it is true." Dishan raised his head up to the sky, mumbling to himself with an astonished face. He seemed to have been deeply immersed in some old memories that he looked dazed for a while. Yu Ro was also amazed. Her beautiful eyes became brighter. After a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter, guffawed, and laughed until her stomach hurt. She no longer kept her usual delicate manners. Yin looked at the two people with suspicion. He wondered what had made the two of them go insane at this sensitive point of time. "It is you indeed." Yuro laughed until tears almost rolled out. She held her belly, pointing to Yin while talking to Dishan without stopping laughing. What else do you have to say? Dishan's sturdy body was shocked. His countenance was extremely complicated. After contemplating for a while, without bothering about the collapsing mountain or scattering rubble, Dishan suddenly got down on his knees in front of Yin, bowed his head, and said with a low voice, Dishan, the patriarch of the Black Wings clan, from now on, I swear to make you my master. It will never change until death. Yuro, the matriarch and power of the White Wings clan, swear to make you my master. It will never change until death. Yuro smiled gently, respectfully kneeled down with a serious face and swore. Yin was shocked with his eyes and mouth wide open. Boom, boom, boom. The sound beast mountain almost collapsed completely. The mountain looked as if it was cut and slashed by hammers and sabers, which resulted in many giant rocks and stones rolling down. It was unknown when the compact thunderbolt net had disappeared without a trace. The sky was getting calmer. In the dark sky, there gradually appeared an etherous area. This thing. Yin was dazed on the spot. He did not know what Dishan and Yuro wanted to do after all, or if they were really honest about it. At this time, he was so confused, he didn't know what else he could say. The two of them did not wait for Yin's reaction either. After kneeling down, Dishan and Yuro stood up at the same time, raised their heads looking at the heaven stairway, piercing up straight to the sky. Yuro said with a smile, Master, let's take the heaven stairway. We can finally get out of this devilish place. Master, Yin thought carefully about this heavy word with his tightly knitted eyebrows. Are you really sincere? From now on, you are the master of our two tribes. So, even without duo long, we will make the other pagans earnestly follow the ancestors' guidance. Dishan's eyes flared up a strange light. Master, you now have 3 kinds of heaven flames. Your existence is the biggest fear of the demonic Sound clan. Moreover, with you rose in my pressure, I think the demonic Sound clan shouldn't be unlikely to be subdued. This thing, Master, your coming here is the God's will. We only follow the predestined fate of God. Yuro revealed a smile, looking at Yin. I've explained to you, Master, because you have helped our 2 tribes to get out of this abandoned land. As well as you have the blood of the immortal God King, you will become the master of the 2 tribes. We have to follow the ancestors' guidance. This place is going to collapse. Master, let's take the heaven stairway first. Dishan lightly shouted. Yin was still not sure what the 2 of them wanted, but he did not feel their wickedness anyway. He immediately stepped up and stood on the heaven stairway after a little hesitation. Dishan and Yuro also stepped on the stairway only after Yin had already stood there. They were standing 2 steps lower than his. The sound beast mountain tremendously exploded as expected. The explosive sound reverberated. The mountain, which had lasted for so many years, was collapsing little by little. From the heaven stairs that they were standing on, the mountain was tumbling down and scattered everywhere. While Yin was standing on the heaven stairway, he realized that even though the sound beast mountain was crashing into pieces, it did not affect him at all. To be exact, the collapse of the sound beast mountain seemed to be tied up by an invisible force so that no rocks could touch the heaven stairway. The area surrounding the stairway was safe from all the scattering rocks and debris. Despite the fact that that thing was abnormal and just somehow had naturally happened, it brought Yin a feeling that it was originally supposed to be like this. In no time after the explosion, the sound beast mountain no longer existed. The massive, mighty mountain fell down in a very short time. Giant rocks strewed everywhere. Under the blue sky, the place where the sound beast had used to live remained only a stairway running up to the sky. There were 3 people standing on it. Outside of the sound beast mountain, the top-class warriors had soon fled away very far, avoiding the mountain's collapse, which could harm them. After the brutal collapse, with astonishment, they now could see the heaven stairway piercing up to the sky, as well as 3 people standing at the bottom end of the stairway. The 3 leaders of the demonic Sound clan, Etionimo, Kaba, and Yimeng were really shocked with the unbelievable look in their eyes, dazedly looking at those three people on the staircase. Dishan frowned while glancing at those three people from the distance, then shouted, Etion Mo, Kaba, Yimeng, come here. I have something to tell you. The three of them got bewildered for a while before obediently rushing towards Dishan. Tens of millions of pagans surrounding, all raised their heads up to the sky, looking at the heaven's stairway, wondering what had happened after all. The three leaders of the demonic sound clan had arrived by Dishan's side, just in a blink. They all spoke up simultaneously that 9 serenities has been subdued by him. Dishan lifted his hand. A miraculous circle of waves diffused and temporarily blockaded the surrounding area, not to let any sound out. The expression of the three leaders changed dramatically. Let me introduce again to you. Yuro suddenly stiffened her face, pointing at Shi Yin, and said, This is our master who also has 3 kinds of heaven flames. The blood of the immortal God King is running in his veins. I think you all know about the ancestors' guidance. As being the leaders of the demonic sound clan, do you know how to behave in front of him? What? Yimeng shouted in fear. Did I not make myself clear? Yuro frowned and said with a cold voice, As he can bring our 2 tribes out of this place, together with that bloodline, we have to make him our master. The 3 of you, do you want to ignore the ancestors' guidance? Do you understand what it means? Etion Mo's face was shivering. He couldn't help but ask, Where is Duo Long? He's dead. Dishan frigidly looked at the 3 leaders. He was incinerated to ashes by the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, which is now in our master's hand. Although the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame cannot be used at present, the other 2 heaven flames are still enough to entirely destroy your demonic sound clan. Etion Mo's complexion changed dramatically. He suddenly bowed toward Shi Yin respectfully after hesitating for a while, and said, I am one of the leaders of the demonic sound clan, Etion Mo. Now take the vow to make you my master. Kaba's and Yimeng's pupils shrank. They let out a sigh, bowed their heads dolefully, bent down toward Shi Yin. We vow to make you our master.